tuning in here, that you're double tapping away on that phone screen. Make sure that you're sharing this live out with a handful of friends. And Organic, I do really appreciate you for that little crown. You're super awesome. But what's going on, everybody? What's up, Lily, Mario, CKK, Sydney, Amanda, LJ? Welcome in, everyone. What's up, Gabby? For the first 350 of y'all, welcome into the live, guys. If you're voting for Trump, make sure that you're hopping in that queue. 1v20 and still soloing. You know it, Zach. You know it. For everyone that's coming in here, by the way, I have a video dropping tomorrow on Jubilee. One liberal versus 20 Republicans. If you want to see a teaser, go check my account. It's the first thing that will pop up on my repost from my main. But without further ado, guys, we already have a couple people in the queue. If load our first guest in the night, Nate, up. What's going on, Nate? Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, and how old are you?
20.
Awesome. So, wait, Nate, we've talked before, right?
Yeah, can you add me? I'm friends with Parker.
Of course, I got you, Nate. Thanks for coming up. Awesome.
Okay,
I love Nate. Nate's awesome. We're going to move on to our next guest here, y'all. Everybody just give us a minute. I did add you, Nate. You're awesome. What's going on, man? Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, I am.
Awesome. Why so, dude?
I just, I liked how the presidency was under Trump more than I
like. What specifically? Like, what's a
Biden.
policy that Donald Trump passed while he was president that you agreed with?
I liked the Operation Warp Speed. I thought that was really good.
Cool. Yeah, I thought that Operation Warp Speed was great. I mean, but if you cared about having the vaccine like safely and readily available to people quick, then I mean, you'd probably vote for Harris over Trump because he also stigmatized the use of it alongside masks. But
well, he also said that I got the vaccine. If you guys want to get it, you can. If not, it's fine. Like,
yeah. Yeah, but I guess that was like a pretty bipartisan issue. So yeah, you said that you liked his president better. What specifically did you like about his presidency better than Biden and Harris's?
I felt safer as a nation with him. Like I felt like the border was a lot more secure, and he was more criminalizing. Like Kamala is more not really criminalizing people for coming over the border or doing it illegally. Like there's
Trump's for open borders.
Trump is for open borders?
Yeah, he torpedoed a bipartisan border bill in the House and the Senate 2 years ago, Langford's bill. He torpedoed it because he didn't want to let the Democrats look good, even though that would have shut down the border, right, and ended the crisis. He literally wanted that crisis to continue so he could campaign on it to get your vote today.
Then why was there the least amount of border crossings under Trump?
Because of COVID, he was able to implement Title 42. That was the only effective form of border policy that was implemented during his term. Everything else failed.
COVID happened after, he still had a little bit of time where, you know what I mean? How many years of presidency did he have until COVID came? What, 2 years?
Yeah, about 2.5. And during those 2.5 years, we only saw border crossings increase, right? Year by year, we only saw border crossings increase. Regardless of what he did, it was just simply ineffective. If I was a conservative and I cared about the border, Trump wouldn't be my guy. He couldn't bring Congress together for border policy. He just kind of half-assed it through executive order and a misuse and abuse of DoD funds, right? Meanwhile, Kamala Harris, right, is actively attempting to solve the crisis by working with Congress. Right, her alongside Biden attempted to influence bipartisan border legislation through the House and the Senate. However, Trump then called the Republicans and told them to vote against the bill because if they passed that, it would have made them look really good. And if the crisis was solved, he wouldn't have that to campaign on today. This is just another example.
Why didn't they do that in the beginning? Why didn't they do that in the beginning?
They did, right? It takes about a year or two to draft border policy, right? And that was on the floor of the House 2 years after Biden's inauguration.
I think a lot of the reason he didn't accept that is because they were trying to fund too much money to Ukraine during that bill and everything.
Yeah, so that actually still passed. So what he did was he called the Republicans that he told them to vote against the border provisions. Then the border provisions were taken out of the bill. Then the funding for Ukraine, Gaza, Israel, and Ukraine were still pushed through the House and the Senate, and they're signed into law.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I felt like definitely the border was a lot more secure, like how it is now.
Right, that's a pivot. You're not answering my question. If Donald Trump cared about the border, why did he torpedo the bipartisan border bill?
Why is Kamala saying that she would fix things that her presidency and Biden's presidency already created?
Okay, so what issues did Biden and Harris's presidency create? Then also, not to mention, this is another pivot.
So the Inflation Reduction Act actually created more inflation.
Okay, how did it do that?
How it did it, I don't know exactly what it went through, but there's so much.
Then how do you know it caused inflation?
Because I watched the documentary on it.
Okay, so if you watched a documentary on it, shouldn't you be able to tell me how the Inflation Reduction Act caused inflation? Because I can tell you how it didn't. It was a deficit-reducing bill, meaning it actually decreased government spending over the course of 10 years. How could a bill that reduces the deficit cause inflation?
I heard it wasn't even meant to reduce inflation. It was for something else, and they just called it
like green energy. Yeah, I'd say they should have called it the Inflation Reduction Act. However, that doesn't mean that it's not deficit reducing. Okay, it still reduced the deficit marginally over 10 years. So my question to you would be, how can a bill that reduces the deficit create inflation?
I don't know, but why is there so much inflation?
Because of COVID, okay, right? And we know that's because of COVID, because the inflation that we've seen here at home in the U.S. has been global. It's happened in every single country around the world, but we've essentially solved that problem now, right? But I mean, if you're just going to make the argument that, well, inflation happened under Biden and Harris's term, therefore they created said inflation, did Trump create the 14.8% rate of unemployment at the end of his term?
Well, how come the inflation wasn't as bad during the ending of his presidency then?
Yeah, because that was before the global inflation was onset. I don't know why that was before global inflation was onset. That just happened to be the case.
I don't know. I think a lot of these polls and a lot of these fact checkers. I think it's a lot of bullshit. I think people.
How did the Biden-Harris administration cause inflation?
Well, like they were didn't they say like there was like more jobs reporting? They reported more jobs, and they reported that to be a false thing. It was like over like a million.
You don't even know what you're talking about. So that's going to be the Bureau of Labor Statistics job revisions. That happens every 4 years. There's a job revision of over 500,000 jobs under Trump. That's natural, normal, typical, and expected, okay? Because that's just a process of how they build their jobs reports. But this is a complete pivot once again. I want you to tell me how Biden and Harris caused inflation.
I think I don't know exactly, but by certain policies they put in place that create inflation.
Like which ones?
I don't know exactly.
Then, okay, if you don't know what policies created the inflation, how do you know their policies created inflation?
Because I had never seen, I think whatever they're doing is not right.
Okay, but I'm asking you why you think that. Why do you think their policies created inflation?
Because when I go to the gas station and when I go to the grocery store, I think they're doing something.
Okay, yeah, so your argument's literally it happened in the country under their watch, therefore they caused it. So when the 14.8% rate of unemployment happened in the country under Trump's watch, did he cause that too?
What's that?
You heard me.
No, I didn't hear you.
When we had the 14.8% rate of unemployment under Trump, right? Just because it happened in the country while he was president, does that mean that Trump caused that?
So the 14.8 was that during COVID?
Yeah.
Well, then that doesn't count.
Oh, wait, so now you could appeal to external variables to explain how things can happen in our country? Wow, all of a sudden you're so very logical and rational.
Because unemployment rate dropped down to 4.7% under Trump.
First of all, it was even lower than that. It's 3.5%. But now you're saying that COVID caused a high rate of unemployment at the end of his term. So my question to you is, if COVID can cause unemployment, don't you think COVID can cause inflation?
Yeah, but dude, that was a long time ago.
Oh, okay. So COVID caused the unemployment rate under Trump's term, and COVID caused the inflation under Biden and Harris's term.
All the money that they're giving to Ukraine is like, they could be spending here. Like, I don't give a fuck about Ukraine.
Oh, okay. So how much money have we given to Ukraine?
Shitloads. Enough for Zelensky's wife to buy a brand new Bugatti.
She actually didn't buy a brand new Bugatti. So you're a victim of Russian misinformation. Russia, the Kremlin, they took a video of someone sitting in a Bugatti saying that he's buying it for his wife, and then deep faked a picture of Zelensky's face over it. You're like actually a victim of Russian misinformation. Like, please, I want you to find me a source.
That's good that it wasn't real.
Find me a source that indicate that Zelensky's wife did buy a Bugatti.
Well, that's good. It wasn't real, but
great.
You can't.
So we have Putin's puppet on the live. So once again, I just want to re-reference my question. Right? You said that just because inflation happened under Biden and Harris's term, that therefore they caused it. Right? Well, why can't I say the same thing about the rate of unemployment at the end of Trump's term? And you said, well, COVID caused that. Why can't I merely say, well, COVID caused the inflation, just like you're saying COVID caused the unemployment?
Yeah, but it should be handled by now.
And it has. We're at a 2.5% rate of inflation, and the Fed's dropped the interest rate by 0.5% the first time in 4 years, and we've had a quicker rebound from the inflation onset by the pandemic out of any other country in the G7. It has been handled, quite frankly.
Why is gas still expensive? Why is groceries still expensive?
Because the rate of inflation is the rate of change or increase in the price of a good, right? Not necessarily like the price of the good in of itself. So what we'd say here is that we probably won't see massive drops in the price of groceries, gas, unless the global oil supply goes up again. And like specifically speaking, seeing a decrease in the price of a good is deflation, and deflation causes recession. And right, we don't want to go into a recession.
How do you feel about those unrealized gains?
Okay, complete pivot. I have a question. What is an unrealized capital gains tax?
So, like, if somebody has a house and say it goes up $50,000, they have to pay that $50,000 in tax.
Okay. Well, I mean, first of all, there already does exist property tax, which is an unrealized gains tax. And then second of all, how much is your house worth, man? Because if it's not worth like $100 million, you're not going to pay that. Right, because that only applies to centimillionaires, right? People with over $100 million in invested assets, and it only applies to their assets over $100 million. Corey, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I appreciate you.
So that's not for houses under $1 million?
It does not apply to literally any asset that any one person owns under $100 million.
So I wouldn't have to pay that then, huh?
Yeah, dude, I understand. I was watching Trump's rally last night, too. He was telling everyone that they'd all have to pay it. He was lying.
No, I didn't see that rally, but...
I guess the point is that Trump's lying about that. Yeah. No, you don't have to pay that. You could fact check me with Reuters, with their own campaign website, KamalaHarris.com/issues, right? That's a fact. Do you mind if I ask you a question, though? Would you ever vote for, or would you still vote for Trump if he wanted to ban all new Christians from entering into our country?
All new Christians from entering in the country? Yeah. Why would he do that?
I don't know, because he's a religious persecutor.
But he's Christian.
Well, so he says, but anyways, my point still stands. Would you vote for him if you wanted to do this?
Well, what's the reasoning behind it? Because I agreed with the Muslim ban thing at the time. But
wait. So you were okay with Donald Trump, right, calling for a total and complete shutdown of all new Muslims entering into our country? Why? That's religious persecution. I thought that America stood for a separation between church and state and a free mobile a free and mobile practice of any religion.
Yeah, no, it was like, there was a lot of like radical Muslim terrorist groups and everything. So it was just. At that time.
Is there radical Muslim Christian groups? Sorry, is there radical Christian terrorist groups?
That was like back in the day, like Salem witch trials, maybe, but like not now.
No, we still have neo-Nazis and KKK members, white Christian nationalists, right? Yeah, we do see that there is radical Christian terrorist groups. That's a fact, right? So because there's radical Christian terrorist groups, would it be justified in banning all new Christians from entering into our country, even if they don't pertain to those radical Christian terrorist groups?
Did he say something like that?
No, but I mean, seemingly, right, I'd want him to say something like that, or you would too, right? Because you were okay with a Muslim ban because of radical Muslim terrorist groups. Wouldn't you also be okay with a Christian ban because of radical Christian terrorist groups?
So maybe more stronger background checks of the people that are coming in here.
No, a full, total, complete shutdown of all new Christians entering into the country. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, no.
Wait, why? But there's radical Christian terrorist groups.
I would say they have to do a strong background check.
No, a total and complete shutdown because there's radical Christian terrorist groups. You told me that you were okay with a total and complete shutdown of all new Muslims entering into our country because of radical terrorist Muslim groups.
Because they were a lot more crazy driving planes into buildings and shit.
Oh, okay. So you think it's okay to look at one scenario where 3 Muslims did something really bad,
ISIS,
then turn around and stereotype
Iraq,
and
Syria.
Stop them all from entering our country?
Iraq, Syria, Afghanistan,
emancipation era slavery, genocide of the Amalekite people, Israelites enslaving non-Israelites as humans.
Yeah, we got that on our soil already.
Okay, we also have Muslims on our soil already.
Yeah, and we probably have them here because of the open like borders that they have here. They're probably already on our soil. I wonder when they're going to attack.
Okay, so you're just literally, so you're Islamophobic, okay? Because we do understand that not all
Islamophobic.
Yeah, so Islamophobia is just like a pure blatant prejudice against Muslims for literally no reason. And now you're saying that like all Muslims are on U.S. soil and they want to attack and kill you. Okay, no, right? I'd actually say that radical Christian groups, right, are more of a domestic threat than radical Muslim entities, right? And like that is because we have higher rates of domestic terrorism as committed by white Christian nationalists in comparison to Muslim individuals.
Yeah, they're both not good.
Okay, well, if they're both not good, why would you be okay with banning one from entering but not the other? Because if they're both not good, shouldn't we be okay with banning them both?
Sure, we can ban them both.
Okay, awesome. Thanks for the concession. We're going to move on to our next guest for the 3.1 thousand people hanging out with us in here today. I hate bringing up that point because these people are just like exhaustingly Islamophobic. And like they will die on that hill. They actually can't see how their prejudice is harmful. Hey, what's up, Austin? Are you voting for Trump? Austin's not here. Guys, spam MAGA in the chat if you do want to come up and debate. Also, for the 3.1 thousand people in here, y'all, if you want to see a little sneak peek, a little teaser of me debating 20 Trump supporters on Jubilee that drops tomorrow, yeah, go ahead and check my recent. What's going on? Are you voting for Trump?
Maybe.
Okay, all right. I'm just looking to specifically debate with people that are voting for Trump. I do appreciate you for coming up, though, man. We're going to go ahead and get our next best Boyd up in here. Yo, Joe! Thank you for the $10 on PayPal. Let's get some W's for Joe in the chat. Thank you for the $10. It's good to see you today, man. You're in here every single day. What's up? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Okay, why's that?
Because I believe when he was in office, everything was a lot better.
Okay, are you driving?
No.
Okay. Well, I mean, yeah. So some things were better, some things were worse. If you'd say that Donald Trump caused the economy to be better just because it felt better while he was president, would you say that Donald Trump caused the highest rate of unemployment since the Great Depression at 14.8% in April of 2020 because it happened while he was president?
Well, that's because of COVID.
Okay, so we could attribute everything good that happened directly to him, but as soon as we start referencing bad things, we attribute external variables.
No, but
so it seems like you need to isolate for the same external variables when we're referencing the good things that happened under his presidency by explaining to me what policy Donald Trump influenced to get passed that caused our country to be better off.
I'll be honest with you. I don't know. I'm just going by, I'm an everyday American that works and stuff, I'm just seeing the prices of everything are high. I mean, like everything, housing, food, everything. The prices are so high.
Yeah.
And a lot of the stats that people are talking about is because of COVID, so that's when everything went down. But before that,
yeah,
I feel like it was pretty good. But I'm not just saying it's just Trump.
Henry, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love, Henry. Do you mind if I ask you a question?
Yeah. No, go ahead.
Awesome. Yeah. Would you ever vote for someone that's been held civilly liable for raping an adult woman?
No, I wouldn't.
Okay, so Donald Trump's been held civilly liable for raping an adult woman. So why are you voting for Trump?
Who did he rape?
Trump's been civilly liable for raping an adult woman. So why are you voting?
Oh, sorry, you just got an echo there. But he raped E. Jean Carroll. I do appreciate you for coming up, man. We just got a little bit of an echo there. Hey, if you're one of the 3.4 thousand people watching and you want to help me boost this live out further across the For You page, make sure that you're double tapping away in that phone screen, sharing out that live. Let's try to get up to 1,000 shares here. We got Texas Mike loading in. All right, additionally, chat, right, if you want to support me, my Venmo is my PayPal as well as is in my bio. Someone in the chat said that I kick them as soon as I lose. How did I lose? What? He was like, who did he grape? Hey, what's up? Hey, Mike.
How you doing?
Hey, man, are you voting for Trump?
Absolutely.
Okay, could you get it a little bit closer to the microphone here, man?
Sure. Hold on a second. Let me shut off the fan. I think it's broke,
Yeah, awesome. So why are you voting for Trump, Texas Mike?
I'm voting for Trump because he's a hell of a lot better than Kamala Harris.
So why is the rapist, fraudster, loser, wannabe dictator, and day one fascist better than Harris?
All bogus charges.
No, absolutely not.
Absolutely. Hi, could I ask you a question?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead, Texas Mike.
How old were you when Trump was in office?
I was literally in diapers.
Exactly. So I wanted to let the people that know what the hell they're talking about instead of you pushing your bullshit.
Yeah, Mike, I'm more educated than you. I know what I'm talking about to a higher degree than you do.
You're a lot less educated because you didn't live the bullshit that we had to live through.
Okay, what's one policy Trump passed?
Exactly. Excuse me?
Name a policy Trump passed. If you're more
You
educated
made
than me,
this country great, my friend.
That's not a policy.
Everybody was afraid of the United States.
also not a policy.
Yeah.
So name a
Also-
policy that he influenced to get passed through Congress.
It doesn't really matter.
It does. That's
What
literally
matters is
what
Kamala
matters the
Harris has
most.
0 policies. Name one freaking policy that Kamala Harris has.
Of course, her economic plan. She wants to increase the child tax.
Zero.
No,
Economic plan?
no.
That makes this economy even worse.
I'm naming you her policies.
More unemployment. That will create more depression. That will create everything worse for the United States. That's a beautiful plan, my friend.
Okay, so
You
how
know
is increasing the child tax credit to $6,000 per
You
year for
have
newborn?
no idea what the hell you're talking about. You're pushing the ideals, and all you want is a little puppet.
Okay.
An 11-year-old
Hey,
puppet
hey, Mike.
was 11 years old.
Hey, do you mind if you shut the fuck up?
Outnumbered, my friend. No, I don't.
Cool.
I do
So,
mind
hey,
if
Mike,
I
I
shut
just
the
have
fuck
a,
up,
I just
'cause
have a,
you
I just have a question.
You cannot
I just have a
take-
question.
You can't take the truth, my friend.
Organic,
Your
I
problem
appreciate
is
you
you
forever,
can't take
Rose.
the truth. You're too busy sucking up to the Democrats, and you have no idea what's going on in this
Layla,
country.
thank you for the $15 on Venmo for knowing more than Texas Mike. Let's get some W's in the chat for Layla. Thank you for the $15 on Venmo. Let's go.
You're a moron, my friend.
Hey, man, so how is Kamala Harris's tax policy going to
You're
cause
a
unemployment?
moron. If you cannot see the difference between Trump and Harris.
Hey,
and
hey,
you
I'm going to
cannot-
kick you if you don't answer my question. I'm
Go
going to kick
ahead,
you. If,
kick me.
so
Bye.
you're admitting that you don't know
Bye.
the answer to my question?
Me.
Okay,
There
bye,
is no
Mike.
answer to your question.
Awesome. So, hey, for the 3.1 thousand people in here, we're going to go ahead and hit a little bit of a restart on the stream. We just need to be able to get sent out into the algorithm, y'all. And I'm pretty sure that a restart's going to be necessary to be able to do that. Gabby, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo, saying Mike uses a typewriter and thinks he's sending emails. So real. Thank you for the $5, Gabby. So hit that follow button. I'm going to be back in 10 seconds. But I actually have something for all 3.2 thousand of you guys to do while I'm restarting. This is going to be super duper exciting. I want all 3.2 thousand of you guys to click on my profile. You're going to see a recent repost. It's going to be titled Dean versus 20 Trump supporters. Click on that video, like it, comment, share it, repost it, save it. Okay. Right. Tomorrow morning, I have my own Julie episode coming out. So everyone go like that video, go watch it. All right. Go watch the whole thing. And I'm going to be right back on live. I will see you guys in 15 seconds. They cooked with a trailer, huh? Yeah, they cooked with that shit. Welcome back in, everybody. So we hit the restart, and we're back now. For my first 300 friends, welcome into the live. It's so good to see you all. Make sure you're helping me out by double tapping, sharing out that live, hopping in the queue if you're voting for Trump. You already know. The trailer was fireman. Hell yeah, thank you. I know, they really fucking cooked up with that. Are you kidding me? So I actually got that trailer directly from the producer of the episode. They had their editor cook that up for me. So super duper exciting. Anyways, for the first 600 of y'all coming back in here, double tap, share it out with a couple friends. Copy the link if you don't have any. Hop in the queue if you're voting for Trump. Spam MAGA in the chat if you are as well. You guys already know what we're doing. So we already have 7 guest requests. We're going to go ahead and load up our first one. Law, I see you in there. You want to come up and co-host? The live started. I'd love for you to come up, man. Feel free. What's up, JK3? Are you voting for Trump?
As of right now, I think I am.
Okay, now why the hell do you want the rapist, womanizer, child sexualizer in office?
He's pretty funny, and I'm not that
Whoa.
political. But if
Excuse
I'm
me.
gonna
What part
have
of
to-
what part of what I just said was funny?
Well, I said he's funny.
Oh, okay. Donald Trump is funny. Is he like?
Yeah.
Is he like funny and the laughing with him, or funny and the laughing at him?
I just think he's a funny guy. And if I'm gonna have to deal with 4 years of someone's face all over the news, I'd rather have some entertainment.
Okay, God. So you're gonna vote for the grapist, the womanizer, the guy that said he wants to be like Kim Jong Un because
He's a grapist?
entertaining. Yeah, he's been held civilly liable for raping a woman. Yes, forcefully violating her. against
Civilly
her will.
liable doesn't mean anything. It's criminally charged is what matters more.
Okay, so civil liabilities don't matter at all. So if Donald Trump was held civilly liable for raping a little girl, you'd still vote for him?
Civilly liable doesn't mean anything. If you want to prove a criminal action, you got to go to criminal court.
Oh, okay, so you'd still vote for him. So if you had a 7-year-old daughter and she had a babysitter and you figured out that this babysitter had been held civilly liable for raping someone else's 7-year-old daughter that he was babysitting, would you say, well, civilly liable doesn't mean anything. I'm going to continue to let that man babysit my daughter?
Yeah, it's a different standard of evidence, much lower than criminal.
Okay, so you're just insane.
it's preponderance of evidence versus a beyond a reasonable doubt. That's our entire justice for civil system.
So people that are held civilly liable for like CP or P3 should be allowed to like teach at elementary school because it doesn't mean anything.
Correct. Civilly liable means nothing. If it's a criminal charge, that's
holy shit! Story. Oh my god, you're dude! Oh my god!
The different standard of evidence.
Shit! What is the standard of evidence in a civil court?
Preponderance of the evidence.
Preponderance of the evidence. I honestly, personally, I think that the evidence suggested in the Trump v. Carroll grape case, right, met a threshold of beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt. And if you disagree with me here, what was the reasonable doubt to the evidence submitted by the victim?
That's a different standard. A reasonable doubt's a criminal standard. In that case, it was a preponderance of the evidence.
Right, but the argument I'm making once again, right, is that the evidence she explicitly submitted in this court, right, met the threshold of beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt. Right, and if you disagree with me here, that evidence didn't meet a threshold of beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt, what is the reasonable doubt to the evidence she submitted?
What court does it need to be beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt?
In a criminal court. In a civil court, you're right, it's not a preponderance of evidence. Right, but I need you to listen to my words because obviously you're not even listening to my argument, okay? So we do understand that the standard of evidence, right, in a civil court is a preponderance of an evidence, right?
Yes,
that was the threshold that the jury had to meet. But what I'm saying, right, is that specifically speaking in this court case, the evidence submitted proved that Donald Trump had raped her beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt. And once again, if you disagree with me, what is the reasonable doubt to the evidence she submitted?
Well, in this case, it was more than a coin toss. Preponderance of evidence is more likely than not, so 51% likely it happened according to the jury.
Okay, so then what's the reasonable doubt to the evidence she submitted? If it's not beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt, name one piece of evidence that she submitted to the court, right, or the whole preponderance as a whole, and name the reasonable doubt.
Well, if we're adding on who has to prove the reasonable doubt, it's not him. She has to establish reasonable doubt, and I don't think she's met that burden.
Okay, so what's the reasonable doubt?
That's on her to show that there is none.
Yeah, and I believe that was demonstrated with the evidence submitted. You can't name the reasonable doubt.
And you can't say that she proved that. It was beyond a reasonable doubt because there's no court that found that way.
Yeah, no, I'd say that the evidence she submitted met that threshold, right? So if you disagree with me once again here, name the reasonable doubt. If you don't name the reasonable doubt, I'm going to kick you and move on.
Okay, you can kick me, but at the end, it doesn't change the standard.
Sounds good. We're going to move on to our next guest here. So everyone just do give us a minute. Let's go to get DJ up in the live. Everyone, for the 1.9 thousand people in here, make sure that we're double tapping away in that phone screen. Let's get up to 100,000 likes. And also, no, the jury didn't say otherwise, folks, right? Because it was a civil court. They held him liable due to preponderance of evidence. But once again, in this specific scenario, we'd say that it was proved beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt. And of course, if you disagree with that claim, you have to name the reasonable doubt. He couldn't, so I kicked him. Hey, what's up? Are you voting for Trump?
I am. How are you?
I'm doing all right. So why do you care about someone that doesn't care about you? Trump is sexist and does not care about women.
Well, I am a registered independent. And I think that what swayed me was the endorsement from RFK.
Okay. So why did an endorsement from one rapist to another rapist make you want to vote for the rapist over the non-rapist?
I think, honestly, politically, everyone's pretty corrupt in their own ways. I'm sure there's things that Kamala has that could be put on blast as well. But I think they go after Trump because he tries to fight for the American people. They didn't get him legally. They didn't get him physically, so he's still alive. So I think they're just willing to go to every extent.
So you said that everyone's corrupt. So I want you to name one thing that Kamala Harris has done, right, that is similarly as corrupt as Donald Trump raping a woman, sexualizing a little girl, boasting about grabbing women by the P word, saying that he wants to be like Kim Jong-un, defrauding people at Trump University, being a 34-count felon, right, religiously persecuting Muslims. Just name one thing that she's done that would be to that same threshold of corruption.
Well, she's never been to the border. I know that's not necessarily physically corrupting. And
she has been to the border, but that's a completely different conversation. Name one thing that Kamala Harris has done that is as bad as literally any single one of those things I just named that Trump has done.
She has not been to the border.
Okay, so not going to the border is just as bad as raping a woman?
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about she hasn't been to the border.
Okay, so then what's something that she's done that's sufficiently as bad as or worse than Donald Trump raping a woman, being a 34-count felon, or defrauding people at Trump University, religiously persecuting Muslims, etc.?
Again, I'm pretty independent. I'm not, I'm pretty in the middle with it, but I was just telling you the reasons for my vote during Trump.
You said that you're voting for Trump because he cares about the American people. I disagree.
I do. I think with the federal spending out of control as it is, I think he had a great job source with the pipeline. I know Biden shut that down. I think he's overall a businessman, and this country is a business. And I think he would continue to do well as what he was doing in the past 4 years he was president.
Okay, so the Keystone XL pipeline is Canadian-owned. Biden shut it down because of an order from the Supreme Court, and it would have only generated 35 full-time jobs for Americans. My source there is Politico Pro, and you also and then you also referenced like ridiculous government spending. There was twice as much debt-related spending signed into law by Trump in comparison to Biden and Harris.
There was no wars.
Yes, there was. We had the Turkish-Kurdish war, the Yemen genocide, the proxy war with Russia and Syria, with U.S. soldiers boots on the ground fighting Russian troops, 483% increase in drone strikes in the Middle East. You're wrong.
I think the biggest thing for me was that started to lean was, yes, the independent RFK endorsement. That was a big thing for me. The other big thing was I hated, even I was in college when he pulled out of Afghanistan, and I just thought it was so ass backwards. He pulled out all the people. Correct. That's wonderful that we pulled out everyone out. Why wouldn't we have the people protect our equipment and the trillions and trillions of dollars worth of equipment and then pull the people out after? That didn't add up for me.
Okay, so this is once again a pivot. So I want to talk about your reason here with RFK, right? So you're saying RFK endorsing Trump made you want to vote for Trump. So if RFK endorsed Harris, would you vote for Harris? Because we know that RFK reached out to her campaign and they declined to respond.
Because she was busy paying off a bunch of celebrities to try to vote for her.
Okay, what celebrities has Harris paid off to vote for her? Because I do specifically know that the Kremlin has paid Tim Pool, Benny Johnson, and a handful of other Republican influencers to specifically push pro-Trump, pro-Republican, pro-Kremlin propaganda. So what evidence do we have that the DNC or Kamala Harris has paid Democratic influencers?
The Taylor Swift just came out. I know a couple of influencers, TikTok influencers, have come out from on their TikTok about emails that they've received from Kamala Harris.
Like who?
Oh, I just saw one. You know what's so crazy? I was actually going to write it down. I'm not even kidding you. But if you watch the Team Trump TikTok 6 days ago, that they posted 6 days ago, I wrote that one down because that one spoke to me.
Also, wait, Taylor Swift endorsing Kamala Harris means that Taylor Swift is paid by Kamala Harris? Okay.
She's a billionaire.
Yeah, she's a fucking billionaire. So when Bryce Hall endorsed Donald Trump, did that mean that Bryce Hall was paid by Donald Trump?
Might have.
Okay, so when I endorse Kamala Harris, does that mean that I'm paid by Kamala Harris?
You could be.
Okay, so you just assume things to be true without evidence. So if we could assume things to be true without evidence, why can't I just assume that Donald Trump is a child rapist without evidence, therefore giving me reason not to vote for him?
Well, here's my problem. So, wait. So sorry. I'm reading my notes. Can you say that again?
Yeah, you're just assuming things to be true without reason. Like, you're just saying that Kamala Harris is paying Democratic influencers, right, to endorse her, and you have literally no justification or evidence for that claim. So if we could just believe things without evidence, justification, or reason, why can't I just believe that Donald Trump has raped little girls, therefore we all shouldn't vote for him?
Because I don't believe that to be true, if you're assuming so.
I know, but the reason you say you don't believe that to be the case is because we don't have any evidence to justify that as being true. But very similarly, we don't have any evidence to justify your claim that Kamala Harris or the DNC as a whole is paying influencers to endorse them.
That's a good point. But I like these. So I'm not going to lie. I like going back and forth and hearing you out, and I genuinely am. And it's making me think about my vote as well, if that makes sense.
Oh, yeah. Tony and Claire, I really appreciate you guys for the $15 and the $10 on Venmo. Let's get some W's for Tony and Claire in the chat right now. And Sarah, I appreciate you for the $5 as well. Thank you so much, Tony, Claire, and Sarah. So I actually have another question for you here. Okay. Would you still vote for Trump if he wanted to ban all new Christians from entering our country with a total and complete shutdown?
I think if they come over illegally, I think, yeah.
No, total and complete shutdown, meaning a ban on travel through illegal means of entry, legal means of entry, or even just tourism.
I don't think that'll pass by Supreme Court.
I know, but I'm asking you, if Trump called for something like that, would you still vote for him?
I think if he called for it, I don't think it would really necessarily make a difference, only because I know it wouldn't pass in the Supreme Court, if that makes sense.
Okay, so you'd say that you'd still vote for him because it wouldn't pass. So if Donald Trump called for segregation and slavery to come back, you'd still vote for him because that wouldn't pass through the Supreme Court?
Not necessarily. I think that's a whole nother issue.
Yeah, and instead of it being religious persecution, it's racial persecution. So seemingly, racial persecution is bad enough for you to not vote for Trump. Why isn't religious persecution bad enough for you to not vote for Trump?
I don't see it from the religious standpoint. You said Christians?
Yeah, if Donald Trump called for a total and complete shutdown of all new Christians entering into our country, right, that would be religiously persecuting Christians, right? He's stereotyping all Christians, right, into one sect, then saying that everyone who would hold to these particular beliefs cannot come into our country through any means, right? So that is religious persecution.
Okay, but I just know that's not going to pass either way. Neither of them are going to pass. No,
yeah, but like we'd say,
no, it's going to pass.
But what we'd say here is even if Donald Trump tried to do something of the sorts, it'd still give us reason not to vote for him. Like, for instance, if Donald Trump tried to grape a little girl but failed, you wouldn't vote for him. So if Donald Trump tried to religiously persecute but failed, would you vote for him?
No, but I still do think overall he is the better choice business-wise.
Okay, so you're saying that he's a better choice even if he's a religious persecutor. So what has Kamala Harris done that is sufficiently worse than religious persecution?
Trump hasn't religiously persecuted anyone.
He sure has.
Donald J. Trump is calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States.
Finish the rest of the clip.
Okay, it just says, until our country's representatives can figure out what the hell's going on.
Until our country's representatives can figure out what the hell is going on.
So let's pause things until we can figure out what the hell's going on.
Okay, so you just think that religious persecution's okay?
Not necessarily. However, I do think let's shut everything down no matter what I think you're taking him out of context. And I'm not trying to defend him. I don't think he's a great...
Wait, why do you think that we should shut down all Muslims entering into our country? What's the reason to do so?
I don't think it was necessarily talking towards Muslims originally. I think you're taking him out of context.
What?
I think
What?
Donald J. Trump is calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims.
He was talking about Muslims, yeah.
A complete shutdown, of Muslims.
Donald Trump is calling
complete shutdowns for everyone. It's not just Muslims.
Okay, you're literally insane. Like I'm like do you just see how crazy you are? like I don't listen, I've been having this conversation with Trump supporters every single day for a while now. I don't understand why y'all are just so dense when it comes to this. No, he called for a total complete shutdown of all new Muslims entering into our country. Do I need to slow-mo it for you like I have the past guests?
No, but here's my problem is now you're trying to like I told you, I respect you and understand your beliefs. However, you're now attacking me.
Yeah, because this is literally conspiratorial.
Calling me insane. That's where I don't love the. Now I agree with some of the liberal things. However, that's why I don't agree with hard leftists is because they'll attack you personally over things. It's just so emotional for them.
Oh, okay. So hard leftists attack people over other things, really? Okay. Well, then, how do you specifically feel about Donald Trump attacking Kamala Harris for being a woman? Does that mean that Donald Trump is a hard leftist?
As a woman, I think other countries will not respect us if we have a woman president. Look at the third world countries, right? Look at Afghanistan, Iran, all of them. The women are seen less as. Do I agree with that? Absolutely not. But do other countries see women as being weak? I think a lot of people are still left in a couple centuries behind us. So yeah, I think they would.
Okay.
Do you know who Margaret Thatcher is?
No.
She's a former prime minister of England. Her nickname was the Iron Lady because of her strength in dealing with communism.
Where did this guy come from?
Tree, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I really appreciate you. He's literally been here the whole time. So I just want to clarify, you never vote for a woman candidate?
If they had great policies and if comparing the past 4 years to the 4 years prior, I would. Yeah, absolutely. But I do agree that I think right now, where she hasn't done a lot of stuff, she doesn't have a lot of leg to stand on that the American people can get behind. I think she would look weak as a leader.
Wait, I actually think that she has more to stand on than Donald Trump. Donald Trump has no healthcare plan, hasn't developed one after 8 years. She does. Donald Trump has no clue how he wants to pay for his tax reform plan. She does. Donald Trump has no clue what he wants to do with the border. He just wants to call for a total and complete shutdown of all people and a mass deportation, even though that's practically impossible. And she has actual good, effective policy. Josh, I really appreciate you for the private jet. Let's get some W's in the comment section for Josh right now. Thank you so much for the private jet. Massive W's down below. Thank you so much for the private jet, Josh. You are so awesome, right? Kamala Harris, right, stands on fact, reason, and logic, right? We could rationally reason ourselves into a conclusion insofar as why we should vote for her over Trump. Meanwhile, in order to vote for Trump, you just have to be a grape apologist. You have to excuse religious persecution, and you have to literally be in your feelings 24/7, deny reality, and contort it to fit your narrative to justify your vote. You literally have to pull out "I'm a misogynist" card in order to say that you're going to vote for him, because apparently no other world leaders would respect Kamala Harris. But when I tell you why I'm voting for Kamala Harris, I tell you that's because she cares about the American people. She has great policy that benefits the average working class more so than the top 1%, and she serves to protect and stand for democracy. Meanwhile, Donald Trump is a rapist who has sexualized little girls, said that he did his own daughter if he wasn't his daughter, said that he dated a 10-year-old girl in 10 years, boasted about walking into the changing rooms of half-naked teenage girls, and said he likes to grab women by the P word without asking first. He's a religious persecutor wanting to ban all new Muslims from entering into our country, while also only passing policy that makes it better off, that specifically benefits the top 1% more so than the average working class American. Like, for instance, can you name one piece of legislation that he influenced to get through Congress during his first term that benefited the average working class American more so than million and billionaires?
Before I answer that, can I ask you a question?
Of course.
How do we know she won't go back on her policies with how many times she's changed her views on policies?
Okay, so now I'm going to leave your
concern I would have.
Yeah, so I'm going to actually leave your question for a second. I said that I'd answer it because it's completely conceptually unrelated to what we're discussing. I'll go ahead and answer that second. So can you answer my question first?
Repeat it for me, please.
Jesus Christ. Okay. Right. Yeah. Can you name one piece of legislation that Donald Trump influenced get passed and signed into law that benefited the average working class American more so than million and billionaires?
So policies and everything, that's where I'm going to play my independent card. I'm not going to lie. I think I'm not super involved with policies and negotiations. I understand a lot of people are and do take the time to research that. And I can admire you for that on knowing your shit. Good for you.
Wait, but you said that you'd vote for Harris. I personally
don't know all the policies, and I'm not going to pretend like I do.
But you said that you'd vote for Harris over Trump if she had better policies, but now seemingly you can't even name one of Trump's policies. So if you can't name one of Trump's policies, how do you know that Harris does not have better policy?
Because she goes back on them.
Jennifer, thank you for the $20 on PayPal. Let's get some W's in the chat for Jennifer. I really appreciate you for the love. Massive W's in the chat for Jennifer right now with the $20 on PayPal for the cognitive dissonance and internalized misogyny. Right? I'd say that she doesn't. I say that she's changed her beliefs over the course of 5 years as she's been continually more moderated by Congress. Then if we want to reference, right, ideological flips over the course of like 5 or 10 years, how about we talk about J.D. Vance saying that Trump was America's Hitler in 2019, the same year she said she was against fracking, and J.D. Vance writing in a college essay 12 years ago that Republicans are terrible for the border. Thank you for the money, and I really appreciate you for the love.
But he owned up to it. That's why I applaud him for that.
What do you mean own up to it? And no, he actually didn't own up to the essay. He actually reached out to that college professor and had him delete it. The only reason we know about the essay was because a team of investigators was able to find it.
Okay. Where'd you find that?
Right. Yeah. Yeah, sure. So that's specifically going to be coming from CBS. But I just want to clarify. So you're voting for the rapist, for the fraudster, for the election denier, for the womanizer, and the racist because Kamala Harris was against fracking 5 years ago? What are you, insane?
Here's another thing. I don't appreciate the nickname or the name calling.
Riley, I appreciate you for the $5 on Venmo. I really do appreciate that. Thank you so much, Riley. I apologize, Mal, but it is the case that I feel like we have to call the shots as I see them. And right now, you are actively engaging in delusion. You are literally bad for society.
Well, that's rude.
Okay. All right. Well, seemingly you don't have much more to add on here, so I'm going to move on to my next guest. For the 5.3 thousand people hanging out with us in here today, make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen. Share that live as well. Law, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great. The idea that somebody who supports Trump is upset about name calling just blows my mind.
I know, right? Yeah, totally. Hey, Molly, are you voting for Trump?
I am, yeah.
Okay, so why do you care about someone that doesn't care about you? Trump is a sexist and does not care about women.
I think he actually cares about the people more than Kamala does. I've seen so many interviews with Kamala, and every time she's asked a specific question about either her policies or how she's going to help the middle working class. I think I saw recently she just went into, I've been around people who work growing up, and just saying she's been around working people, which, okay, great, we all have, but what are you doing for the working middle class? How are you improving things? She has yet to state that.
Molly, I'm so sorry you just dog walked yourself. So specifically speaking, Kamala Harris and Joe Biden passed 4 pieces of monumental policy that benefited the working class more so than rich people, and Kamala Harris's tax plan only benefits the working class. Meanwhile, Donald Trump's tax plan disproportionately benefits rich people. But my question to you would be, if you care about benefiting the working class, name one policy Trump influenced to get passed during his 4 years that benefited the average working class American more so than million and billionaires.
Yeah, so in his last presidency, I don't really want to say that's why I'm specifically also voting for him this current presidency. Honestly, if we vote Kamala, we're going to go to war. I don't think you guys realize that Trump has relationships and he's going to end the war, and Kamala is literally going to put us into war.
Okay. So it's actually not about how Kamala Harris is better for the middle and the low class, and it's all about baseless, irrational fear mongering. Because you just told me that you're voting for her because she's voting for him because he's good for the middle class. But as soon as I call you out on your bullshit, you're just like, well, Kamala Harris is going to start World War III. Molly, I hate to break it to you, if Donald Trump's elected, the Death Star is going to come down to Earth and blow it up with its massive fucking space lasers, ma'am.
Are you serious?
Yeah. This is why we shouldn't vote for Donald Trump, because if Donald Trump is elected, the Earth is going to be blown up.
Okay, so you really believe that?
Yeah.
What would he have a say in that happening?
I don't know. It's just going to happen, man. You should believe my fear mongering, right? The same way I should believe yours about how Kamala Harris is going to start World War III. Eat a bag of chips. Thank you for the gift.
No, it's not a fear tactic at all. It's actually the truth of what she has said. She's going to honestly ruin those relationships. She doesn't even have a relationship with them, first of all. But Trump, he doesn't want the war to happen. She wants to continue the war. She wants to continue to put us in places we don't belong.
Okay, so where are we right now where we don't belong?
Well, she says we're not in any countries at all helping out with war, which we are. We're all over. We're in Africa. We're in Ukraine. And we're actually fighting the war now, which people don't realize, in Russia. So we're all over.
Wait, we have U.S. boots on the ground deployed in Russia?
We're not? Yes.
Wait, where do we have U.S. boots on the ground fighting Russia?
Research.
No. Where in Russia do we have U.S. boots on the ground fighting a war?
Just do your research. That's what people
do my research.
You have not
do my
done
research.
Your research to understand that.
Hey,
and we do have boots on the ground in Ukraine as well.
Hey, Molly.
And did she not state we do not? It's like she lied. She said
we do not have any active service military members, boots on the ground fighting in a war today. We have 0. But I just want to clarify, you shouldn't vote for Trump because he's raped like 10 little girls.
No, he hasn't. I mean, you can believe whatever you want, but
Molly, yes, he has.
Is that your main? I've heard on here that's like your main thing. Molly. I want to know for you. Okay, so
just look it up.
Obviously that is not. That is a disgusting thing. As a characteristic in a human being. Obviously, that's not someone you want to support.
Molly, you're being insane right now. I need you to look it up and do your research.
Okay, that's wonderful. I will look it up again. I've already seen many reports, and that's all everyone tries to get Trump on because they don't know what else to go for, because he actually is a great businessman and he's great for our country.
Wait, can you name one good businessman with 6 bankruptcies?
What was that?
Can you name one good businessman with 6 bankruptcies?
Probably all of them. You make mistakes. But have you ever seen...
Okay, well, there's a lot of them. Can you name one?
Okay, no, I don't need to name one for you. Is that what you're looking for? Is for me
Because
to
he's
name
not
one?
a good businessman. If he was a good businessman, right, he would have held to his word when he said in 2015 that he was going to reduce the debt and the deficit. He actually increased it by $8.7 trillion, twice as much as what Biden and Harris did. If he was a good businessman, he would have passed legislation that benefited that average working class American more so than the top 1%. He passed no legislation. Meanwhile, Biden and Harris passed plenty. The PACT Act, the Chips and Science Act, the Infrastructure Bill, the American Rescue Plan. Right? I could go over all these literally all day, every day. Inflation Reduction Act. Right? Joshua, I really appreciate you for the $10 on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love, Joshua. Let's get some W's for Joshua in the chat. And also, yeah, there's a lot of flaws in Donald Trump. There's a lot to go after. He's a racist. He's a misogynist. He's a sexist, right? He's sexualized little girls, right? He's weird towards his own daughter. He's a religious persecutor, okay? He's a narcissist. He's a pathological liar, right? He tried to coup the country and rig the outcome of the 2020 election. There's so much we could go over
Right.
here.
If we want to go over the fact that you want to say he's a rapist so much, how about we talk about the fact that Kamala slept with a married man who said he was split at the time, but he was not. And that's how she got her way in. And then she was the state attorney from there. And then she wasn't even involved in politics until he got her the in, which she had to sleep with him in order to do so.
Okay, yeah, we could talk about your internalized misogyny second. I just want to clarify. So you think that sleeping with a married man that said he was single is just as bad as raping a woman?
He didn't say he was the mayor. He's the mayor of New York. And so she knew.
Consensual sex is just as bad as unconsensual sex?
Mayor of New York, did you just say?
Or whatever, wherever it was. Yeah. Whatever, I forget his name.
Justin and Corey, I appreciate y'all for the $5 and the $2 on
I don't know.
Venmo. So I just want to clarify, Molly. Consensual sex is just as bad as unconsensual sex.
No, but I think it's pretty messed up to be sleeping with a married man to get to the top.
Okay, right. So how many votes did Kamala Harris get in her run for AG and DA combined? Do you know?
I don't know that, no.
4.5 million people. Out of those 4.5 million people, how many of them did she have to sleep with to win those positions?
Well, she had to sleep with a very important one in order to get there in the first place.
How? Okay, right? Because as far as I'm concerned, no, women cannot sleep their way into positions of power. Because if your argument is it's so easy for women to get there by sleeping with men, and it's so hard for men to get there because they actually have to work for it, well, then how come we see a disproportionate amount of men leaders?
I'm sorry.
If it's so easy for women and hard for men, how come 70% of Fortune 500 CEOs are men? If it's so easy for women and it's so hard for men, how come every single president we've ever had is a man? If it's so easy for women, hard for men, how come vast majority of leaders of all institutions are men? Obviously, if it was easier for women, we'd see a disproportionate amount of women within leadership positions. I mean, think of it this way. Who can better easily get into a country club? Rich people or poor people?
Yeah, no,
it's much more easy for rich people to get into a country club. That's why every single damn time you go into a country club, you see a disproportionate amount of rich people. So if it was seemingly very easy for women to be in positions of power, why would we expect to see
Pardon me,
anything
I don't
different?
remember ever saying it was easier, did I?
Oh, well, if you're implying that women can get into those positions of power by sleeping with
Never
men.
said that. I never said that. I never said.
Okay, so if women can't get into positions of power by.
She specifically did it. I'm not saying women have to do that. She specifically did. And another thing that's just kind of characteristically immoral is that she kept evidence from the people with investigation as far as like criminal charges on marijuana, things like that, to keep people in jail.
Dang it.
I know, right? I really wanted to.
God, I wanted to cook on that one.
Me too. Aaron, I appreciate you for the galaxy. Thank you so much for the.
Hey, Dean, here's one more number for you. Kamala Harris got 7.5 million votes as senator when she was running for senator. So the number just keeps growing of people who she had to bang in order to get into office.
Yeah.
That being said, we have 5,000 people in here. Dean is only sitting at 286,000 likes. I did learn something new. On Android, the filling up the bar is 80 votes, and on Apple, it's only 30. So if you're an Apple user, I need you to fill that bar up 3 times. Android users, fill it up once just so that we can get Dean above 500K within the next 60 seconds. Thank you very much.
Sin, thank you so much for the boxing gloves. Let's get some W's in the comment section for Sin. I really appreciate you for the love. And Alexis with a $5 on Venmo. W's for Sin and Alexis. And Ashton with a $15 on Venmo. Saying so we don't need to pass the bar exam to be an attorney. I guess not. You just have to bang a dude. Thank you for the $15, Ashton. You're awesome.
That's good.
I know. What's up, D-Bar? Are you voting for Trump?
I am.
Okay, all right. So why do you prefer the fraudster, the felon, the rapist over Kamala Harris? And Sai, I appreciate you for the galaxy. Thank you for the love.
I think he did a really good job on the opioid crisis while he was in office by signing in the support.
Beep. Sorry, man. You can't say the names of drugs on the live. That guy caught a really fast stray. By the way, guys, if you're coming up here, you can't say the names of any drugs. It gets you banned. Hey, what's up, Austin? Are you voting for Trump?
Hey, yep.
Awesome. Araceli, thank you so much for the $6 on PayPal. Saying can't wait to watch the Jubilee video tomorrow. Me neither. So why are you voting for Trump, Austin?
Can I first tell you, dude, you're shredded. That's I saw your profile picture. That's wild.
Hey, bro, appreciate you, man.
Are you 7 days a week?
6.
6? What? Do you do like a cardio or cardio day or anything?
I just do PPL. But yeah,
What's
so
PPL?
why push-pull legs. I just do like an Arnold
okay.
PPL split. That's about it. I don't really do that much cardio. But why are you voting for Trump?
Am I able to just ask you like a question about a separate well, not a separate topic, but something they talked about in the debate?
Austin, you know what? Join my Discord and ask me a question. I'm here for debates, but you seem like a really genuine, like nice guy. Join the Discord, or honestly, just feel free to DM me on here on Instagram. I'm going to move on to the next guest because we are looking for debates. I do appreciate you for coming up. You sound like a nice dude. DM me and ask away, man. I'll make sure that I respond. Hey, what's up? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I'm planning on it.
Okay, why?
I like his gun policies better. Kamala's constantly changing her rhetoric about shit. She's the most disingenuous person.
Alex, thank you for the $10 on PayPal. Keep it up, young buck. Thank you so much for the love. I appreciate that, Alex. W's for Alex Double. Go ahead, Patty.
And yeah, I also like what Trump said in the debate that like she's vice president right now. If she wanted to like try to make a good look for her, she could get all the people in the White House and like try to like do something because Biden ain't doing nothing.
Okay, so real quick, Patty, Dean, if you don't mind. Patty, you said you like Trump's gun policies. He literally enacted more gun control than Obama did, and you like that?
And Biden and Harris.
What did he do? What did he enact?
Well, so the bump stock ban that came out under his administration with his full support. He instituted the rule period on the frame and receiver rule for home printed firearms, and he literally said to Mike Pence that in response to red flag laws that they should take the guns first and then get due process later.
Shit, I did not fucking know that.
Yeah, meanwhile, Biden and Harris passed no gun policy. Like, name one piece of gun policy that Biden and Harris passed. So like, you're just like pro gun control?
Nope.
Oh, well then seemingly you should be voting for Harris over like Trump because the only one of the two that's passed gun control is Trump.
Yeah, I'll take that into account. I had a question about you in your debate thing with what's his name, that Charlie guy?
Yeah, big gum guy. Yeah.
Yeah, you know how you kept talking about like Christianity?
No, well, you're confusing me with Parker, but yeah, go ahead.
Are you against Christianity?
Yeah, I'm against Christians who manipulate it in from a symbol of peace and love into a weapon of hate, prejudice, and hate, prejudice, and marginalization. Yeah.
Well, then, which one do you dislike more, Islam or Christianity? Because Islam is much worse.
No, I disagree. Christianity's worse.
Why?
Why? Yeah, because where in the Quran does it support genocide? Where in the Quran does it explicitly support slavery? So 1 Samuel 15:3, the Christian Bible, God commands genocide of men, women, and children. And Leviticus 25:44 through 46, God says that slavery is okay.
You see how Islam is the pig of all the fucking Hamas, Taliban, ISIS, all these things all come from Islam. They've killed many people.
Okay. Well, I mean, first of all, calling Islam a pig is insane. What do you know what happened to Black Wall Street? Do you know what emancipation era slavery was? What about systemic marginalization of black people? Because early Christians thought that black people were non-Israelites and they were the true Israelites. So in accordance with God's commandment in Leviticus, they could own them as property. Do you want to talk about the slave Bible, where Christians actually reduced the Bible, very similar to how some variants of the Islam religion have founded the Sharia law. Do we want to talk about how they use the Bible to like systemically oppress and dehumanize black people for 300 years? What about the
I heard
Crusades,
you
man?
say something about slavery and stuff. There are a lot of like Muslim countries that still have slavery. Lebanon, Yemen, like and also like it's becoming a huge issue in Africa, but no one talks about it because it's Africa. No one cares. And there's still slavery
so
there.
the issue in Congo is actually like capitalism, right? Extorting goods in the Congo, extorting goods in Africa, colonizing particular African lands, as white people have been doing for hundreds of years, to basically like take advantage of and exploit them for their goods. So the issue over there is not Islam. Also, right, Africa has actually been disproportionately colonized by Christians.
When? Like, is this like hundreds of years ago?
Yeah, starting with the British Empire. We could go back in history. But did you just come up here to be Islamophobic, sir?
Negative. It's just an honor to be speaking to you. And I thought that you were the kid that was on that debate and was talking a bunch of shit about Christianity. And how you say like how bad it is when Islam, see, like you say all this stuff about homophobia and sexism and all this shit when Islam is like, you see what's going on? Like women aren't allowed to show their ankles in Muslim countries.
And in the Catholic Church, women aren't allowed to lead. And Leviticus 2013, right, says that all GAY people should be stoned to death. How about that?
Yeah, but that's like old shit. Christians aren't doing that shit now.
That's literally the commandment of your God.
Well, Islam is actually doing that stuff. Christians, like, they just hear that and then they don't talk about it. That's whatever.
Oh, so your God? Wait. Actually, do you understand that the God of Islam and the God of Christianity is the same God?
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is. The God of Islam and of Christianity is the same God. In fact, right, in the Quran, right, Islam recognizes the Bible of being true divine command of God. It's just been corrupted. They think that Jesus was a prophet, right? They uphold the Torah as well in their religious texts. It's literally the same God. It's called the Abrahamic God. Let's talk about how if you want to call Islam so incredibly fucked up and distorted, how that all originates from commandment, right, from the Old Testament of the Bible.
Sure, I guess.
It's terrible. It's terrible. It's like the infighting, man. It'll never stop. Honestly, I think that a lot of Christians' problems with Muslims has nothing to do with what Prophet Muhammad like preached. But like from my perspective, I get to be objective. Like I get to say Prophet Muhammad was a terrible man because he married a little girl. But you know, from your perspective, your God impregnated a 13-year-old. From my perspective, I get to say Prophet Muhammad was a terrible man because he owned slaves. From your perspective, God said owning slaves was okay in Leviticus. From your perspective, you get to say God's a terrible man because, in accordance with Islam, GAY people have been stoned to death. In my perspective, Leviticus 20:13 in the Christian Bible calls for that. From your perspective, you get to say that it's terrible because of the treatment of women. From my perspective, I get to point out how Paul said that women are not supposed to speak and that their husbands are superior to them. And God called for a genocide of men, women, and children in 1 Samuel 15:3. Okay? Right? You are literally looking in a fucking reflection. Every single issue you see with Islam is prevalent within the Christian religion as well. But my thing is, I don't think your issues to do with their religious teaching or text. It's with the color of the skin of people in the Middle East, and because that's where the religion of Islam proportionately would fall, right? It just results down to prejudice, racism, or xenophobia.
Why aren't you talking about the wars that cause from Islam? Why do you talk about how bad Christianity is when Islam is the one that's actually like doing this shit? Like, yeah, it says in the Bible that they stone people and whatever, but they're still stoning people today. How many
What are the
Christians
Crusades?
do you see stoning people?
What are the Crusades?
That was ages ago when Islamic was becoming too invasive and like Christian defenders came and killed them off.
So I just have a question. What's the difference between Christians saying that Muslims have become too invasive, therefore we're going to unalive them all, and a Muslim saying that GAY people have become too invasive, therefore we're going to unalive them all? I think both are equally as fucked up.
No, what they're trying to do in the Middle East, they're trying to like make it run by ISIS and stuff. I'm not just talking about Hamas and the whole Israel versus Pakistan.
Okay. Well, I mean, I appreciate you for coming up, man. I just think that you're going to continue to be Islamophobic. I think that I proved my point there. We're going to move on to our next guest. I really miss those religious discussions, man. They're great.
After the election, right?
Oh, yeah.
There's somebody called Jack here who says he has proof that you're getting paid. I don't know if you want to bring him up.
Yeah, I tried to invite him because I saw that that comment. I'd love to bring Jack up. I'd love to see if Jack could prove that I'm paid. Oh, Jack, hi. You're on the live, man.
What up, man? How's it going?
So you said that you have proof that I'm paid. Can I see your proof?
All right, I know you're probably going to kick me. I don't actually have proof you're paid, but I had to get up here and ask you a question.
Yeah, absolutely. Hoodlum. What's going on? Are you voting for Trump?
Hoodie.
Absolutely. What's up, Law?
Oh, are you familiar with this guy?
Yes. Buckle up.
Okay. Hoodlum, why are you voting for Trump?
Well, because he's the only leader that's a candidate for this election that is capable of handling the situations that this country finds itself in.
Was he capable of handling the loss in 2020, or was he incapable because he then tried to coup the country?
Are you talking about your assumptions, your bias, or your belief in law? Which one?
I'm talking about what Donald Trump and his legal representation has admitted to in the ongoing January 6 indictments and to the Supreme Court, insofar as sending fake slates of electorates to 7 different states to cast.
No, they're not fake, sir. Dean. They're
alternative. Alternate. So what are the John Eastman memos?
The John Eastman memos? I don't know. You bring it up.
Yeah. So those are memos and emails, text messages sent back and forth between John Eastman, one of Trump's old lawyers that actually got disbarred, and between other representatives of his legal team. They all called the alternatives fake, and then John Eastman sent a follow-up email and said, "Don't call them fake, call them alternative," with a winky face at the end. Alternative slates of electors are just like your alternative facts. You know, like the whole thing.
So in the 2016 the 2016 election, after Hillary Clinton conceded, she spent the next 5 months putting together a legal response in several states, right? But when the Democrats do things like that, it's legal and it's fine. But when Republicans do it, it's a threat to democracy. So why is that, Dean? Can you explain that to me?
Because he didn't take the proper legal channels like Hillary Clinton or Al Gore did. He literally tried to overthrow our government.
Hold on, what's the difference?
Because one is appealing to courts, and then the other one is like wanting to like pressure and force the DOJ and Bill Barr into like falsely announcing widespread voter fraud, like Donald Trump did on his Oval Office, on the desk of the Oval Office, or like literally sending fake votes to Congress to be counted as real to install himself for a second term.
So what you're referring to is a tradition in this country of like secession to what the legacy media and the individual states state as the winner, and the acquiesce of the candidate is a tradition. It is not mandatory. And the fact that Donald J. Trump put together a legal defense, the first candidate to ever do that in this country.
It was a legal defense. Then how come? How come John Eastman and Rudy Giuliani lost their law licenses?
Because of people like you, Dean.
Oh, yeah. It was such a legal defense. It was, in fact, so legal that their current argument to the Supreme Court is that they understand that it broke federal law, but he should be immune from criminal repercussions because presidential immunity should supply. It was so legal. Jack, thank you for the $2 on Venmo. Hop back in the queue. I'll bring you up.
So let me ask you.
I really appreciate you for the $2 on Venmo, Jack.
Wait a minute. I have a question for you.
I was thanking John for his donation.
Listen, everything that you say, like you're like on Adderall, I would suggest
Hoodie, you can't do that.
He got astray.
All right, everybody, you got us up to 700,000. That is great. If everybody just does 100 likes each, that would get us well above 1 million. So let's go ahead and do that. Power tap until you get 100 hearts. Now, we do know there are some MAGA supporters that are hate watching right now. I would just encourage them, instead of punching drywall, go ahead and tap Dean's face with your finger. Just punch him right in the face, like Bryce Hall wants to, or hopefully, right?
Dog Sauce, thank you for the epic GG. W's for Dog Sauce down below. Thank you so much for the epic GG, man. Massive W's. Oh yeah, you're super excited for that. Me too. I can't wait. Spam MAGA down below in the comment section if you want to come up. And Law, let me know if I'm yapping too much and I'm not giving.
No,
you
you're good.
To hop in here.
No, yeah, I'll hop in if I've got something to add. I try not to interrupt.
No, I'm like telling you, please do interrupt. I love your input. Don't be afraid. Also, guys, if you want to support me, my Venmo and my PayPal are my bio. I get 100% of the proceeds on those platforms, and same thing with Law. They're in the link in his bio. What's up, Nick? Are you voting for Dipey Donald?
Honestly, man, I just wanted to show you some love, man. I'm fucking Harris.
I appreciate you, Nick. Let's get some W's in the comment section for Nick Based.
Nick, I would find a different way to phrase that next time.
We're going to go to get our next guest up in here right now. Guys, if we're in the queue, make sure that we're voting for Trump. Spam MAGA down below if you're voting for Trump as well. What's going on, Natty? Are you voting for Trump?
Hi, yes, I am. And appreciate the opportunity to talk to you.
How old are you?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
How old are you?
I'm 32.
Nice. So why are you voting for the grapist, womanizer, racist, misogynist over Kamala Harris?
Well, we could go ahead and argue about each of those things if you'd like. We could talk about policies. What would you prefer to do?
Well, I think that we could have a conversation on both. Not only do I think that Kamala Harris's character is infinitely better than Donald Trump's, but I'd also say the same thing about her policy, right? Because her policy serves to the average working class American. Meanwhile, Donald Trump's policy disproportionately helps the top 1%.
You can make that argument. Could you give me, again, so what would you like to talk about first? You'd like to talk about character? I'm more interested in policies. What would you prefer to talk? What do you want to talk about?
Well, if you're more interested in policy, take it away. Why are you voting for Donald Trump? Joanne.
Okay, so one categorization that you make, a characterization you made of Trump, that he's for the rich and not for the average working class.
Because his policy disproportionately benefits the rich.
Yeah. So one scenario is the Springfield, Ohio case, right? Not getting into eating cats and dogs, right? That's just a meme. But do you believe that Kamala Harris's position to grant this sort of temporary status for these Haitians, bringing in 20,000, 20,000, we're going to say amnesty, asylum seekers into a town of 60,000. Is that a good policy, do you think?
Natty, real quick. So the temporary protected status for Haitians happened in 2010 after the earthquake that devastated their country. That temporary protected status was extended by Donald Trump in May 2017. So the reason why there's so many here are because they had temporary protected status. They got to shortcut the asylum and refugee line and had direct temporary protected status here in the country.
Isabella, thank you for the $2 on PayPal.
I believe that there was some other step that Kamala Harris took to be able to give them asylum seeking here, like something with patrolling. I could be wrong. I'd have to Google it.
Well, no, it was also extended again in 2023 because it has to be extended every 7 years. So, but the fact remains that Trump extended the TPS, and then the Biden-Harris administration also re-extended it.
Yeah. So yeah, I don't necessarily have a problem with the idea of a policy where we can give people protective status, right? The problem I have with it is abusing it, right? That's the problem. So my question is, do you think it's a good policy to? You can say we're giving these people protected status. Do you think it's a good policy to bring 20,000 to a city of 60,000?
Wait, if you think that it's a bad policy, well, maybe you should blame Donald Trump for that, because not only, according to law, is Donald Trump the individual that extended these protections, but Donald Trump is also the individual that's been fighting for an open border over the course of the last couple of years. Okay, Donald Trump torpedoed the bipresidential border bill in the House and the Senate 2 years ago. Donald Trump wanted the same thing.
Obama did the same thing when he was running for Senate. When President George Bush wanted to give amnesty to all the illegal immigrants here. I agree with you.
Obama called all the Democrats in Congress and told them to vote against the bipartisan border bill?
No, they had a coalition. He had a coalition where he wanted to be able to, it was going to be agreed upon. We were going to give amnesty, not just asylum, amnesty. All the illegals here would be free. They'd be citizens. But the Democrats didn't want to give the political capital to the Republicans, and they killed the bill. This was under Obama.
If Trump was
I agree with you. I agree.
Sir, one second. Not 1 second. If Donald Trump was running against Obama, I wouldn't use this as a critique of Donald Trump. Is Donald Trump running against Obama?
The argument you're making is the argument you're making is that the Republicans are using this for political capital, and I'm saying Obama did the same thing. Democrats have done the same thing, and the people that are in power are the same people that were the same senators. It's the same. It's the same elites. So both sides are doing this. I agree with you. Both sides are doing this.
The argument that I'm making is that Donald Trump has incessantly dehumanized migrants coming into our country since his original run for presidency in 2015. He has created a generation of prejudice, xenophobia, and exclusion of everybody who doesn't speak English as their first language or has a different color of their skin. Okay,
but Donald Trump,
and that's been
Donald
created
Trump,
via his rhetoric that he's spoken with at his rallies, his rhetoric during his 4 years as president, and the fact that Donald Trump will then turn around, kill a bipartisan border bill in the House and the Senate to specifically allow the crisis to continue, so he can capitalize on that crisis, then turn around and say that these people are rapists, MS-13 gang members, P3DOs, demonstrates his lack of care for the country. It demonstrates that Donald Trump places himself above the country.
I agree with you. It wasn't a good thing for Donald Trump.
Okay, so then you'd agree that Donald Trump advocates for open borders.
No, I don't think that Donald Trump advocates for open borders. I think that Kamala Harris advocates for open borders. I think that I think that the Democrats are the one that advocate for open borders.
So do you think we have an open border right now?
Democrats, the reason why let me make a point. The reason why I would say this is a Democratic policy is because the Democrats control the cities. The Democrats are the ones in these cities, sanctuary cities. They allow people to be able to not be the police are not allowed to report and work with ICE to be able to deport people if they see people in a crime that are committing a crime.
You should like sanctuary cities.
This is the current policy in sanctuary cities. I live in Los Angeles, for example.
You're so hypocritical.
How am I hypocritical? What's the hypocrisy here so far?
Because when it comes to a woman's right to choose, you're like, well, I'm against the federal government. We need to downsize it. Therefore, each state should have the individualistic rights and power.
I'm sorry. What's the hypocrisy? Because I didn't mention anything about that.
I was just telling you the hypocrisy.
I feel like you're deflecting a little bit. I feel like you're deflecting. We're talking about specifically the border, aren't we?
Yeah, so you're going to have to let me finish for me to be able to explain to you what the hypocrisy is. So once again, what the hypocrisy specifically is the right advocating for more individualistic power to the states, advocating for a smaller federal government, advocating for the states to have more of that power. But then as soon as it comes to sanctuary cities...
I'm not trying to take away the state's power. I'm saying the policy's bad.
Erica, I appreciate you for the $5 on Venmo, saying great job. I really appreciate you for that love, Erica. If you interrupt me again, I'm going to go ahead and kick you.
I don't want to. I'd like to have a dialogue. I'd like to be able to talk with you. So
yeah, but I just tried to give you the ground rules. I just tried to point out to you what was hypocritical within your stance, right? And then you interrupted me both times. I was trying to point out the hypocrisy.
Sorry, I think that in conversation, I agree with you. If this is your platform, not mine. I think there's a healthy level of interruption. If you think I'm doing it, I'll be more patient.
So interruption can be healthy. However, that was not healthy interruption.
Okay.
I guess the question I just asked you is: do you think that we have open borders today?
I wouldn't say we necessarily have open borders. I think it's
right, but I thought the Democrats advocated for open borders.
Okay, so sorry, can you repeat your question?
So do we have a border crisis today?
I think we do have a border crisis, yes.
Okay, so then you also think that we had a border crisis at the end of Trump's term because we have less daily crossings now than we had then. So if we had a border crisis at the end of Trump's term, how come he never solved the crisis? You gave him 4 years.
What do you mean we have less daily crossings? What do you mean? What are you characterizing less daily crossings as? Yeah, are you saying illegal daily crossings? Legal daily crossings? What do you mean?
We're going to be looking at all daily crossings or encounters into our country. This is coming straight from Border Protection and Patrol, right? And specifically speaking, they've indicated that right now we have about 23 through 2,400 daily crossings into our country when we had 24 through 2,500 at the end of Trump's term. So we have less daily crossings now than we had then. So does that mean that we also?
I was looking at statistics. I have to find it again, but I was looking at statistics that there was dramatic increase and almost an exponential increase under Biden's term.
There was for the first year, and part of that is because Trump used Title 42, which is a public health law, to shut down the border. So if you imagine like people trying to enter into the United States, most of them don't get entry. 78% don't get to cross the border. The others have valid claims for work or for asylum purposes. But if you imagine COVID shutting down the border, we have this big backlog of people now because we're not processing anybody. The number of claims and entries went down to near zero. Those people are still... Two seconds. Those people are still waiting to get in. So now once Title 42 lifts, and that happened when Biden was president because we no longer were under the public health emergency, all of those people are starting to come back in now.
Yeah. So again, I don't have again I would like to discriminate on people in like when you say like crossings, like there are plenty of people that can cross legally. Like if you're a citizen and you're a citizen of Mexico or you're a citizen somewhere else, like crossing the border legally, I'm not really concerned with that. The thing that I'm concerned about is, Trump created the Remain in Mexico policy, which would allow people that were seeking asylum from other countries, right, while we process their case, they'd remain in Mexico.
Right. Do you realize? Okay.
Yeah, because he wasn't answering my question. I tried to ask him like 3 times about like if we had a crisis at the end of Trump's term, and he just pivoted around it 3 times.
Yeah, real quick, Remain in. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, man.
Yeah, Remain in Mexico. We can't go back to that for 2 reasons. One is it didn't apply to Mexican citizens. You specifically had to be a non-Mexican citizen, and that requires you to remain in a country that is not your country. And under asylum laws, if you return to or establish residency in another country, you can't come back in. So we were telling people they had to remain in a country. 2, Mexico said they're not going to do it again. 7 to 8 times the rate of unalivings and kidnappings were happening in these camps, these shanty towns during Remain in Mexico. It is utterly inhumane, which is why every human rights organization in the world decried it. And Mexico said, sorry, we're not going to do it anymore.
Oh, yeah. For the 6.8 thousand people in here, make sure that we're double tapping on that phone screen while we get our next guest up. La, are you a mod? Yeah, you are. Feel free to help me. Feel free to help me try to find our next guest here.
I will do.
But guys, make sure that we're double tapping on that phone screen. Let's try to get up to 2 million likes here. I also wanted to thank Tracy with the $10 on PayPal. Tracy says, hotties for Harris. Shout out, please. Tracy, thank you so much for the $10. Shout out, Tracy. Shout out, Tiffany, as well, for the $10 on PayPal as well, so you can keep your foot on the MAGA supporter's neck. You already know it, Tracy. And Tiffany, thank you guys so much. If anyone else wants to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in my bio, right? They're both very easily accessible, and I keep and get 100% of the proceeds on those platforms. They go straight to me. So if you want to support me, please do feel free. What's going on in Spud's life? Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Testing.
Okay. Hi, Spuds. Are you here?
Barely.
Okay, yeah, they have MAGA Mobile, so we're going to go to move on to our next guest. We got Clement loading up into the live, guys. Also, everybody go check out my recent repost. I dropped a teaser of the me versus 20 Republicans that dropping on Jubilee tomorrow. Hi, Clement. Are you voting for Trump? Okay, Clement's not here. All right, guys, spam MAGA down below in the chat if you want to come up and debate. We're looking for our next guest right now, y'all.
If you are in the queue and a Trump supporter, go ahead and type MAGA so that we can just request you right up from the chat. And everybody, you did a great job getting us to 1 million. Let's do another power tap, 100 each. Dean will be over 1.5 million in no time, and I would appreciate that. And I can't wait to see the rest of that Jubilee. That's going to be awesome.
It is, for real. What's up, Dan and DJ? Are you guys voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Why are you guys voting for Trump?
I think Kamala is an incapable leader.
Okay, I think that she's much better at leading than Donald Trump, but why do you say that she's an incapable leader?
I just think that she is.
Okay, why?
I just think she's disingenuous.
Disingenuous? Donald Trump lied about the outcome of the 2020 election, told over 30,000 lies during his presidency. Who's disingenuous, sir? I think it's Donald Trump.
No, it's Kamala.
Okay. So can you
Dean,
please...
can I show you a video real quick?
Yeah, after I finish out this line of dialogue with DJ. So DJ, right, can you name like one bigger lie that Kamala Harris has told than Donald Trump denying the outcome of the 2020 election to prove that she's more disingenuous?
I don't have to.
Okay, well then why would you say that she's more disingenuous if she hasn't told a bigger lie?
Off of just watching her, like her interviews and stuff, I just don't think that she's capable of doing the job, getting the job done.
Okay, so I'm still waiting for you to provide me reason why the grapist, womanizer, racist, sexist, misogynist, right, who's religiously persecuted and also happens to be a 34-count felon, is better at leading than Kamala Harris. You're not giving me a reason here. So I'm honestly pretty damn sure that you're saying this because you're a misogynistic pig. And I'd love for you to prove me wrong by providing me with a legitimate reason why it is the case that you're not a misogynistic pig and you rather just do have good reason to believe that he's better at leading. But seemingly you fucking can't.
He's just better, that's it.
Yeah. So for what fucking reason?
All right, bye, DJ. No, I kicked him. He's got no policy, no reasons whatsoever. And we have Dan here. Dan seems eager to talk.
Yo, Sassy Sailor with the $125 on Venmo. Yo, I need all 7,000 people in this live to spam W's for Sassy Sailor for the next 10 minutes for the $125 on Venmo. That is seriously insane. Thank you so much for the love, Sassy Sailor. Holy shit, I do not deserve that. I really do appreciate you for the love. Thank you so much, Sassy Sailor, for the $125 on Venmo. That's fucking incredible. Thank you so much for the love. Seriously, you allow me to continue to do this every day, Sassy Sailor. Thank you so much for the love. I am so undeserving. Then also, Sarah, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. I really appreciate that, Sarah. And then also, Hannah with the $10 on PayPal. Massive, massive, massive W's in the chat for Sassy Sailor for the $125, as well as some W's for Sarah and some W's for Hannah. Thank you guys so much for the love. Seriously, guys. It means the world to me. Dan, so you said you had an audio clip to play for us. Go ahead.
Yeah, so this clip is actually it's an interview with the former chief patrol agent, Aaron Heitke, and it's basically him saying how he was ordered by the Biden-Harris administration to cover up the disaster at the border. So I'm going to play that for you, and then
Timothy, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Asking how the grandparents' anniversary dinner went. It went well, Timothy, but then my grandma cracked her head open the next day. But I appreciate you for the $10, Timothy. W's for Timothy down below in the chat. Thank you so much for the love. And then also specifically speaking here, Jazz, thank you for the $5 as well. But yeah, go ahead, man.
So yeah, here's the clip.
Aliens. These are aliens with significant ties to terrorism. Prior to this administration, the San Diego sector averaged 10 to 15 SIA arrests per year. Once word was out the border was far easier to cross, San Diego went to over 100 SIAs in 2022, well over that in 2023, and even more than that registered this year. These are only the ones we caught. At the time, I was told I could not release any information on this increase in SIAs or mention any of the arrests. The administration was trying to convince the public there was no threat at the border. Fentanyl is another issue.
Oh, sorry, Dan. Sorry, Dan. Sorry, Dan. He said the name of the F drug. We actually can't say the names of any drugs on this live. Today, a lot of people are catching strays. That's a third person in like the last 15 minutes.
Yeah, and to be fair, so that was a House Republican committee that was doing this investigation, and former Sector Chief Heitke was testifying to that. But he's drawing a big line there. He's saying we were told not to report this information, which could be a whole lot of reasons why. Investigations are ongoing. It could compromise things that are operations that are still in place. And then he connected that to a line saying because the public they wanted to hide it from the public. You can't just create that line without any evidence.
Yeah. Then also, guys, I kick everyone who says the name of a drug. If you don't want to get kicked, don't say the name of a drug. Hey, what's up, Kitty? Are you voting for Trump? Okay, Kitty's not here. Guys, spam MAGA down below in the chat if you want to come up and debate. But yeah, TikTok does not allow us to say the name of any drugs here on TikTok Live, because if you do say the name of a drug, it actually gets my entire life age restricted, right? So I don't want my life age restricted, so we do have to kick every single person that says the name of a drug, right? That's just a constant rule. I understand that like Trump supporters like to push the red line. However, that is a red line just for the for the sanctity of the live. But we're gonna move on to our next guest here right now, y'all. Spam MAGA in the chat if you do want to come up and debate. Let's go and see what Lupia King here has to say. And Janelle, thank you for the $3 on PayPal, saying thank you for dunking on the Trumpers. You got it. Thank you for the love on Venmo. W's for Janelle in the chat. We got our next guest loading into the live right now. Everyone just be patient. Jacob, I would love for you to join up as well, man. Make sure to hop in that queue. Our next guest is loading in as we speak, y'all. They were just spamming MAGA in the chat. I hope that they do join up. So everybody just do be patient here while we are getting our next guest up in the live. I think we need to have some longer conversations because people leave right when we start the when we are looking for new guests. So we just need to have longer conversations here. But everybody just give us 1 minute, guys. Is my grandma okay? She's healing. She is healing. We got Noah E loading up. Bro, we are literally cycling through so many people right now. No one is loading in. Hey, what's up, Noah? Are you voting for Trump? Okay, Noah literally left. Jasmine, are you voting for Trump?
No, I'm not. I'm sorry. Bye.
Worries.
Thanks for tapping.
What's up? Are you voting for Trump?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, how old are you?
Yeah. I'm 18.
What year were you born in?
2006.
Okay, are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Okay, why are you voting for Trump?
Basically because of the immigration and stuff. Yeah, that's basically it.
Because of the immigration and stuff. So do you think that we have a border crisis today?
Yes.
Okay, so then we also had a border crisis at the end of Trump's term because we have the same or even lower amount of daily crossings now as we had then?
Okay, can I quote unquote tell you what Kamala Harris said?
Okay, well, seemingly, right, I want you to respond to my question there. So do you also think that we had a crisis at the end of Trump's term because we had higher daily crossings?
Yes, I did. Yes, I believe that.
Okay, so if we had a crisis at the end of Trump's term and Trump never resolved the crisis, why would this give you reason to vote for Trump?
But he can fix it in his today when he becomes the president. He can fix it.
Wait, I have a question. What time is it right now?
Time?
Yeah.
Привет, мой друг. Ты американец?
Да.
All right. What's the time right now?
Why are you asking that?
It's a Russian bot.
Wait. Are you? Are you a Russian bot?
But oddly enough, I took Russian in high school, and there's probably 8 sentences that I can speak in Russian. But he said he was an American, and he responded "da" in Russian. But then I lived in South America for a couple years, and so now I'm fluent in Spanish and can barely speak any Russian anymore. So that was almost the extent of my Russian. Everybody.
That was pretty cool. We got a sleeper agent on the live, ladies.
Yeah, there you go.
What's up, Jack? Are you voting for Trump?
How's it going? I am, yes.
Okay, why the hell do you want the rapist, misogynist, racist in the Oval Office, man? Let's hear it.
Okay, so obviously I don't agree with any of those qualities of him. I don't think those are a good thing in any way, obviously, and I would prefer definitely not to vote for someone with those qualities if those are true. I know there's a lot of evidence behind each one. I'm not going to go through it and say they're true or false, but I do think that he's better politically than Kamala Harris. You can let me know if I'm saying that wrong. I said it on Parker's thing, and he kept correcting me. I honestly just don't. I don't mean any disrespect. I just don't know how to say it. But,
wait, was I there when you were debating Parker?
I don't think you were, no.
Okay, all right. So you mean better politically? So what's one piece of legislation that he influenced during his first term that benefited the average American more than rich people?
I mean, specifically that benefited the average American more than rich people. You'd have to give me a second to think about that. I mean, there's lots that I do like. I do like that he did. The Right to Try Act, that's one thing I wouldn't say that benefited necessarily.
They didn't benefit, economically speaking. I agree with the Right to Try Act. I think it's ultimately inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. But yeah, that's definitely not a policy that economically benefited the average working class American more so than rich people.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. You'd have to give me a minute to get to that.
Take your time, man. We'll talk to another guest in the meantime. Sure. What's up, Kentucky? Are you voting for Trump? Welcome back in. What is going on, Zeno? What is up, Opal? What is going on, Peanut? What is up, Sorry, Macy, Jordy, Better, Danielle, Fern, Jake? Welcome in. Everybody, we get our life taken down for some crazy fucking violation. It was sexual and gender-based exploitation, harassment, and bullying. It was a crazy ban. Okay, we got it appealed, so we're back now. So, anyways, for the first 500 people tuning into the live, I appreciate every single one of y'all coming in here. Make sure that you guys are double tapping away in that phone screen, sharing out this live with a handful of friends as well. You guys already know the drill. Y'all are the Team Dream Team. I don't put it past you. You guys know the drill. Honestly, we're just gonna go ahead and hop. If you're voting for Trump, hop in the queue. Law, I'll let you up in a minute here once I build the algorithm up like I did last time. Love having you up here, man. You have Maga Mobile. I'm just not even going to talk to you. We're going to move on to our next guest here. Let's go ahead and see what our first guest, Felixio of the night, has to say. For the first 700 of y'all in here, if you're voting for Trump, spam MAGA in the chat. Hop in that queue. You already know the drill. What's up, man? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Okay, how old are you?
18.
Okay, are you sure? You kind of sound like a fetus. So I'm gonna go and trust my intuition. I don't think you're 18. I'm sorry, man. For the first 850 of y'all, welcome into the live, guys. Make sure that you're double tapping. Let's go ahead and get up to 100,000 likes here. What's up, Thomas? Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah.
Phenomenal. Why?
I just think I don't really support the money. I mean, so I think he'll handle Ukraine a lot better than Kamala, just because I mean, I don't really like the invade. Like, I support Ukraine, obviously, but I don't support the Ukrainians attacking Russia, as I feel like it'll lead to a larger provocation, and which I don't want. You know, I feel like
Wait, you understand, given Trump's view, right? He wants to revoke funding from Ukraine, and he doesn't want Ukraine to win the war. He didn't explicitly answer that question. He wants to just end the war as it is, okay? But if Ukraine doesn't win, that necessarily would imply that Russia wins, right? And if Russia wins, that means that they get Ukrainian land. And in order for Ukraine to win, that means that there's no Russian advancement. So in other words, you are literally voting for Russian expansion.
Well, I think that I think I would rather have Russian expansion than a third world war with Russia, right?
Oh my God! You're no. They're not going to start a third world war, dude. If they can't, if they can't beat Ukraine, why the fuck would they try to go to war with us? You understand that Ukraine has been whipping their ass.
Because
insofar as Ukraine soldiers now be on one second, now being on Russian soil. No, Russia is not a threat to our country as it stands today because they can't even handle Ukraine.
Dude, I'm actually trolling. I'm voting for Kamala.
W's for Thomas in the chat. We're going to go and get our next guest up in here, y'all. So everybody just do give us a minute. Yeah, Ukraine is whipping Russia's ass. Like, Russia is not going to start a third world war. That's a fact. What's up, Varg? Are you voting for Trump?
Nigger.
All right, moving on to our next guest. I apologize for his use of the slurs there. That's the MAGA voter base for you guys. For the first 1.7 thousand of you guys, do double tap. Let's get up to 100K. What's up, Grant? Can you turn off the music? Phenomenal. Are you voting for Trump, man? All right, something's going on with Grant. Guys, spam MAGA in the chat if you want to come up and debate. We're still looking for our next guest here, y'all. You guys already know the drill. Hi, Nicholas. Are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Okay, why?
I don't like how the Biden Kamala administration handled COVID. I think it was a disaster, and it actually on the borderline of dictatorship. And
okay, so what specifically did Biden and Harris do that involved COVID that makes you think they handled it like a disaster and edged a dictatorship?
Personal experience. I was in the hospital. I had some complications. I was in the hospital for a month during that period of time. When they started obligating the nurses that were there already for months, suffering and crying with the family members that were dying, I personally knew 3 nurses that didn't want to take the vaccine, the jab, and they got escorted out of the building.
Dude, Nicholas, I'm so fucking sorry. First of all, that's a rule and a regulation via their private company that has nothing to do with the Biden-Harris administration. But dude, I'm so fucking sorry. If I have to get vaccinated for like measles to play on my high school sports team, I am absolutely fine with mandating literal doctors and nurses with getting vaccinated for COVID.
Yes, but
when
they
they're
were
working
there
in
almost
hospitals.
for a year, and it wasn't a problem.
It should have been a problem earlier. It should have been a problem from the moment it started. Okay, once again, if I need the measles vaccine to play lacrosse in high school, they need the COVID vaccine to work in a hospital during a pandemic.
And yet, but also my point is, and yes, Biden and Harris supported that decision.
As I do too. I think everyone should. I just have a question. Maybe this is a part of the dictatorship. So when Biden and Harris like warp speeded the approval of the vaccine, like got it through FDA super duper quick.
I thought that was Trump.
No, so you thought that was a bad thing though, right?
What, the vaccine?
Yeah.
Whoever wanted to take the vaccine should have took the vaccine. I don't think it should have been forced. People lose their job, their homes, their livelihood, had to move their kids out of school just because they didn't want to take the vaccine. I don't think that a government should be able to do that.
I think that like we should force doctors to take the vaccine the same way that like we force people to wear a seatbelt when they're driving. The seatbelt keeps them safer. It reduces unnecessary deaths every single year. And I mean, if you don't want to wear a seatbelt,
but if you don't wear a seatbelt, you don't lose your job.
Well, I mean, the comparison here would be if you don't
lose your job, you don't lose your livelihood if you don't wear a seatbelt.
Yeah, but the comparison here is if you don't want to wear a seatbelt, you could just simply choose not to drive the same way.
There's no comparison because the outcome is way different. It's
okay, man, I'm going to go ahead and finish talking. Do not interrupt me, okay? right? The comparison here would be, well, if you don't want to wear a seatbelt, well, then don't drive. You're going to face the penalties. The same way, if you don't want to get the COVID vaccine, don't be a fucking doctor surrounded by people that it is necessary you have the vaccine for, okay? Like, you understand that getting the vaccine, right, reduces the transmission rate of the virus in of itself.
That's a lie.
So you're less likely to pass it off to other people. No, it's not a lie.
No, that's a lie. If you want
indicate to me a source right now that indicate that the vaccine was ineffective with reducing the rates of transmission.
That's a lie. I read it in the last, what you call it. It doesn't stop transmission. Okay. That's a lie.
Yeah, so give me a source.
Huh?
Give me a source.
I don't have 2 laptops in front of me like you do.
Oh, so your sources trust me, bro?
No, I'm not trust me. I'm just telling you that that's what it is because I read it more than.
No, you're wrong. You're wrong.
No, you're wrong.
No, because see the thing is I have evidence. So if you go on TikTok,
you have 2 laptops in front of you. Hey,
if you go on TikTok and you search up Parker get a job and you go to the link in his bio, you go to his bibliography, then you reference vaccines. There's over 36 pages of citations specifically that prove the efficacy of the vaccine. Like when you say that the vaccine isn't effective, that's actual misinformation.
I did not say that.
Yes, you did. You said that it did not reduce transmission rates.
Exactly, it doesn't transmission rates.
A part of the vaccine's efficacy had to do with how it would reduce the transmission rate of the vaccine.
Transmission rate. Now you put words in my mouth, but it does not stop transmission.
So either give me a source or like I'm going to move on.
We can move on to another topic. Also, silencing.
Oh,
Facebook and Instagram.
Jack, thank you so much for the $1 on Venmo. W's in the chat for Jack right now. Oh, that's crazy. You don't have a source. So yeah.
No, I have a source. I don't have a laptop on me. I'm sorry to say what you want me to do. So, but another thing also, silencing, using that same way of dictatorship, silencing Facebook, Instagram. I mean, getting these people, threatening these people with their companies.
Okay.
Like we
what was the
destroy
threat?
the company. What was the threat? Oh, you didn't hear that one either. Well, that one I gotta look up also. Even you didn't see the owner of Facebook,
Mark Zuckerberg. Yeah, so Mark
what did you
Zuckerberg
say?
came out about the fact that the government had asked him to change his terms of service
Asked
to
him or
specifically,
threatened him?
hey man, you have to have some self-control. If you interrupt me again, I'm kicking you.
Okay.
Okay, so Mark Zuckerberg came out and owned up to the idea that the government had asked him to specifically address misinformation about COVID that would lead to unnecessary deaths and update that within his terms of service. Right, that wasn't mandatory. They weren't forcing him to, and they weren't threatening him to either. And no, that's not a threat on our democracy, and that's also not a threat on our First Amendment right to freedom of speech. But what is a genuine threat is Donald Trump, who wants to put people in jail for burning the American flag. The Supreme Court has ruled that that's constitutionally protected. So would you say that Trump is a dictator because he wants to violate people's First Amendment right and put people in jail for constitutionally protected behaviors and activities?
Wanting to do something and actually doing something is way different. Biden and Harris administration actually do it.
I don't think so. So are you saying if Donald Trump wanted to rape a child but didn't, you'd still vote for him?
If Donald Trump, what?
If Donald Trump wanted to bring slavery back but couldn't because of the Constitution, would you still vote for him?
When did that happen?
It's a hypothetical question, man.
I don't know where we're going with this.
Yeah, because you said that there's a difference between wanting to do something and actually doing something.
Yes.
Right? Because I specifically indicated how Donald Trump wants to put people in jail for constitutionally protected activity. And given your own logic, this would instantiate Trump being a literal dictator, right? But I'm going to make the argument here that I don't care if it's wanting to do it or actually doing it. This still gives a sufficient reason not to vote for him. So please answer my question now. If Donald Trump wanted to bring slavery back but couldn't because of the Constitution, would you still vote for him?
No.
You want it, right? Because wanting to do it is sufficiently bad, okay? It's the intention that also matters, right? So when Donald Trump has the intention to put people in jail for a constitutionally protected behavior, does this mean that Donald Trump has the intention to be a dictator?
But basically you actually, some people feel that.
Tessa, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo saying pre-Jubilee cheers. I appreciate you for the love, Tessa. Let's get some W's for Tessa in the chat. At least 200 W's right now for Tessa. Thank you so much for the $20. And Jack, thank you for the $1. Massive W's in the chat for Tessa and Jack. Go ahead, man. So does Donald Trump have the intention of being a dictator?
But you're saying basically that's Trump's opinion.
Yeah, so does Donald Trump have the intention of being a dictator?
Well, how about this? He said he wants to end birthright citizenship via executive order.
So that means his kids got to go back to where they came from?
That means anybody who was born in the United States to non-American citizens would lose their citizenship.
So that means his kids lose their citizenship?
Correct. He wants to end the exception of birthright citizenship.
You guys are hilarious. You guys overstand everything and blast and
Yeah.
just.
I don't really think he doesn't really know what that is. Nicholas, do you mind responding to my question?
What's the question now?
Okay.
It's hypothetical.
So you weren't listening. See, this is the thing. You're not up here to have productive conversation and debate. You
Yes, sir.
literally didn't listen to what I said, even though I asked you my question twice. Okay.
I don't know.
So
You-
now
you-
I'm going to
it's
require
like
you to
you-
listen
you-
without
it's-
interrupting me this time. Have some self-control and actually listen to my question. Right? You said that Kamala Harris and Joe Biden are dictator-esque because they asked a private platform to mitigate harmful misinformation about a deadly disease. So does Donald Trump have the intention of becoming a dictator because he literally wants to throw people in jail for a constitutionally protected behavior under a First Amendment right to freedom of expression?
I think that's his opinion, though. I don't think that he signed it up to pass they signed it up to Congress or the House.
Yeah, no, he's campaigning on that. He's saying that when he becomes president, he's going to do this. So when he
It's not gonna
if he were
pass.
to become president and he were going to do this, would he be a dictator?
No, because he can't pass it. Yeah, dictator.
But the point of my point was he intends to do unconstitutional things utilizing executive orders. So when he wants to do these things, he's already expressed a desire to violate the Constitution via executive order. So I think we should be worried about it. I don't think it's something we could just brush aside saying, well, it's his opinion.
Yeah, and then Grant, thank you so much for the dollar as well on Venmo.
I think it is his opinion. It's a big difference having an opinion and actually going and following through and doing things dictatorship like.
Wait.
It's a
So you're
huge
saying that you
difference.
can't do so all things that are dictatorship-like are banned by our Constitution, so they can't actually do it. So because Kamala Harris and Joe Biden were able to successfully recommend Meta to mitigate against harmful misinformation, that means that wasn't dictatorship-like as it got through a Constitution?
That was dictatorship.
Oh, so it's dictatorship to recommend to a private political platform
No,
to
they
mitigate harmful
threatened
misinformation
it.
that kills
You
people.
wanna-
But
They
it's
didn't
not
threaten.
dictatorship.
They pressured, and if you read that letter from Mark Zuckerberg, he specifically says, while all the decisions that they made were their own decisions, and they weren't threatened, but they felt that the White House was pressuring them to censor particular information.
What do you think he was going to cover? He wasn't going to cover his ass.
Bro, listen, I don't understand how I can make this any more clear. I'm going to lay this out one last time. If you don't
You
understand, I'm going to move on.
understand. No, you just don't understand.
No, Nicholas, you don't understand, right? Because you said if Donald Trump wanted to bring slavery back but couldn't because the Constitution would stop him, you wouldn't vote for him, okay? Right? So in other words, if Donald Trump wants to do something bad or wrong, dictator-esque, against our Constitution, even if he can't inevitably achieve it because of our checks and balances, that still gives us a reason not to vote for him, right?
Yes. But
Okay, so it should give you reason not to vote for Trump. It should give you reason to say that Donald Trump is like a dictator because he has the intention of putting people in jail for burning the American flag. Of course, that would not get through our Constitution because it's constitutional.
My vote. Burning a flag. is not gonna sway my
So
vote.
if Donald Trump's not a dictator for wanting to violate people's constitutionally protected rights and throw them in jail, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris definitely aren't dictators either.
Burning a flag would not sway my vote.
You're not responding to my point here. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are not dictators.
But the first question you asked me, why am I voting for Trump? Burning a flag is not going to sway my vote.
Oh, so putting people in jail for a constitutionally protected activity won't sway your vote, but making a recommendation to a private company to mitigate against harmful
Yes.
misinformation will?
That's freedom of speech. And it wasn't his.
Okay. So that's actually not protected under a constitution. Like, for instance, Nicholas, am I violating upon your First Amendment right to freedom of speech?
Biggest platform in the
Nicholas, am I violating your First Amendment right to freedom of speech if I tell you that you can't slur on my platform, and if you do slur, I will remove you from my platform?
No, because this is your platform.
Exactly. Just like it's my private platform, right? Therefore, I'm not violating your constitutional rights. We can say the same thing about Meta as a whole, right? Every single social media company,
Meta's
regardless
protected.
of its TikTok, regardless of it, no, it's literally not. Regardless of its TikTok, regardless of its Instagram, regardless of its Facebook, regardless of its Snapchat, they all have terms of service that regulate against particular forms of speech, including Twitter, which is owned by Elon Musk, a vehement Republican, okay? Right, so making a recommendation to change those terms of service to better account for harmful misinformation is not violating upon your constitutional rights, as you agree with those terms of service within the user agreement that you implicitly accept when you sign up for the platform, okay? But wanting to throw people in jail for a constitutionally protected activity is literally a violation of your First Amendment right to freedom of speech. Earlier, when I asked you, how do you feel about Trump wanting to put people in jail for doing this, you said that it wouldn't pass through the Supreme Court. Why wouldn't it pass through the Supreme Court? It wouldn't pass through the Supreme Court because it is is literally a constitutional violation. So earlier, I don't think you noticed it, but you actually conceded to the fact that Donald Trump has proposed policy that is in violation of our Constitution when you said that he wouldn't be able to get that one passed.
But I just want you to realize that you don't live in the real world. When the FBI agents knock on your door and ask you to do something, they're not there being nice guys. They say, please, can you just knock it down on the what you call it? No, those conversations don't go like that. I don't know in what world you live in, but if the FBI asks you to do something, you do it.
Like turnover.
I'm sorry, you just do it.
Like to turn over federal documents, classified documents, like that? Donald Trump didn't do that. He actually told his aide to hide them. I have a question, since you like talking about dictatorship. Trump's a dictator. He tried to steal the election in 2020 from Biden.
How?
How? By sending fake slates of electorates to 7 different states to cast fake Trump votes from.
How can you steal something like a dictator and you're using the same system that allows you to do these things?
He actually didn't, right? So he tried to pressure
yes, he did. He used the courts. He used the judges. He used the courts.
No.
He went
and lost 60 times.
And so what? He still used the courts.
Could I clarify
a
here
dictator doesn't do that.
No. So he actually tried to pressure the DOJ into falsely announcing widespread voter fraud, right?
He literally tried to what?
Yeah, so he went to Bill Barr and the DOJ. He told them to come to the Oval Office and told them to just announce that there's widespread voter fraud in the election without any evidence. Then Bill Barr wanted to go along with this plan. Then half the DOJ resigned because Bill Barr wanted to do so. Right? Donald Trump also sent fake slates of electorates to cast fake Trump votes from states that he lost, saying that he won into Congress to be counted as real. Right? This is what he actually argued in the January 6th indictment, as well as to the Supreme Court.
So he went through the courts,
that he partook in.
But he went through the courts.
Right. So the courts to contest the results of the election are separate from his fake electorate plot.
I mean, but this dictator used the courts. He applied his.
And then when that didn't work, he tried to institute a plan called the Pence card, where he would get states to submit alternate slates of electors, fake electors who were not lawfully put through their state's process, and then get Mike Pence to accept those slates of electors. That was the Eastman-Pence card plan.
Yeah. So it actually went the opposite
you're
first.
saying that he went to Congress then.
So no, it actually went the opposite way. So first he tried to steal the election with like the fake electorate plot, and then he took to the courts and lost.
So you're saying he's a dictator because he tried to use every single outlet.
He's a dictator because he tried to install himself for a second term, right? And he tried to circumvent the voice and the vote of every single American citizen. Nicholas, I have a question for you. If Congress accepted those fake fraudulent votes that he sent to Congress, right?
Yeah.
Joe Biden would have not been our president right now. Donald Trump would have been. Right, and the voice of every single American citizen, the vote of every single American citizen that voted in 2020,
Aren't the Congress
would have been thrown
members
out the
voted
window.
for?
Is that dictatorship?
No, because aren't all the Congress members voted for him? Aren't they voted in?
So I just want to clarify: if it's not dictatorship,
Ain't
the Congress members don't have anything to do.
Kamala is on the ballot right now.
Okay, Nicholas, can you repeat what Donald Trump's fake electorate plot is? Can you repeat what me and Law have been telling you he did?
Yeah, he went to Congress. He went to the courts. I mean, basically,
what did he do in Congress? I know. I've told you 4 times now.
You're telling me a whole bunch of paperwork.
No. So you literally weren't listening.
Deal with paperwork.
You literally weren't listening.
Dictators send the FBI to your door, to your home.
Hey, Nicholas, I've told you what Donald Trump did that makes him a dictator 4 times now.
Paperwork. You only mentioned paperwork for the past 20 minutes.
Hey, Nicholas, I need you to be quiet. I've tried to explain to you what Donald Trump did to attempt to coup the country in 2020.
You live in a world of laptops. My God.
How many continents are there?
How many do you need?
And you live in a world of delusion and ignorance. See, that's the issue.
No, I don't.
A large proportion.
When you ask me questions that you learned in 3rd grade.
A large proportion of Trump's voter base today is willfully ignorant to the world around them. Okay? And I'm trying to explain to you what.
Not ignorant. Just
hey, Nicholas, the real man's talking. Can the little boy be quiet? The real man's talking. I need you, the little boy, to sit crisscross applesauce while I'm addressing you.
That's your problem. You get offended and you start being disrespectful. And I haven't been disrespectful to you once.
Does it look like I'm offended and angry?
Yes. When you get disrespectful, that's when you get angry.
Okay, so if being disrespectful means that you're angry.
Your character is easy to read.
Okay, well, I'm going to once again try to explain to you, right, what Trump's fake electorate plot was, right? And I need you to listen this time. If you don't listen, I'm going to kick you and forget about you. Okay,
okay, so just don't mention no more paperwork.
So, Nicholas.
Show me something about a dictator.
So Donald Trump attempted to coup the country and install himself for a second term to circumvent the voice and the vote of every American that voted in 2020 by sending fake votes.
There you go, paperwork. Okay, bye. I got to go.
Okay, bye, Nicholas.
Bye.
Run away, little boy. You're running. Run away. Bye. He ran away. We're going to move on to our next guest. Let's go and get our next guest up in here. Absolutely insufferable. Like literally so insufferable.
Guys, we are lagging in the algorithm a bit. I appreciate the 4.3 thousand who are here. We're still not at our levels that we were before the unfortunate incident that took us down. Let's push those likes up right now. Everybody fill the bar up 2 to 3 times, and I would greatly appreciate it.
Yeah, and if you want to support me for my pain and fucking suffering, my Venmo, my PayPal, and my bio, I love you guys so much. What's up, Josh? Are you voting for Trump?
Actually, I'm a Kamala Harris supporter.
Josh, I appreciate you for coming up, man. You're awesome. We're going to get our next guest up in here. And Log for getting y'all to like. I literally, bro, no one can inspire people to run up the likes on a live better than he can. And then Nicole, I appreciate you for the $5 on Venmo. And Megan, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. Let's get some W's in the chat for Nicole and Megan. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. And Melissa with the $50 on Venmo. Ooh. Yo, oh my God, Melissa, you are awesome. Thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. I want to see at least 500 W's in the chat for Melissa. Let's get some W Melissas down below. I want everybody to show Melissa some love. Massive W's for Melissa in the comment section for the $50 on Venmo. You're incredible, Melissa. Thank you.
Dakota, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I really appreciate it. We'll put it to good work.
How's it going, man?
What's up, Timbo? You voting for Trump?
Well, most definitely, dude.
Now, why the fuck would you be doing that?
Because I'm not going to vote for a woman that's being supported by 200 neocons and a bunch of Democrats that are hardball players that are all corrupt, my friend.
Okay, so you're not going to vote for corruption.
Bill Clinton endorsed Kamala Harris.
Okay, the leader of the KKK endorsed Trump.
96 members of his survivors have ended up dead or committed suicide.
Oh, okay, so you're essentially
they're
saying...
attached to these neocons that keep doing this. Dude, I'm going to tell you, whatever little college that you go to, that you're letting these people just brainwash you into believing that going to war with people over oil
Can I ask you a question?
Donald Trump gave us the XL pipeline, which gave us $30 to a barrel, made our gas prices lower. Now we let the Obamas back in to do this Natural Shale Act, and we're having earthquakes.
Hey, I have a question. How did the Keystone XL pipeline make oil cheaper when it wasn't producing oil?
It was producing oil.
No, it was in fact still under production, right?
No,
so
it was producing oil because I was making
Timbo.
chemicals that push in that pipeline, my friend. Come up with more of your lies.
Timbo, I want you to go to KeystoneXL.com. I want you to go to Keystone.
I'm just telling you, dude. He got us $30.
Hey, Timbo, I'm gonna mute you. I'm gonna mute you, little boy. I'm gonna mute you
because I'm gonna mute you if you on etiquette and protocol.
I'm gonna mute you if you don't stop talking. Okay, Dean's talking, not the little boy. Okay.
You are a little boy.
Oh no, you are, right? How old are you?
I'm a grown ass man, dude. I've seen everything happen
in this
world.
And how old are you?
The last 43 years, my friend.
Oh, you're 43. You've turned 143 times. You have more life experience, but you've done a quarter of what I have with it. So let's be fucking real. A quarter your age, 4 times as wise. Let's get so fucking real.
How old are you, dude?
20 years old, and I could be your fucking father.
That's
okay?
over half,
anything
my
more?
friend, not a quarter. That's what I'm saying. They're not teaching you good enough in this school that you're going to, my friend.
Oh, I'm sure you lied to us about your age. You're like 65 minimum.
No, dude,
look me up.
Look me up. Matter of fact, expose me on your little ring, dude. But I'm gonna tell you what.
You know, I actually want you to look something up. But like, I'm trying to
drain the swamp.
I'm trying to tell you, John F. Kennedy's dead, okay? Yeah, you're calling me ignorant? You just said that John F. Kennedy's going to drain the swamp? John F. Kennedy's been dead since the 1960s. Get a load of this
Robert
guy.
F. Kennedy, excuse me. You know, I do have a little bit of a problem because of all these vaccines that have been put out and giving kids autism. No, I meant Robert F. Kennedy.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God. That's not true.
Yeah, no, it's not. Landon, thank you so much. 1 second, buddy. Landon, thank you for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Let's get some W's in the chat for Landon. Landon said, here's $25 for being smarter than a 45-year-old. Thank you for the love. Timbo, could you say W?
No, you're not
Landon?
smarter than a 45-year-old.
According to Landon, I am.
Okay, then how did we get the barrel down to $30 a barrel during the Donald Trump administration? Can you explain to me that?
Yeah, we could talk about that after I absolutely dunk on what your first claim
No,
was.
let's talk about it now, dude.
No, because I've been trying to respond to your claim about the Keystone XL pipeline being in production since you got up in here, and you literally haven't allowed me to because you've been incessantly interrupting me. Okay, but if you just want a quick response on how the price of oil got so low, it's because no one was driving because of the pandemic. Dude, you're still interrupting me. No, I'm just going to go ahead and mute you, okay? All right, so you said that the Keystone XL pipeline is what led to lower oil prices, right? My response to that would be no, it literally didn't, because the Keystone XL pipeline wasn't producing oil, okay? And you want to know what my source is for this? KeystoneXL.com. Go to their own website, okay? Because on their own website, they complain about how the pipeline was still under production when it was shut down. KeystoneXLpipeline.com is my source, buddy. What's yours?
Anyone that wants to support anybody that militarizes.
Sophia, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. It's concerning that this man can vote. So real, Sophia. Oh, you're running away. Run away. Run away.
Matter of fact, I can recruit.
Sophia, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. 1 second, buddy. Let's get some W's for Sophia in the chat. Thank you for the $20 on Venmo.
Gen Z's, man. I swear.
Okay, Timbo, would you ever vote for someone that called for like a total and complete shutdown of all new Christians and turned into the country? And Gigi, thank you for the $5 to help pay for my quote-unquote little college.
That's why I didn't vote for him. But I can tell you what, I voted for Bush Jr., and that's the same people that destroyed this country that we're fixing to put in here now.
Yeah, so you're not answering my question.
This woman.
So you're not answering my question, right? If Trump called for a total and complete shutdown of all Christians entering into the country, would you still vote for Trump?
I still answered your dumbass question, dude.
No, you
keep
didn't.
reflecting what I'm saying.
You talked about Obama and Bush. Thank you for the anarts.
Yeah, Obama and Bush, and you said something about fucking Trump.
Leslie, thank you for Jolly. I appreciate you for the love. W's in the chat for Leslie and Crystal with the $5 on Venmo and India with a love. Thank you so much.
Robert F. Kennedy, guys.
Yeah, so would you still vote for Trump if he called for a total and complete shutdown of all new Christians entering?
No, I would vote for Robert F. Kennedy to get in there and drain the swamp.
Okay, so you wouldn't vote for Donald Trump if he called for a total and complete shutdown of all new Christians entering into the country. So Trump did call for a total and complete shutdown of all new Muslims entering into the country, right? So like seemingly, why would you vote for someone that would call for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims but not Christians?
Donald Trump has never done that. And quit telling your moderators to quit muting me, dude.
That's literally me. I'm muting you because you're speaking over me.
Oh, okay. Yeah, this is because you don't want me preaching the
for
truth.
a total and complete shutdown.
That's
Muslims
fake,
entering the United States.
fake commercials that you Democrats have been pushing off to our youth, and y'all need to stop.
So that's actually not fake. That's from 8 years ago.
Do you know Kamala Harris wants to shut down and start?
Elsie, thank you for the $8 on Venmo for muting Tim. Lindsay, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. W's for Elsie and Lindsay, I really appreciate you. And Chris with the $20 on Venmo for the education. Let's get some W's in the comment section for Lindsay, Elsie, and Chris with the $20. Thank you so much, Chris, for the $20 for the education. That is so incredibly kind of you, Chris, and Elsie and Lindsay. You guys are awesome. Let's get some W Chris's, some W Lindsay's, and some W Elsie's. So anyways, Timbo, why would you say that that video that I just played of Trump is fake? Joanne, I appreciate you for the sage. You're awesome.
Because your whole party is fake. Okay. Why would we vote for someone that's going to take all?
Phil, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. So funny how Grudman is confident
that's
when knowing so little. Thank you so much for the love, Phil. So can you give me any evidence that this clip of Trump calling for a total and complete shutdown of all new Muslims and turning the country is fake? Like we have to have like some like reliable basis of like.
But it's still not going to convince you liberals any different because y'all lie to people and y'all been getting caught. That's why Robert F. Kennedy, come after November, is going to drain the shop.
So you're voting for RFK?
No, I'm voting for Donald Trump so RFK can get in there, my friend.
Austin, thank you for the $1 on Venmo. RFK is a rapist. Why do you like two rapists? Because so is Donald Trump. Donald Trump's been held liable for rape, and
probably because I'm not fixing to vote for no warmonger neocons that take medical shit and poison our kids with, and then raise the taxes up whenever they rip us off.
Okay,
just like
so
Bush did and Obama did during their administration, my friend.
I could give you 36 pages of resources.
And dude, I can give you a whole lot.
I could give you 36 pages of resources that would justify that vaccines don't cause
and
autism.
I can give you a whole library list of stuff.
Can you give me one source that would indicate they do? And Seal, I appreciate you for the $5 on PayPal. Let's get some W's in the chat for Seal. That is C.
We can reconvene this meeting when I can get the rest of my evidence to prove to you. You want to do that?
Just go on pause and find it real quick. Stay on the live.
Oh, no, because I want to throw it all at you. So I'll tell you what, give me like 2 days and send me an invite in 2 days. I'll follow you and I'll get you the law library information if you want it.
Law library.
Yeah, just come up, bro. Come back up, man.
Okay. Well, I'll be on in 2 days, and I'll have this.
Janelle, I appreciate you for the $3 on PayPal saying that Trump literally wants to put people in jail for constitutionally protected activity. So real, Janelle. And Zoe, thank you for the $1 for the one brain cell that Timbo has. So real, Zoe. Hey, what's up? Are you voting for Trump?
Unfortunately, yeah.
Okay, and how old are you?
I am 24.
Okay, so what's the appeal in the misogynistic racist?
I don't think he's racist.
I definitely do. I could justify that. I mean, he called all black people lazy and denied housing opportunities to black people because they're black. He also he said that they're black jobs. What is a black job? He called African Americans black with an S at the end, which is a derogatory slur, right? He's also specifically said that Kamala Harris turned black, implying that she wasn't black prior, okay? And then he said that he called for the death penalty for the Central Park Five. He said that Barack Obama was born in Kenya because of the color of his skin, instantiating the idea that he shouldn't be able to run for president. Explain to me how one of the 6 things I just named off isn't racist. And Rachel, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. And Joshua with the $10. Thank you so much, Rachel, with the $5. And Joshua with the $10. W's for Joshua and Rachel in the chat. Thank you so much, y'all.
I can't deny and say that what you have listed off isn't racist. But just trust me, I don't condone and say, yeah, that's great. That's definitely not what I think. But
okay, so Donald Trump is racist, right?
I haven't seen where he is racist.
I just gave you 6 examples.
Right, but I don't know if those examples are true or false. You know, I haven't seen it for myself.
Oh, okay. Right. Well, if you want to justify the claim that he denied housing opportunities to black people, just look up Trump DOJ State of New York 1973, and you will literally find the court documents from New York State records where he was taken to civil court for it. If you want to justify the claim that he called all black people lazy in the 90s, just look up Trump 1991, all black people are lazy. Okay, right. If you want to reference like him proponent the birther movement of Barack Obama, like you could just go to his Twitter feed, scroll back to 2012 through 2014. Okay, right. These are like things that have come out of his mouth, right? And on top of being racist, he's also a misogynist. He sexualized little girls, boasted about grabbing women by the P word, was held liable for rape. Okay, this man's a mess. He's a lunatic.
Yeah, I mean, none of those sound good. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that this is a good idea. That's why I said, unfortunately, I am voting for Trump, but I just feel like Trump is a lesser of evils. I've seen where Biden has said that if you're black and you don't vote for Biden, you're not black. I've seen that on television. Those are the things I've seen that.
Autumn, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Yeah, that would have been an impertinent point to name about 4 months ago. Honestly, like over the course of the last 4 months, I've still been responding to claims about Biden, but Biden's not running anymore, man. And I feel like you just have to come to terms with that, right? In November, I'm voting for the non-racists over the racists. Why are you voting for the racists over the non-racists? And Peyton with a $25 on Venmo. Holy shit, guys. Let's get at least 500 W's in the chat for Peyton. I really appreciate you for the $25 on Venmo. Peyton says thank you for teaching them. Thank you for the love, Peyton. That is PEIGHTON, by the way. I want y'all to show some love to Peyton in the chat. Thank you so much for the $25. It means the world. Thank you, Peyton.
Okay, so I got a question. Is it because from what I see, Kamala isn't black, but she's claiming to be black.
Oh, okay. So Kamala Harris is not black. Okay, if she's not black, what is she?
Isn't she Indian?
Oh, okay. Well, first of all, Indian's not a race. Okay, is your race American? No, okay, so it's called South Asian. And do you know what it means to be biracial? Do we need to go back to 3rd grade? Do you understand how someone could be 2 races simultaneously, right? So specifically speaking, she could be South Asian and black at the same time. Holy shit. There's her father. That's Donald Harris, okay? Right, Donald Harris is Afro-Jamaican.
Okay.
Okay, yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, so
I'm not coming here to debate. I'm honestly coming here to be educated as well, but to try and to explain what I see as well. You know what I mean? Like Kamala's point on gun laws, she wants to take guns away.
Nope, she actually doesn't. She's actually made that clear at the debate as well. She said that she would never enact any type of, she didn't want to take people's ARs away, right? But I have a question for you. What gun reform legislation or policy was passed under Biden and Harris's term?
Not a clue. Not a clue.
None. But you know what was passed under Trump's term? What was passed under Trump's term, Law?
Don't have a clue.
Bump stock ban. So that was passed under Trump's term. He got the rule period started up on the frame and receiver rule. So that had to do with privately manufactured firearms. And then in a meeting with Mike Pence that was televised, he said that he advocated for red flag laws, but not the red flag laws that we have in some states right now. He wanted a type of order that allowed police to go and take the guns first and then go and get due process later.
So if you want to vote, for the candidate, who's going to keep your gun safer, maybe you should vote for Harris instead of Trump, because Trump is the only one out of the two that passed gun reform.
I mean, I don't agree with bump stocks. Bump stocks allow people who use bump stocks. It's a very unsafe.
Stephanie, thank you for the $25 on Venmo saying fuck racism. So real, quite frankly. Thank you for the $25 on Venmo. Let's get at least 300 W's in the chat for Stephanie right now with the $25 on Venmo. That's so incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much, Stephanie. Go ahead, man.
I definitely agree with fuck racism. Definitely agree with that.
Okay, then you're saying that Kamala Harris is not black.
Okay. I got nothing else to say. I mean, if you're going to make me seem like I'm a racist, then I don't want to be in this conversation. I'm just trying to educate and trying to be educated as well.
Okay.
So Big Z, you may not be a racist, but what you did is you came up and you repeated a racist trope. And maybe now that you've learned that since Kamala Harris's dad is in fact black, that maybe you won't repeat that again. So I don't think anybody's calling you racist, but you absolutely were perpetuating a racist message that was going out.
And if that's the case, I apologize for that. I did not know that Kamala's father was biracial.
Yeah, but Big Zig, right? You said a reason not to vote for Harris is she wants to take people's guns away. So she made it explicitly clear at her debate with Donald Trump that she doesn't want to take people's guns away. And Donald Trump is the only one out of the two to pass gun reform, right? So seemingly you'd have more reason to vote for Harris over Trump if you're pro 2A.
Well, if the gun reform is over the bump stock situation, I do agree with that. Bump stocks using a bump stock is not a safe way to fire a firearm.
No, I agree with you too, man. But this still
oddly enough, the Supreme Court overturned Trump's rule on that because it was unconstitutional.
Funny. But what I'm saying here, Big Zig, is that he's still closer in proximity to like violation of a 2A amendment because he's the only one out of the two that passed any policy or legislation, right, about like the ownership of guns, right? So what we'd say here is that you'd have more reason to vote for Harris over Trump if you're pro 2A.
I can see where you're coming from for that, but would you say historically that the Democratic Party is more against guns than the Republican Party?
Yeah, of course. I'd agree with that. And I agree with common sense gun reform as well. However, Kamala Harris has made it clear that she's not going to take your ARs away.
Okay.
But yeah, awesome.
I mean, I'm glad that on both sides, you know, they're not going to try and take weapons away. I am definitely pro Second Amendment for that. But
awesome. So what reason are you? Can I ask you a question now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Would you ever vote for someone that's been held civilly liable for violently sexually abusing a woman?
No.
So Donald Trump's been held civilly liable for violently sexually abusing a woman.
Where now? I'm not saying that this isn't true. I'm not, but I would just like to see where could I find proof of that.
Trump v. Carroll jury verdict form. Type that into Google. You could literally read the decision by the jury. And Megan, holy shit, Megan, with a $62 on Venmo. Oh my God, Megan, thank you so much for the love. And that is Megan, spelled M-E-A-G-H-A-N. Megan says, it is my birthday. You're a great gift. Mimi in the chat. Holy crap, I really appreciate you for the love. Oh, nothing's popped up there on the green screen, Law. Feel free to put yourself up there, specifically when you have it pulled up. But yo, oh my God, W's for Mimi. I really appreciate you guys. Everybody, please tell Megan, everybody, please tell Mimi happy birthday in the chat right now. Massive W's, happy birthday. I really appreciate you for the $62. I want y'all to please wish an incredibly happy birthday to Megan and Mimi in the chat right now. Thank you so much for the $62 and thank you for your support. Also, Law, your green screen isn't pulling up. It's just a picture of like that green background.
Oh, weird. It's not what it shows to me. Here, I'll try it again.
Okay. Then also, Sean, are you voting for Trump?
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Okay, right. Why? Oh, you can see it? Okay, I guess other people can see it. I can't see it.
Well, I mean, if I tell you why I'm voting for Trump, you're just going to, constantly insult me. You're going to say that I support a racist.
Hey, Sean, one second. I'll let you whine in a second. Let me first show this to.
See, you're constantly you just constantly are disrespectful.
God, go on mute. Okay, well, what do you have pulled up?
Yeah, so this is the verdict. This is for Big Z of the E. Jean Carroll. So this was 9 jurors unanimously found that that Donald Trump sexually abused Miss Carroll. Now, this is because at the time, the definition of grape in New York law was a male's private entering into a female's private. That was what it had to be classified as grape. Now, they have since changed that law, but what the second finding, if you go and review the jury instructions, is the jury found that Donald Trump forcefully and digitally, which means with his fingers, penetrated E. Jean Carroll's vagina. And that's what he was found liable for.
Yeah, that's disgusting.
Sean, you could come off mute now.
4 times 3 is 12.
No, I said if I give you an example of why I want to vote for Trump, you're just gonna, you're gonna try and embarrass me. You're gonna try and make me look stupid. But one thing I want to ask you, because you and Parker seem to be drilling this fucking the Muslim ban, right?
Yeah, I think that religious persecution is
okay.
bad.
So you're like really trying to drill that one home, right?
I think that prejudice and persecution right, of a group of people based upon a shared trait such as race or religion is bad.
Okay, and when did he say this? This wasn't recently, right? This was
8 years ago in 2016 and 2017.
Okay, so back 8 years ago when we were having issues with ISIS, correct?
No, so what caused him to institute or wanting to institute a Muslim ban was the San Bernardino attacks. They were committed by a Muslim, but they were also a U.S. citizen. Like, I guess the question I'd ask you here, if that was a U.S. citizen that was Christian, would you agree with a Christian ban?
No, we're not going to spin this on Christians, okay? So what did we do to the Japanese Americans after what happened at Pearl Harbor? What did we do?
Internment camps, which were also terrible.
But what were we doing?
Persecuting them because of their nationality.
No, we weren't persecuting them.
Wait, 1 second. Wait, the internment camps that we literally placed Japanese Americans in, that was not persecution?
Yeah, no, it was not persecution.
Holy shit!
We were maintaining safety and security of the country.
Lisa, thank you. 1 second, buddy. Lisa, thank you for the $6.66 for embarrassing the MAGA with the facts. I appreciate you, Lisa. W's for Lisa in the chat.
No, you're not embarrassing me. I'm just trying to make you understand that not everybody has feelings. Not everybody wants to put feelings into it. Somebody wants to put facts into it, right? So the most important thing to our nation is safety and security.
Jana,
right?
thank you for the $25 on Venmo. I want to let you know that I want to know what Big TV has to say now that we've proved that Donald Trump is a rapist. Yeah, good point. We're going to bring Big TV into this next. But Jana, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Let's get some W's for Jana. That is Janna for the $25 on Venmo. W's in the chat, and Jeremy with a $5 on Venmo as well. W's for Jana and Jeremy in the chat right now. Thank you both so very much. Go ahead, Sean.
So I'm not saying internment camps are okay. I'm not saying that at all. But I'm saying you have to take drastic steps when it comes to safety and security of the country. That's what you have to do, right?
Okay.
So we had all these issues. We had issues with, I guess we'll say Muslims. We had issues with terrorism, right? Severe issues, right?
Gabby, I appreciate you for the $2 on Venmo. White Christian nationalists are disproportionately more likely to commit acts of terror on U.S. soil in comparison to Muslims. Also, Muslim countries have extraordinarily...
Answer my question. Who are we at war with for over 20 years? Who are we at war with for over 20 years? No, answer my question.
Dude, I know, but you're cutting me off while I'm trying to make a point. So can I make a point based upon what you've said insofar as our conversation?
So you don't like being cut off when you're trying to make a point, but when somebody else is trying to make a point, you cut them off. You mute them.
How about this? I'll give you mutual respect. Oh, you didn't expect that one, did you? How about we don't cut each other off?
No, not from you. Not from you at all. But, I mean, that's fine.
Cool. Awesome. Yeah, you really didn't expect that one. Jesse, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love, Jesse. And Adeel, thank you for the $5 as well. Let's get some W's in the comment section for Jesse and Adeel. That is A-D-E-E-L. Thank you guys so much for the love. W's for Jesse and Adeel. If anyone else wants to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in my bio. I really appreciate you guys. So yeah, anyways, to what I was saying, well, if you agree with these extraordinary measures to keep our country safer, well, the argument of white supremacists during Jim Crow era segregation is that black people are more violent than white people. So would you say that Jim Crow era segregation would be justified if their claim that black people were more violent than white people was true, which is false?
No.
Oh,
No,
okay.
I don't.
So like seemingly, right, you're not okay when it would involve race, but you are okay when it involves religion. What's the difference?
No, I'm not okay when our country is attacked by a foreign country.
Okay,
And
wait,
if
so I'm
you
so sorry.
so happen,
The religion of Islam, right, A, is not a foreign country. There's Muslim Americans. And then B, once again, the reason that he instituted the travel ban on Muslims was not because of a foreign adversary, an immigrant, or someone coming from the Middle East. It was from a U.S. citizen.
but what did he say about Muslims? Did he say he was going to kick Muslims out of our country? Did he ever say that? If you're a Muslim American, were you getting kicked out of our country?
He said that he wanted to place a travel ban on all new Muslims coming into our country. Let me ask you another question.
Muslims. So he didn't say anything about the American Muslims being in our country.
I know, which showed how much of a hypocrite he was, because the problem was coming from within.
How is that showing how much of a hypocrite he is?
Yeah, because like particularly speaking, the individual that committed the San Bernardino attacks was a U.S. citizen, right? That just so happened to be Muslim. So then he responded to that with xenophobia and Islamophobia, saying that therefore all Muslims are bad and we're going to ban new Muslims from coming in. Like if that person that committed that attack of terror,
it had nothing to do with ISIS. It had nothing to do with ISIS.
Yeah. So if the person that committed that attack of terror happened to be a Christian, would you be okay with banning all new Christian entries?
Yeah.
If they happen to be black, would you be okay with banning all the black people from coming into our country?
We're not going to say black people because
What's the
I'm not going to be spun out like I'm fucking racist and shit. No, we ain't doing all that. But if Africans attacked our country and Trump said, hey, we're going to have to put a ban on people from Africa for right now. Yeah, 100% I'm okay with that. 1,000% I'm okay with that. 1,000% I'm okay with him sealing the border right now because terrorists are coming into our country. There are a lot of good people coming into our country.
Guys,
are also coming into our country.
we just have to look and laugh. Honestly, we just have to look and laugh. I don't even know what to respond to that. Like, we just look and fucking laugh. You're racist, Sean. Holy shit.
I'm not racist.
One second. Jeremy, thank you so much. One second. I'm going to go and thank my donors. I'm going to ban all new Sean people from speaking in my life while I'm thanking my donors. Thanks.
Sorry,
Jeremy,
Sean.
I appreciate you for the $20 on Venmo. I really appreciate that, Jeremy. Jeremy says, this made my day. I really appreciate you for the $20. You are awesome. Let's get some W's in the chat for Jeremy right now for the $20 on Venmo. You are so awesome. And Joe with the $50 on Venmo. Holy shit. I want to see W's in the comment section for Jeremy with a G and Joe. Holy shit. Thank you, Joe, for the $50 and Jeremy with the $20. So Joe actually says here $50 to boot this racist POS. I want to continue to talk to him for a little bit. I'll boot him for $200 though. And we could do like a crowd fund. How about that?
Emilt, thank you for the $5. I appreciate that. And a quick PSA before we get back to Sean. You guys see, you got up to 650. Now we're up to 6K. So let's bump that up. Everybody fill up the bar until you get 100 little hearts sent, and we'll be at almost 1.5 million. So everybody take care of that, and I would appreciate it.
But I do appreciate you for the $50, Joe. We'll throw that into the crowd fund. So $150 if you want it kicked. But I want to see if we could fix Sean. Hey, Sean.
Dean, where do you live? Where do you live?
Jesus Christ. Why?
No, I don't want to know your address or nothing like that. I want to know where you live. Where do you live?
Brianna, I appreciate you for the $5 on PayPal. The calls coming from within inside the house. So real. Thank you, Brianna. I live in Colorado. Robert, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal for calling Sean out on his racism. W's for Robert in the chat. Thank you so much, Robert, for the $10. Go ahead.
I'm racist. This is great.
Paul, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Paul. W's for Paul in the chat with the $25 on Venmo. Thank you, Robert and Paul. Let's go. Yeah.
So, do you live in a predominantly white area?
I don't know the racial split of my county. What the fuck? Why are you asking?
Don't lie. Get to the meat and potatoes, Dean. Do you live in a predominantly white area, or do you live in a predominantly black area? Where do you live?
What the fuck does that mean?
Those are the only two options.
Those are the only two options?
I'm asking you. Where do you live? Are you a
where I
silver
live,
spoon-fed boy? Is that what you are? Are you
wait,
a silver
wait,
spoon-fed boy?
So first of all, I want to clarify, like where I live, it's like predominantly white and Hispanic.
So you live in a predominantly white area.
No, it's like I'd say it's pretty even, 50-50 split, predominantly white and Hispanic.
White and Hispanic, okay. I live in Indianapolis.
Okay, I don't give a fuck where you live.
Oh, I know you don't. I know you don't. But that's where I live.
Yo,
I live in
Ivar with a $100 on PayPal. Holy shit, towards the kick fund. That's crazy. Ivar wants you gone. Let's get at least 1,000 W's in the chat for Ivar. That is IVAR in the chat right now for the $100 on PayPal. That's fucking insane. Thank you so much for the love. Only
hey,
$50
man.
more until you're gone, Sean. I appreciate you so much for the love, Ivar. Let's get at least 1,000 W's in the comment section for Ivar literally right now.
Off Trump's name. That's what you're doing. You're literally making a living off Trump's name. You get on here every day. I watch
John,
you
thank you for the $5 on Venmo.
I watch you and Parker a lot. You both say the same shit. But at the end of the day, I go to work. I bust my ass for 60 hours a
Renee
week.
with the $25 on Venmo to kick him. We only have another $25 left. W's for Renee. Shut up. W's for Renee in the chat. Thank you for the $25 on Venmo. W's for Renee in the chat. Another 25 until you're gone, buddy. So yeah, I'm not making a living off of Trump. I'm making a living off of advocating for people not to support Trump. Joe with the $50 on Venmo. Here's the last 50 to kick him. And you're gone, Bow. Thank you for the love, Joe. Let's get some W's in the comment section for Joe with a $50 on Venmo, and another Joe for the $25 on PayPal. Holy shit, y'all wanted him fucking gone. Thank you so much for the 2 Joes. Let's just get 1,000 W's in the comment section for Joe. Bunch of different Joes right here. Thank you so much
Average
for the
Joes for the win.
Thank you so much for the 2 Joes for the $50 and the $25 on Venmo and PayPal. Araceli, thank you so much for the $5 on PayPal. And Thomas with a $20 on PayPal. Y'all are going off today. W's for Joe, W's for Thomas, W's for Araceli, and Kenya with a $15 on Venmo saying to keep up the great work, Dean. Thank you for the $15, Kenya. W's for Araceli, Joe, Ivar, Kenya. All of y'all are popping off. Thank you guys so much for the love. Holy shit, y'all are going crazy today. What's up, Reels Guy? Are you voting for Trump?
Yep.
Okay. Why?
Because I can.
Okay. Well, I mean, if Jeffrey Dahmer was alive today, he could run for president. Would we have good
That's his
reason to
choice.
vote for
Yeah, he
Jeffrey
could vote.
Dahmer because we can?
That's my opinion. You can't make me not vote for Trump.
Okay. Wait, I have a question. Can you slur?
What do you mean?
Like, literally, can you slur? Don't slur in my life. I'm asking, do you have the physical ability to say slurs?
What does that have to do with me voting for Trump?
Because you have the physical ability to say slurs, meaning you can slur, but that doesn't give you reason insofar as why you should slur, okay? So just because you can vote for Trump doesn't give you reason to vote for Trump.
It's my right to vote for Trump.
Yeah, but why is Trump better than Harris? That's the question I'm asking.
Why is Trump better than Harris? Why is Kamala better than Trump? Why is Trump better than Kamala? Look, dude.
I can answer your question. I can tell you why.
Because I believe that Trump is a lot better. Okay, I don't care what the last debate.
Because
I believe that Trump is better than Kamala, bro. It's plain and simple. I believe our country needs revival. Okay, we're in such a mess that Kamala says that she will do all these things. She'll not take our guns away. She'll, get the border ready and stuff, and all this bullshit coming from her mouth. She lies. She's a liar. She said in the debate, "I'll do this. I'll do this. I'll change this. I'll change that." Okay, I want to see it, because if my vote changes and Kamala does all these things and she changes everything, the gas prices, the grocery prices, then good for her. She's actually learning something. That she's actually.
So I'd say that there's no bigger liar than Donald Trump.
Okay, so why do you say that he's a liar?
Of course, because he told over 30,000 confirmed lies during his presidency. He lied about he lied about like being in a helicopter crash with Willie Brown. He lied about the outcome of the 2020 election. Right? He specifically lied about winning Man of the Year in Michigan. Okay, right? He lied about not raping E. Jean Carroll. He lied about not committing 34 felonies. Right? He lied about Biden manipulating the DOJ to unfairly persecute him. He lied about who the unrealized capital gains tax applied to. He is such a big liar. Literally, name the biggest biggest
I could say
lie?
the same thing for Kamala, dude.
Yeah, what's the biggest lie Kamala Harris has ever told?
Everything I just said, bro. Everything about, making this country better, the border, the inflation. Okay, here's the thing. When the reporter talked to Kamala about what are you going to do about inflation, she did nothing to back herself up. She did nothing to say, oh, I'm going to lower the cost of food. I'm going to lower the cost of gas prices. She just said, oh, yeah, inflation's big right now. And I know it's a lot and stuff. She didn't do anything. She didn't say anything about how she was going to lower it at all.
So because
she didn't say anything. She didn't say anything. She ignores all reporters.
So I'd like to clarify.
She ignores it.
I'd like to
He
clarify.
ignores
here.
everything.
Yeah, so I could respond to this. Thank you, Mike.
Okay,
Thank you for the money,
cool.
and I appreciate you.
Yeah.
So I'd like to clarify that's because she already has lowered inflation. Her and Biden have ushered in the quickest response from the global inflation onset by the pandemic out of literally any country in the G7.
I didn't see any change.
Okay,
I
so
did
we're
not see
currently
any change.
We're currently at a 2.5% rate of inflation. The peak of
okay.
the pandemic was 9%. We have seen change.
Just because of the pandemic? Is that the only thing? Just because of the pandemic?
Yes.
No. The pandemic, people ran out of supplies in the pandemic. We were out of toilet paper. We're out of.
Brittany, thank you for the $25 on Venmo because you can.
No.
I appreciate you, Dean. I appreciate you, Brittany. Thank you for the $25 on Venmo because you can. Let's
How
get
is
some W's in the
inflation
chat for
low
Brittany. Thank you
since
for the
the pandemic,
$25
bro?
on Venmo. Thank you for the $25,
COVID
Brittany.
even came, bro. Everything on the shelves were freaking gone, dude. Are you talking about what?
Hey, yeah, I could respond to this.
Whoa.
First, I'd like to say for the people in the
Okay.
chat, please don't be ableist. That's not acceptable in my space. Mods, for everybody that continues to make fun of the way that our guest is speaking, please block them from the stream. So I just like to clarify that that's not acceptable in this live. And if you're a fan of me, you will not engage in such behaviors. But then secondly here, right, I'd also like to clarify that yes, the inflation that we've seen here at home in the US, right, hasn't only been here. In fact, it's been global. It's been everywhere, right?
Yeah.
So if you'd say that Biden and Harris caused the inflation that we have here at home in the US, how so?
I'm
How
not
did Biden
saying
and
they
Harris
did.
cause
I'm not
inflation?
saying they did. I'm just saying that there has been inflation in our country, and I've seen that. The cost of groceries has been up.
Yeah,
And for me to buy groceries, I have to pay like $25 for only four things or something. I don't know. It's just crazy. I want that to change. I want this country to change. Whether it's Kamala changing this country or Trump changing this country, I don't care. I just want things to change. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but we want change in a positive direction, not a negative direction. So I
Right,
agree with
exactly.
the sentiment. So I agree with the sentiment of change. I agree with the sentiment of progression, but I disagree with how we would achieve that change and progression. Right? The reason that I'd say that Harris is better apt to achieve such change and progression than Donald Trump is because Donald Trump wants to usher in regression in so many means. Okay, he wants to usher in regression with the way that our tax policy is centered. He wants to place the burden on the low and the middle class to relieve it from the high class, further ushering in income inequities. He wants to place that burden right on the single family homes because he doesn't want to increase the child tax credit as much as Kamala Harris does. He wants to place that burden on first time business openers and first time home buyers because he doesn't agree with the subsidies for $50,000 for first time business owners or $25,000 for first time home buyers. Right? He wants to place that burden on the low and middle class with his tariffs that are regressive and will disproportionately affect them negatively. Okay, right? He wants to place a large burden on all 170 million American women and girls because he struck down Roe v. Wade, right, taking away their federally protected access to abortion. He wants to place that burden onto minority communities. He wants to bring God back into the schools. He wants to institute Christianity in our government, right, further leading to further marginalization of the LGBTQ plus and BIPOC communities. He wants to place that burden, and bring us back to a generation where our daughters are going to have less rights than our grandmothers. Not to mention that he himself is a racist, misogynist pig who's already tried to overthrow an election. Maze, I appreciate you for the boxing gloves. W's for Maze in the chat. It's really good to see you, Maze. I hope that you've been well.
These comments are wild. Like the insults to me are wild. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on, but it's okay. I can deal with it. But I just want to see what happens, dude. Like in this election, dude. I want to see what change is going to be, and hopefully something else changes, bro. But I'm going to get off of here. But thanks for bringing me up, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah, man. If you see anyone insulting you in the comment section for the way that you speak, just let me know and I'll ban them. I don't agree with that.
I got you, bro. You have a good day, bro.
You as well, man. We're going to move on to our next guest. Yeah, I don't know why that your green screen isn't working for me, La. It's a little bit weird. Jennifer, I really appreciate you so much for the $25 on Venmo for education and positivity.
Yeah, it's weird
appreciate it
right
so
now.
much.
I'm just on camera, so it shouldn't even be a green screen for you. I see
Yeah,
myself on camera. I don't know what the chat sees.
I bet they see you on camera too. I really appreciate you for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Jennifer. Let's get some W's in the chat for Jennifer right now. Thank you so much for the $25. Thank you. I really appreciate you so much. W's for Jennifer in the chat.
James for 25 for me. Thank you very much. That pays for one booking fee for an unhoused person. So I appreciate that. Also, guys, we got to 1 million. Thank you so much. Let's push it to 1.5 right now. We have 7.1 thousand people here. If we get 100 likes out of each of you, we will be there in no time. Now, we do know there are some MAGAs who are hate watching, which is fine. We welcome them. So you might have to be like a blue state and subsidize a red state. So cover the MAGA's bid and do 200 likes. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Hell yeah. Also, everybody, make sure to go like my recent. If you just click on my profile, you'll see my recent. It's in my repost from my main account. I'm going on Jubilee, right? The video is getting posted tomorrow of me 1v20ing a bunch of Republicans, the same way Charlie Kirk 1v25 Democrats. So make sure to like that, save it, comment on it. Right now it's at 250,000 views in less than 3 hours. I want to try to get that to 1 million views by the end of the day. That would be huge, y'all. And that's coming out tomorrow at 9 p.m. Pacific on Jubilee's YouTube channel. What's going on? Elise, are you voting for Trump, man?
Yes, sir.
Okay, why?
Just from a biblical perspective.
Okay, what is he gonna do? Like die, raise from the cross 3 days later, and bang another porn star? Hello? He's not a Christian, man. Not at all. Yeah, he's like cheated on all 3 of his wives. As I already said, one with a corn star. He has raped a woman. He's paid for women's abortions. He doesn't care about poor people. He himself is a billionaire when Jesus said that it's just as likely that a rich man will get into the kingdom of God as it is a camel will go through the eye of the needle. The Bible constantly teaches about providing for the needy. He doesn't, right? Name one policy where he provided to the needy more so than rich people. If I was a Christian, I'd be voting for Harris. Point blank period, man.
I mean, yeah, I think the point of being a Christian is not to be perfect. I think it's to have morals in life and to just be a good person and treat your neighbor as your family.
Yeah,
and is asking forgiveness part of that?
Yeah, I think we're all not. I mean, we should all be asking for forgiveness.
Okay, so Donald Trump said at a Christian Coalition broadcast when he was asked, have you ever asked God for forgiveness? He tried to dodge the question. Then they asked him again, and he said, no, because I've never done anything for which I need forgiving.
Right, that goes back to saying, like, we're all not perfect. I agree with some of his views, not all of them.
Dude, I'm so sorry. This is fucking lame. Like, no, you are making a false dichotomy. You're either saying that you're a rapist, sexist, misogynist like Trump, or you're Jesus fucking Christ. No, listen. I'm not Jesus Christ 2.0 just because I haven't raped a woman, okay? It is a false dichotomy to say you're either perfect or Trump. Okay. And then also, Kenneth, I appreciate you for the $5 on Venmo saying Kamala Harris is the only presidential nominee to have served in all 3 branches of the government. So real, Kenneth. And Alana, thank you for the $5 on Venmo saying as a black woman, you should immediately correct people for saying Kamala Harris's name wrong. It's insulting to us at BIPOC, to us BIPOC individuals. I appreciate you so much for the recommendation, Alana. I'm going to go ahead and start doing that literally right now. I think that I haven't corrected every single person that has said that because they all pronounce it wrong. And I just feel like it's a losing war. But I feel like I have that obligation to do so because of the size of my platform, and I want to make sure that I, orient my platform in a positive direction. So, I'll
try to help out with that too a lot. I think you get a little bit numb to it just hearing it so often, but you're 100% right. It is absolutely coded language meant to demean and insult. So I appreciate it.
Yeah, W's for the constructive criticism in the chat. So yeah, Elise, do you understand how you're not either perfect or Donald Trump, rapist, misogynist, racist, sexist?
I'm pretty sure like a rapist goes to jail for a while, and I just feel like he went to court for it, but he never had jail time, Yeah,
because he's held liable in a civil court, so he's forced to pay her $87 million, not go to jail.
Okay, and how would he be a racist?
Yeah, because he denied housing opportunities to black people because they're black in 1973. In 1991, he said all black people are lazy. In the early 2000s, right, he said that he doesn't like it when black men count as money. He only likes the quote-unquote short men in the yarmulkes. All right, he also said that Kamala Harris quote-unquote turned black, implying that she was not black prior. He also prepared the birther movement of Barack Obama, saying that because he's black, he was born in Kenya, even though he has a birth certificate from Hawaii, meaning that he's a U.S. citizen. I mean, he called for the death penalty of the Central Park Five. He referenced black people as black with an S at the end, said that they're quote unquote black jobs, right? Literally every single thing I just named off is incredibly racist, and I'd love for you to contend that.
I would just say that the Obamas and the Clintons and Biden, Harris, they're all connected to this, like, I don't know how you would say it, like, I guess conspiracy theories that go around.
What is that? I'm so sorry. How did that respond to any of my claims that I just made about Trump being racist? Also, King, thank you for the $15 on Venmo. W's for King in the chat saying, hey, hey, bro, keep up the great work. And I hope to still be a mod. King, DM me. Honestly, you've been sending me money on Venmo like every week or so for the last couple months asking to be a mod. You have finally earned it. DM me. I appreciate you for the $15, King. You finally earned it. Quite frankly, I gotcha. And then also here, Caroline, thank you for the $20 on PayPal. Let's get some W's in the chat for Caroline alongside W's in the chat for King. Caroline, thank you so much for the $20. It's incredibly kind for me. Thank you. But yeah, please respond and rebuttal my claim that Donald Trump is racist.
Well, the whole thing about like the coronavirus, that's basically when it all started.
What? No. What the fuck?
No. When everything just started becoming so like toxic between Democrat and Republican, I feel like is when 2020 happened. When I graduated from high school, I noticed the change myself, as I think you did too, and everybody in this chat. They've experienced that since 2020, everything has gotten more expensive. Things have gotten just hard for a day-to-day citizen that, you know, has to go work and pay.
Well, what does inflation have to do with the claim that Donald Trump is racist? It has nothing to do with it.
Well, it just becomes like, who's controlling all these things that we consume? Like,
pivot. We could talk, dude. We could talk about inflation next. We could
it's not about racism though. I feel like it's deeper than that. Like it's
okay. Well, one second. You said that Donald Trump's not racist. I proved to you that Donald Trump's racist, and now you're saying that you don't care Donald Trump is racist. So just to clarify,
I just don't think he's racist. Yeah, I just don't see that.
Is denying opportunity to black people because they're black racism?
But he's also helped black people with colleges.
Yeah, guess what? He actually detrimented black people with HBCUs. He decreased funding to them, then made it permanent. So he decreased funding to 200.
Most of his workers that have worked for his constructing his building have been Hispanic, black, white, Asian, you name it. They've constructed his building.
Subcontractors who didn't get paid.
Oh, they got paid. Yes, they got paid. He's paid the people that
I just want to let you know
built this country.
Having black people work for you is not the anti-racist defeater you think it is, okay?
It helps a lot when you're getting paid good and you get to take care of your family and you're not worrying about, you know, your next payment on your house or your truck payment. You're not worrying about that stuff because you can take care of your family because you're making good money.
Okay, man. Is denying opportunity to black people because they're black racism?
I'm not sure on that one, but I think that he's also helped black people and
motherfucker.
People.
No, wait, you're not sure if like denying opportunity to black people because they're black is racist?
He's also given them opportunity.
I just know.
He's also given them opportunity.
You're gonna stay on track with what I'm saying, little bro. Okay, you could make that claim second. Right now, we're talking about my claim. Okay, so I just want to clarify: if there's a hiring manager, right, at a corporation, and he interviews two people, a black man and a white man, and the black man is more qualified than the white man, but he hires the white man because he doesn't like black people. Okay, is that racism?
Yes, but is Harris racist at the same time?
No. Okay, all the pivots and deflections. Please stop, bro.
No, I said yes. That's racist. Okay, let's agree.
So now you've agreed that denying now you've agreed that denying opportunity to black people because of the color of their skin is racist.
Okay, yes.
So Donald Trump did do that, right?
Yes.
In 1973.
Trump is not perfect. Trump is not perfect. I don't agree with everything he does.
Oh my God! Why is it either
he's not Jesus? He's a regular person.
So you're literally either Jesus 2.0 or you're racist towards black people. Is that the dichotomy you're giving me?
Is Harris racist towards black people?
No.
Because she's personally prosecuted black people in
Don't say the names of any judge.
district as an attorney over 2 grams of weed. You know,
oh my God. You are literally so low IQ, dude. What did I just fucking say? Incredible. We're going to move on to our next guest here. Literally incredible. Like, literally incredible. So incredible.
And false, but we'll save that for somebody who can actually make the argument without announcing any narcotic names. Tammy, thank you for the $40, and Ben, thank you for the $25. It will go to good work. I really appreciate you.
Wait, chat, just to clarify, I did say don't say the names of any drugs, right? Like I did. Y'all heard that, right?
I heard it.
Okay, yeah, the crazy. We're going to move on to our next guest. Everybody just give us a minute here. We got our next guest loading in right now. If you want to help me get up a guest, feel free. In the meantime, Jakari, I really appreciate you so much for the $5 on Venmo. Wish I could get a degree in demonology. I love you, Jakari. You've been watching forever. Marcel, I really do appreciate you for the $2. And Alana with a $15 on Venmo. Let's get some W's in the chat for Alana. I really appreciate you so much for the $15 on Venmo. Ashton with a $10 on Venmo as well. Thank you, Alana and Ashton. Daniel with a $3. I really appreciate all of you guys so much for the love. Make sure to show some love to our donors in the chat. While we are getting our next guest up in here, we are adding them all in right now. We got Kyle loading in and Effie with a $10 on PayPal. W's for Effie in the chat. Thank you, Effie, Alana, Marcel, Ashton, and Jakari. Y'all are so awesome.
And while Dean is working on getting our next guest up, you guys know what that means. Let's do another another minute or two of power tapping. Everybody put in your 100 hearts, please. That'll get us up above 1.5 in no time and keep Dean on the For You page because that's what's important. We need more people to come in.
And if you guys want to support me, my vape, my PayPal, and my Venmo are in my bio. I get 100% of the dollars that y'all send over there. They go straight to me. Same thing with Law. He has his Venmo, PayPal, Cash App in the link in his bio. So if you do want to support us, all right, feel free to. Ian, what's going on? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, sir. How are you?
I'm doing all right, man. Alicia, thank you for the $10 on Venmo, saying I'm so excited and happy to see you on Jubilee tomorrow morning. Me too, Alicia. Thank you for the $10. W's for Alicia in the chat. So, Ian, why are you voting for Trump, man?
Just I wanted to see how your dinner was with your grandparents.
Oh, it was good, but the next day my grandma fell and like split her head open. I appreciate you for coming up. It was really good though. We got to see the whole extended family. We had a lot of fun, but you know the next day was just a travesty. So
that sounds terrible. Hope grandma's okay.
She's getting better now. I've been so worried about her. Like I've been cutting my lives a little bit short so I can spend more time with her. We're gonna move on to our next guest right now, y'all. Everyone, just give us a minute. We got our next guest loading up into the chat. Yo, I saw someone in the chat say good. That's crazy. Hey, what's up, Forrest? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so why do you want the racist rapists over Kamala Harris? And Alana, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. W's for Alana in the chat. I really do appreciate you for the $10. It means the world. And I'm gonna make sure I read your message after this debate with Forrest here. Go ahead.
No, you're good. So I consider myself a pretty knowledged, like pretty informed on this election. I mean, I've done a lot of research. I need to hear you why you're voting for Kamala first.
Great! Phenomenal. I'll go ahead and tell you. So there's two main categorical reasons why I am voting for Kamala Harris. First is character, second is policy. Let's talk about character. Kamala Harris isn't racist. Kamala Harris isn't called all black people lazy. Kamala Harris hasn't denied housing to black people because they're black. Kamala Harris didn't instantiate the birther myth of Barack Obama saying that he's born in Kenya, therefore he can't run for president. Kamala Harris, right, also is not sexist, right, in the sense that Kamala Harris didn't sexualize a 10-year-old girl saying that she'd date her in 10 years. Kamala Harris didn't boast about grabbing women by the P word without asking first. Kamala Harris didn't boast about walking into the changing rooms of half-naked teenage girls in Miss Teen USA because she owned the place. Kamala Harris hasn't sexualized her own daughter, saying that she would date her if she wasn't her own daughter. And then Kamala Harris, right, also...
Hold on. I understand character. It makes sense. I understand. Can we talk about policy, just what you favor?
Character is so vitally important, man. We'll talk
about Sure. No, but I'm saying I understand your point. Like, it makes sense. I understand that. I want to hear policy, what you favor in her over him.
Yeah, Kamala Harris fights for women's federally protected access to abortion. Trump doesn't. That destroys.
Sorry, let me rephrase. I don't want social issues. I actually lean towards that, which I totally understand. Socially, like social rights, I totally understand. Can we talk about economic rights and foreign policy? I understand social rights. I understand where she stands. I won't change my points on social stance. I personally prefer what Trump has to offer socially. I think his policy on abortion is very good.
Kamala Harris has a tax policy that's going to benefit 100 million American workers in the low and the middle class. Right?
So what I don't understand is that tax policy is not in place right now. And as a 21-year-old, I'm getting screwed over with my taxes as I wasn't 4 years ago.
You're just getting screwed over with your taxes right now? Well, thank Trump because we're still under Trump's tax code.
No. But hold on. they've had 3.5 years to change. Tax policies do not last for 4 years. That's not true. They've had the opportunity to change whatever they needed to in these last 3.5 years, and they have not done that. That is objectively true. They made the same promises in 2020 when I did vote for them about how, oh, your taxes are going to change. Oh, the economy, we're going to do so much better. And it's
Kaya, I
much worse.
appreciate you with the $5 on Venmo saying Minnesota for Harris. So you're right. It's false that tax policy lasts 4 years because it lasts for 7 years. Or
No. But how come they promised in 2020? They promised in 2020 that there'd be radical changes by the year 2024, and there's not.
Holy shit, man. You are driving me nuts.
But why did they make promises in 2020 that they're not going to fulfill in the next 4 years?
Forrest, real quick though, the point is the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act doesn't expire until 2025. You're saying you're being nailed by taxes now compared to 4 years ago when it's the same tax plan.
What I'm saying is, I'm not talking about like my personal income taxes. I'm talking about how companies, small businesses in the state of Arizona in which I live are now being taxed more to run an operation for a small business than they were in 2018.
Do you want to know why? That's because some parts of Trump's tax code sundowned. Like, so he made tax cuts. Dude, I'm going to mute you.
Okay, you can keep talking. My bad.
Holy shit. Stop interrupting me. Thank you. So, in accordance with Trump's tax code, specifically speaking, right, a lot of those tax cuts, right, for the middle class actually sundown year by year, right, increasing the burden proportionately as time's moved on, right? Then to answer your question, why they haven't replaced tax code in the last 4 years, well, that's because the Congress gets together every 7 to 10 years to replace it, and they won't have that congressional support, especially to bypass the filibuster, until 2025, okay? So in 2025, either Harris or Trump is going to renew the policy because it's going to be congressionally required to do so, right? And Kamala Harris intends to implement her tax cuts for the low and the middle class, benefiting 100 million American workers, right? She knows that it's going to cost $2.4 trillion, and she knows exactly where that money is going to come from and how she's going to pay for it. Donald Trump, on the other hand, wants to implement tax policy that's going to disproportionately benefit the ultra wealthy. It's estimated to cost $45 trillion by the CBO, and he has no clue how he's going to pay for it. So how come you want the man that's going to institute the bad policy helping rich people with no clue how he's going to pay for it over Kamala Harris, who wants to benefit you, and it's not going to add a dime to the deficit or debt over the next 10 years?
It's a good question. I find it a little bit intellectually dishonest on the parts of the campaign of Biden-Harris that they ran on in 2020 about economic changes. Because, I mean, throughout 2020, they promised changes and they delivered on some parts economically. I agree that the recovery from the pandemic has been set in place and we're in a much better place than we were during the pandemic. However, what I find very ironic is that
for sure. Joe Biden did promise to increase the corporate tax rate and more specifically to implement a wealth tax. Joe Biden never implemented a wealth tax. That's something that Joe Biden said he was going to do that Joe Biden literally never did do. Okay? But Donald Trump promised that he won the 2020 election. Donald Trump promised an infrastructure bill. Donald Trump promised a wall, right? Obviously, right, Joe Biden, if he was running for president today, would still be the lesser out of the two evils within this respect. But Joe Biden's not even running for president today. Okay?
You're right. I understand that. That makes sense. So I appreciate the honesty. I do find it, and I just want to hear your thoughts on it. In the last 16 years, 3 of the last 4 presidents have been Democrat, and I feel like they have ran on the same message for 12 out of the last 16 years on change and promise and how middle class will do better. And middle class is not better 12 years later. It is not. 16 years.
That's very intellectual.
But you got to let me finish. I let you finish. So you got to hear me out. 16 years later, after Democrats, 3 out of the 4 terms, and including 8 of those years, actually, I think it's 6 of those years, had a Democratic House and a Democratic Senate, ran on the middle class will do better under Democratic leadership. However, we are not.
It was 4 of the years, and 2 of the years was a 50-50 split.
So, hey, Forrest. So, would you say that the economy was good and the middle class was doing good before COVID hit under Trump?
Yes, yeah, for sure.
Okay, so there's the issue. Because we had the same, one moment, no.
I'm not done.
You said yes. That's all I needed to know. Yeah, we had the same economic trends in the first 2 to 3 years of Trump's presidency as we had in the last 4 years of Obama's, right? So saying that, oh, like the middle class isn't doing better, right, under Democrat presidents because of COVID causing mass inflation, right, is specifically intellectually dishonest as all hell, right? And what we'd say here is that the reason the economy was good during the first 3 years of Trump's presidency had nothing to do with Trump's policy. He didn't pass any legislation that quote unquote made it detrimentally better. Okay, his tax cuts only added $10 billion to our GDP per year. Then what we'd also say here is that maybe we could give some credit to Trump for not destroying the economy. But obviously the reason that the middle class is not doing better now than it was 7 years ago is because of the pandemic. Okay, the pandemic caused mass inflation. The pandemic,
100%.
The pandemic in part destroyed the low and the middle class. But Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have done much better at rebuilding the low and the middle class than any Republican we've had in modern U.S. history. Like, for instance, I can name 4 pieces of legislation that Biden and Harris passed that benefited the low and the middle class more than rich people. Can you name one policy that Donald Trump passed that benefited the low and the middle class more than rich people? We'll see what form of leadership, what party really stands for who here. This is going to be the big tall tale sign of who cares more about the average American. Is it the Republicans or is it the Democrats? Name one policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that benefited the low and the middle class more than rich people.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely cracked down on illegal immigration, causing less federal tax. I mean, our federal taxes have been increased through the Obama administration due to Medicare. It increased 6% for anyone making less than $100,000. And that was directly input by Obama through the approval through the Senate of Obamacare, which we now pay more federal taxes for. And Trump cracked down on that. He lowered the amount of people that qualified for Obamacare, causing middle-class families to pay less in federal taxes. So that's one policy.
Okay, so you're saying that his tax cuts for the low and the middle class is what served to low and the middle class. Okay, well, yeah, the TCJ as a whole did not disproportionately benefit the low and the middle class more so than the top 1%. 83% of the tax cuts
you're right.
Went to the top 1%. So no, that is not a policy that benefited the average working class American more so than rich people. So name one policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that benefited the low and the middle class more than rich people.
I'm not saying I benefited more than a rich person. I understand that completely. But I did benefit more than I benefit now. Because
okay, so I just want to clarify. I asked you a question. Can you name one policy where Donald Trump benefited the low and the middle class more than rich people? And your answer is no. That's why Biden and Harris stand more for the low and the middle class. It's because they passed 4. They passed the PACT Act that invested $1 billion into the expansion of VA healthcare benefits that benefited that low and the middle class more than rich people. They passed the infrastructure bill that invested $1 trillion into local communities across the U.S. to spur their economies, to renew their infrastructure, and to create construction jobs that benefited the low and the middle class more so than rich people. They passed the Inflation Reduction Act that was the largest multi-million-dollar investment into renewable energy resources ever, while also be deficit reducing over the course of 10 years, which benefited the low and the middle class more so than rich people in the long run. They passed the Chips and Science Act that invested billions of dollars into U.S. chip producers, insofar as we will be producing 20% of the global chip supply by 2030, right, benefiting the low and the middle class more so than rich people. So earlier, when you said that Democrats are bad for the low and the middle class, you are wrong, and you just got dunked on, proving that claim wrong. Purdy, thank you so much for the boxing gloves. I really appreciate you for the love. But I asked you a question about 10 minutes ago that you still haven't answered.
I personally don't mind. I personally do not mind that the rich benefits out of tax breaks more than the middle class. I frankly do not mind that myself. What I do mind is, however, when we are in a worse situation than we were left off before. And I feel like
that has nothing to do with the administration.
Through 8 years of Democratic presidency, the middle class was left off much worse after 8 years of Obama than it was.
Okay, so you're just making a correlation causation fallacy. You're assuming because it happened under a Democrat that therefore no. You're making a correlation causation fallacy. You're saying because it happened under a Democrat that a Democrat caused it. So when we had the highest rate of unemployment happen since the Great Depression in April of 2020 at 14.8%, did Donald Trump cause that?
The pandemic. You mentioned is the pandemic.
Oh, so now we can appeal to external variables to explain how things can happen in a country apart from the presidency. So how come you're going to come up on my life and be incredibly intellectually dishonest, say that we're doing worse off under the Democrats, therefore they don't care and cause us to be worse off, when specifically speaking, we are going to appeal to external variables to explain how things can happen under Trump's presidency, not directly related to him.
Middle-class families do worse under the Biden-Harris presidency than they did under the Trump-Pence presidency. That's factually true. Now,
but that's not because of the presidencies.
Correct. Okay. No, we can agree on that. You can say that it's because of foreign policies, but that's objectively true. We're doing worse now, and I find it intellectually dishonest that the Harris Walz campaign is running off of, we're going to implement all these policies that's going to radically change everything, when in fact the 4 years that they've done has not benefited middle-class families in any way. We're doing much worse. And I feel like Trump, at least, if you can make the argument that Trump didn't promise and make complete with his promises, great, whatever. I can live with that statement. I think that's intellectually honest. He did not deliver on all of his promises. However, what I do find interesting is that the country was fine. The country was stable. Middle-class families did amazing. The pandemic came like an external factor. Middle-class families did not do as well. And then a new presidency came in as the pandemic went away, and middle-class families started doing better than they did in April of 2020, but not as good as they did in 2019. And so I find that Trump at least kept the economy and middle-class families doing very well in 2019. An external factor in 2020 came along. We're now not doing nearly as good. And the Biden-Harris campaign does not deliver that promise for middle-class families to do better now after 4 years that they promised through the debates in 2020 that middle-class families will do better under their administration. We are not.
Okay. Yeah. So would you say that the Biden-Harris administration caused the middle class to do worse?
Correct.
How did the Biden-Harris administration cause the middle class to do worse?
According to federal documents released, we now have a record amount of illegal immigrants who have entered this country.
Okay, so has to be undocumented migration into our country. Yeah. So we'd actually attribute that to Trump.
On day one of Joe Biden's presidency, he cut a pipeline down on day one. That was an executive order by Joe Biden to cut down a pipeline.
$6 and the 66 cents something though.
Hey, Forrest, what was the status of that pipeline when it was shut down?
It was weird during a pandemic policy, much like other things had to be shut down. And so,
I'm gonna clarify here. So now you're saying that Biden and Harris caused the middle class to do worse by shutting the Keystone XL pipeline down?
No. But let's go back to my other point of allowing illegal immigrants into the country. That was my first point, illegal immigrants.
Forrest, we could hit 2 points at once, okay? I'm going to address them both.
Cool.
So your claim about shutting down the Keystone XL pipeline, first of all, that pipeline was not U.S. owned, it was Canadian owned. Secondly, they shut it down because of an order from the Supreme Court. Thirdly, when they shut it down, it didn't drive the price of oil up because it was the case at the, okay.
So they did not shut it down because of the Supreme Court order. They did it on day one of their presidency because they could not wait to do it. There's a reason Trump did not do it.
So they did shut it down because of an order from the Supreme Court. You could specifically look up the order and read it for yourself.
Why didn't Trump do it the day before they did then? Why didn't Trump do it on January 19th?
Okay, Forrest, with all due respect, I'm going to kick you if you interrupt me again.
I feel like you interrupted me, bro.
Yeah, and I mean, I'll give you mutual respect, but at the end of the day, it is my platform. But
You're right.
I'm more than willing to attempt to give you that mutual respect. However, you are being insufferable. Okay? So stop being insufferable, Forrest. Question there. Well, then why didn't Trump shoot it down? It's because he wanted to contest the order. Of course, I agreed with shutting the Keystone XL pipeline down. And then also that didn't drive up the price of oil because it wasn't currently in production. So it did not create oil, meaning that when it was shut down, it did not impact the oil supply curve. Our country has ever had in the history of the United States of America because of Biden and Harris. Okay. Then another point, you said that they made the low and the middle class worse off with undocumented migration. So I would say that that was Trump's fault because he's the one that torpedoed the bipartisan border bill in the House and the Senate 2 years back because he didn't want the Democrats to look good and he wanted the crisis to continue so he could increase his chance of winning re-election come November. So the question I'd ask you is, Well, if the crisis made the middle class worse off and Donald Trump shot down the border bill because he wanted to win re-election, you're saying that Donald Trump places himself so far above the country and the low and the middle class that he's willing to make them worse off if it means it'll increase his chance of winning presidency?
Good point. Good point. Donald Trump was not in office. Donald Trump was not in office. So he can say whatever he wants to his Republican buddies in Congress. He did not have power as an executive chief in office. Now, who did was Biden and Harris. And to stop border migration, all it takes is an executive order. They did not need to go through the Senate and the House to stop migration. That was proved through 2016 through 2020, that you can use executive powers to stop undocumented migration.
So what executive order did Trump sign into law that decreased the amount of migration over the southern border under his presidency?
There was not a record amount of undocumented migration while he was president.
That's not the question that I asked you. That's not the question. What executive order did Donald Trump sign into law during his presidency?
He didn't have to.
No, because your claim just was that you could use executive order to decrease border migration, and that was proved by Trump. So what executive order did Trump use to decrease migration?
Through executive powers negotiated with Mexico that illegal immigrants that were migrating to the United States that crossed through Mexico had to stay in Mexico, and Mexico wasn't going to release them to the United States.
Yeah, so that was a day one policy. Numbers under Trump's presidency only went up from day one about migration over a southern border. In fact, it was incredibly...
hold on.
Another interruption, and you're gone, Harris. Forrest, I'm not going to lie. You
interrupted my claim. I was speaking.
No, you interrupted me. So I'm going to go ahead and tell you, if you interrupt me again, you're gone. Right? So we only saw border migration under Trump go up month by month, year by year, until he signed Title 42 into law. Then also specifically speaking, you're saying that Trump wasn't partially responsible for the bipartisan bill failing because he wasn't our president. Yeah, so he didn't need to be president to control and sway the outcome of congressional policy, which is another reason not to vote for Trump, okay? This man has installed the MAGA mind virus so far into our country's backbones, so far into the congressional branch of our government, that he is able to influence policy while not even being our president. Okay, right? But are you contesting the claim that Trump is partially responsible for the failure of the bipartisan border bill? Is that something you agree with, or is that something you disagree with?
Trump's responsible for it. The Republican Party is 1,000% responsible for it. And I think they're trying to. We agree on that.
I have a follow-up question.
Just one more point. You asked just real quick.
I just want to stay on topic with this. If you have more to add on, I won't interrupt you. But I just want to stay on topic with this. So I will let you speak for as long as you want about the bipartisan border bill. I just want to add on specifically to this conversation.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that same bill, we'll talk about it. It was more of a stance to show the Democrats, I think, that they weren't going to get away right before the election to stop all-time undocumented migration, that they weren't going to make this BS push to stop this migration through the Senate, knowing that the Republicans were going to deny it, to show that Biden and Harris did not have the guts to use executive powers or to change policies or to communicate with the presidency in Mexico to lower this undocumented migration, which undoubtedly, which is objectively true, has been bad for the country.
We have one big issue here. It was drafted by a Trump-endorsed Republican, and it begun getting drafted a year after Biden's inauguration.
Correct. And it didn't get passed, and there was enough filibusters with the Democrats in the beginning and later Republicans that caused that the bill wasn't passed, and the final being the cause of the Republicans, because they wanted Joe Biden to actually do what they were wanting to do, which stop and slow down the process of undocumented migration, and they have not.
Wait, so I just want to clarify. Donald Trump didn't want this bill to pass because they wanted Biden to stop undocumented migration into our country when the bill would have stopped undocumented migration into our country or substantially slowed it. That's a bit of a contradiction there, don't you think?
No.
Okay, it is, because you're telling me that they wanted, right, the amount of undocumented migration into our country to be slowed, therefore they voted against the bill that would have slowed undocumented migration. That's like me saying that I want a chocolate ice cream, therefore I'm going to buy a vanilla one. I want some new shoes, therefore I'm not going to buy new shoes until I'm 35. I want a wife, therefore I'm going to break up with my girlfriend. And I want it to be summertime, therefore I'm going to move to Alaska.
So regardless, this is true. Regardless of everything else, it's objectively true that while Joe Biden has been president and Kamala Harris has been vice president, illegal immigration has reached all-time highs.
So with all due respect, that's a pivot, right? Specifically, what we're talking about right now.
Hold on. No. I wasn't done. Sorry, I was retracing my thought.
So specifically what we're talking about right now has been how Trump shot down the bipartisan border bill in the House and the Senate, right? Meaning that Trump is responsible for the continuation of the crisis. Look, here's my perspective. We knew that when Title 42 was going to be revoked, that we would have a substantial influx in the amount of people coming across our southern border. We knew that that would create a crisis. We knew that the hundreds of thousands of people backlogged and turned away because of the substantial ban on entry into our country over our southern border would create that crisis. That was natural, normal, and expected. Therefore, we should judge the efficacy of the Biden-Harris campaign team via their response to the crisis onset by the revocal of Title 42. And what was their response? To influence good, effective, bipartisan congressional legislation. And that's what Trump stopped. That's why Trump's responsible. This demonstrates Trump's lack of true care for our southern border, and also demonstrates that Trump is willing to put the low and the middle class on the line because you said the crisis destroyed them just to win re-election. He doesn't care about you. He doesn't care about America. He doesn't care about people in our country. He was willing to do anything. He's even willing to detriment America and detriment the people in it. Specifically, that means it'll increase his chance of winning re-election. And Purdy, thank you for the $50 on Venmo. Let's get some massive W's in the chat for Purdy with a $50. 1 second, I'm thanking Purdy with a $50 on Venmo. Purdy says, keep educating these fools. Let's get at least 500 W's in the chat for Purdy. And thank you so much. And Lisa, once again, with the $6 and the 66 cents on Venmo as well. Massive W's for Purdy. And also Linka, that is Lenka, with a $20 on PayPal for some sweets and flowers for Grandma. I appreciate you so much for that, Linka. W's for Purdy and W's for Linka in the chat.
I feel like it's a pretty weak stance for the Biden-Harris campaign to be complaining about someone who's not in the executive office, saying, oh, he's the cause that a Congress bill couldn't get passed, when they are in office and a true powerful leader would be able to find ways to stop the migration, the illegal immigration that's coming into this country. They didn't stop the migration.
Yeah. Do you think that we have a crisis today?
So after allowing a record amount of illegal migration into
Forrest, do we have a crisis today?
Yes, we do, because they're here in this country.
Okay, so then Trump didn't stop the crisis. Trump didn't stop the issue while he was president, because we actually have to lower our same amount of daily crossings into our country every single day now that we had at the end of Trump's term. Right now we have 23 to 24.
Total overall, it's not even close. It's not even close.
Hey, Forrest, I'm going to kick you if you interrupt me. I have drawn this red line literally 10 times. Okay, right. I am making it explicitly clear that this is the last time that I will draw this red line. Okay, you are interrupting me because you know that I'm right. You're interrupting me because knowledge and truth is not scared of scrutiny, and you know that you do not hold to truth, therefore you are scared of scrutiny, right? So if the interruptions do not stop at this moment...
The overall point is that the total migration...
Okay, there you go. Bye. Yes, for that one. Let's get some runner emojis in the chat. Like, I mean, that you literally asked for it. I want some runner emojis in the chat for Forrest right now. Runner emojis in the chat right now. Runner emojis in the chat.
Constructive eviction there.
I know. That was like actively him running away.
And he was spitting out so much misinformation, it was impossible to keep up with. Like Donald Trump wasn't in power, but yet he has completely cuckolded the Republican Party to where they dare not speak against him lest they be primaried in their home district. So, like, spare me this just a regular citizen bullshit.
Yeah, well, I mean, I was trying to respond to it, but I mean, like, that was literally him running away right there. Like, I literally had clarified that if he interrupted me, he's gone. So, like, Forrest wanted to interrupt me, so I kick him because he knew that he was losing. So, I mean,
run, Forrest, run.
Yeah, run, Forrest, run. So real. Let's get some run, Forrest, runs in the chat.
Real quick, we've got 1.7 million likes and 7,000 people here. We can do better than that. Everybody fill up that bar a couple of times, get to 100. Dean will be at 2.5 in no time. So everybody, 100 each is all I'm asking for. Thank you. Purdy, thank you for the $50. That is amazing. I really appreciate you. You are always such a big, strong supporter of both of us, and I appreciate you.
Hell yeah. And if you guys want to support me, my Venmo and my PayPal are in my bio. Your donations on those platforms go straight to me, so we could circumvent around the 30% or the 66% that TikTok takes on here. And it allows me to continue to do this every day for 6, 7, 8 hours, so I don't have to get a quote-unquote real job. I appreciate everyone so much for your love. Same thing goes for Law. Right, he does have a real job, though. He's a lawyer, phenomenal guy. His Venmo, Cash App, PayPal is all going to be in the link in his bio. But what's up, Jennifer? Are you voting for Trump?
No, Dean, I am not voting for Trump. I just...
W's for Jennifer in the chat while we move on to the next guest.
Madsen, thank you for the 25. Thank you very much. Tammy, thank you for the 40. And Macy, thank you for the 5. And just so you guys know how I use the funds, I saw somebody say, why does a lawyer get donations? I am a public defender, so I'm certainly not well paid. But what I like to do is help people who are disadvantaged facing fees in the court system that I find are unjust, particularly unhoused people, disabled veterans, things like that, cover some of their legal fees and court costs. So I appreciate you.
Hell yeah. What's going on? New guest. Are you voting for Trump? Okay, they're not here. We're going to go to...
Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Oh,
okay,
sorry.
why are you voting for Trump, Caleb? Why do you want the rapist, sexist, racist in the Oval Office?
Because I will be buying a house soon, and I would like lower taxes.
Okay. What's your annual income?
I do freelance, so I can't really just put it into a number.
Okay, I'm guessing it's below 400,000 if you do freelance. Not only will you have lower taxes under Kamala Harris, but she's going to give you $25,000 for your down payment. If you want to buy a house soon and you want to make that process easier, you'd vote for Harris.
Why wouldn't she do that in the past 4 years that she's been in office?
Because that's congressional tax policy. They were going to renew Trump's plan in 2025 when it expires. That's the next time Congress will get together to do it. It would have been impossible to do it in the last 4.
So I have a question. What is Kamala's ethnicity?
Fucking hell, dude! Jesus Christ. Well, she's biracial, meaning that she is Afro-Jamaican as well as South Asian. What does that have to do? Wow.
Wow. What's wow about that?
No. Make your point. Let me know how Kamala Harris's ethnicity and race is relevant here.
Well, actually, it's pretty relevant because that's why a majority of people are voting for her, because they want a first female president.
God, you're so dumb, bro. Tracy, thank you for the $20 on PayPal. Let's get some W's in the chat for Tracy. I really appreciate you for the love. Let's get some W's right now in the chat for Tracy. You are phenomenal. Thank you so much for the love, Tracy, with the $20. And Evine, thank you for the boxing gloves. So here's the issue. I'm not voting for Kamala Harris because she's a woman, but I'm damn proud that a woman has the damn good policy that she does. I'm not voting for Kamala Harris because she's a woman, but it is fucking phenomenal that it's a woman who is here to destroy Donald Trump in 2024, standing on the phenomenal platform that she does. I'm not voting for Kamala Harris because she's a woman, but holy fucking shit. It is great to be voting for her.
I'm super happy. This is my first time voting too.
Wait, why are you voting for Donald Trump because he's an orange Cheeto man, or like are you voting for Donald Trump because he has good policy? Can you name one policy that he influenced during his first 4 years that you like?
Yeah.
Okay, do it.
No, gas was very low. I loved it.
So what is that the name of a policy?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Okay, so you're voting for Trump because he's a man. See, that's the issue. Honestly, like way too many people in our country today are voting for Trump because he's a man. And like I'm saying this as a joke, but unfortunately it's probably true.
You could say the same about Kamala.
No, I'm voting for Kamala Harris because she has good tax policy. She knows who she wants to cut taxes for. She knows how much it's going to cost, and she knows how she's going to pay for it. I'm voting for Kamala Harris because she's not a rapist. She's not a racist. She's not a sexist. She hasn't sexualized little girls or boasts about grabbing women by the P word. I'm voting for Kamala Harris because also her name is pronounced Kamala, okay? And I'm voting for Kamala Harris because, specifically speaking, she hasn't religiously persecuted Muslims. I'm voting for Kamala Harris because she hasn't tried to overthrow democracy. Thank you for the baby dragon M. I'm voting for Kamala Harris because she actually has a healthcare plan. I'm voting for Kamala Harris because she wants to codify federal protections for a woman's right to choose. Tell me which one of those reasons invokes the fact that she's a woman, sir?
Huh?
Which one of those reasons invokes the fact that she's a woman?
I never said anything about that.
Yeah, you said that the only reason I'm voting for her because she's a woman.
No, I said the majority of other people.
Okay, I really disagree with you, but once again, that's not conceptually relevant here. Why are you voting for Trump? Why is Trump better than Harris?
First of all, I think abortion is murder.
Oh, do you think that abortion should be left up to the state?
Yeah, I like that.
So you think murder should be left up to the state, Caleb? Crazy. What's the difference between you and the Confederacy? Could I get a logical distinction there?
Me and the Confederacy.
Yeah, human rights left up to the state, right? Because you think that abortion's murder, yet it should be left up to the state. He's probably gonna run. He's probably gonna run. Aaron, I appreciate you so much for the love on Venmo. Let's get some W's in the chat for Aaron. You're awesome. You're awesome. Thank you so much for love, Aaron. Someone in the chat said Dean oiled up. That is wild, quite frankly. We're gonna go to get our next guest, Bryson, up in the box right now. If you're in the live and you're voting for Trump, and excuse me, and you want to come up and debate, let me know in that chat. We are getting our next guest up here right now. We got Tammy loading in.
Stephanie and Emily, thank you very much for the support. You guys got us to 2 million. Excellent job. Please, just 100 more each. I appreciate it.
Yo, Alexis with a $25 on PayPal saying pop off queen. Alexis, you pop off queen. I appreciate you for the $25. Let's show some love to Alexis in the chat for the $25. I love you. Thank you, Alexis. What's going on, Team Bean? Are you voting for Trump? All right.
Yeah, hello?
Hi, how old are you?
I'm voting for Gojo Satoru.
All right. Moving on to our next guest here for the 7.6 thousand people. Give us a minute. And Alexis, I really do appreciate you for the $25 on PayPal. You are awesome. You are so great. You are so great. So great. So great. We got Zachary loading up in. We are inviting all of our guests up for some more debates. By the way, everyone, once again, go like my recent repost. If you click on my profile, it'll be the first thing that pops up. Who the hell? What is it? What the fuck is a Gojo? What the hell is a Gojo?
Yes, I thought of some Gen Z thing I wasn't up on, but if you don't know, it makes me feel a little bit better.
No, it's probably something related to anime, and I just don't watch anime.
Yeah, there you go.
Hey, what's up, Terry? Are you voting for Trump?
I didn't mean to join. I'm sorry.
No, you're all good.
Thanks for tapping, Terry. Appreciate it.
Hell yeah, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Moving on to our next guest. We're going to go and get our next guest up in the queue. We already know how it goes here, y'all. Everyone just give us a minute. In the meantime, guys, hit that follow button if you haven't already. I think we're actually pretty close to 100,000 followers on this account. Let's see if we could get there. And Julia with a $10 on Venmo. You were literally so awesome. W's for Julia in the chat. And Mariellis with a $10 on Venmo, so I don't have to get a real job. Thank you, Julia and Mariellis. Mariellis, that is a very fucking cool name.
Dean works harder than most people do at their real job, so you can cut that out.
So real, so real. German, are you voting for Trump? Okay. Yo, La, would you help me get someone up in here?
Yeah, let's take a look.
Great, great, great. Spam MAGA in the chat if you're in the queue and you want to come up and debate while we're getting our next guest up. For the 7.4 thousand people in here, I know that this part's a little bit annoying. What's up, Nathan? Are you voting for Trump?
I am.
Okay, awesome. How old are you?
I am 28.
Great.
How old are you? I forget.
I'm 20. Tiffany, thank you for the $25 on Venmo, saying advocating for my son's future. Can you say W. Aiden? W. Aiden. Let's get some W. Aidens and some W. Tiffany's in the chat. Thank you so much, Tiffany, W. Aiden, W. Tiffany, for the $25. And Emily, thank you for the $5. And Connor, thank you for the $5. W for Tiffany, W's for Aiden, W's for Emily, and W's for Connor. Sir, why are you voting for Dipey Don? Let's hear it.
I'd like to preface with I have worked on 2 campaigns against him.
And you're voting for him?
Republican campaigns.
So you've worked with the Lincoln Project?
No. So I have not. I worked for Ted Cruz in 2016.
Ted Cruz and Ron DeSantis. Let me guess.
That's a great guess, man. Congrats. What makes you say that?
I just vibes that again. I worked on Marco Rubio's campaign in Minnesota back in 2016. So
okay, fair enough.
Oh God, wait. So yeah, you've worked on these campaigns. So you're like forced into holding certain positions.
I'm not forced into anything.
Okay, we'll see. So why are you voting for Trump, man? Let's hear it. And Jordan, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. You're awesome.
Because I'm voting for Trump because I just think that my life was better between 2016 and 2020 economically than it is now.
No way.
I also morally, obviously not his character, but morally when it comes to policy, and lean conservative. So I believe that's going to push more conservative policies.
Dude, Nathan, you're telling me that you've worked on Ted Cruz's and DeSantis's campaigns, and you're up here giving me like a 5 IQ argument? You are supposed to be very well versed in politics, in Trump, Kamala Harris, and legislation, how it impacts us. And then you come up here and you tell me that you're voting for Trump because life was better under him. Here's the thing, though, man. Just because something happens in the country.
That's a very simple way of putting. Sorry for interrupting.
Just because something happens in the country doesn't mean that the president's to blame. Like, life was terrible in April of 2020, record high rate of unemployment since the Great Depression. Did Trump cause that?
That is caused by COVID.
Oh, so external variables can make things happen in our country. So
Correct.
Can you isolate for those external variables that could have possibly made life better under Trump than Biden and Harris, like the pandemic, by telling me what policy Trump influenced to get passed that made life better, what policy Biden and Harris influenced to get passed that made life worse?
Well, Biden, Harris, Biden, however you want to call it these days, just because of the change up. Well, with just how much money that has been printed due to the Inflation Act, the Infrastructure Act, things like that, there's more money been printed that's been created in history, which caused inflation. Obviously, COVID was a factor, but we were recovering as a country. And
man. You're lying about working on their campaigns. I feel like if you have a career in politics, you would know that the Committee for a Responsible Financial Federal Budget would indicate that there's twice as much spent under Trump's admin with debt-related spending signed into law than Biden and Harris's. And then you'd also know that there's a greater increase in the M2 money supply under Trump's admin than Biden and Harris's.
Sorry, I thought you were going to go. I didn't want to interrupt you because I didn't want to get kicked. I thought you were.
Don't worry. I'm actually kind of okay with people somewhat interrupting me, but like that last guest was just nauseating.
So what you're saying is obviously that you think, or these numbers prove that Trump spent more money.
Yeah, there's more money signed into law and debt-related spending under Trump and Biden and Harris, and there's also more money printed. There's a greater increase in the M2 money supply from the feds under Trump than Biden and Harris. That's a fact, yeah. And Rich Ali, thank you for the $2 on Venmo. Caitlin with the $5 and Olivia with the $2. You guys are awesome. Jordan saying you're the best. Just got off work, ready to lock in. Let's go, Jordan. Olivia saying making me feel sane. Caitlin saying thank you for what you're doing. And Rachel saying, Dean, I watch your platform and can't wait to watch your Jubilee tomorrow. It will be interesting. So yeah, you said that you're going to vote for Trump because, well, Biden and Harris spent and printed more money. Are you now going to vote for Harris because Trump spent and printed more money?
I'm not, because I think these numbers are not accurate.
Okay, so what are the real numbers? How much debt-related spending did Trump sign into law, and how much debt-related spending did Biden and Harris sign into law?
I'd have to pull the numbers exactly because I don't want to.
And where would you pull the numbers from? See what I mean? See what I mean, chat? Rebecca, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. Yeah, that's like flat earther logic. That's like imagine I'm debating a flat earther.
So you didn't acknowledge the fact on how much money was printed between the Inflation Act and the Infrastructure Act, and then most of the Infrastructure Act didn't really even go to infrastructure. So what was the point in it? And then
actually, when you say most, you're implying over 50%. Over 50% did, and then about money printed because of the Inflation Reduction Act. It's actually deficit reducing under 10 years.
Okay.
And Wendy, thank you for the $2 on Venmo, and Rebecca, once again, thank you for the $5. But like, imagine that you're debating a flat earther, and like you believe that the Earth is round, and you're like, the Earth is round. Here's my evidence. Like, I don't know, maybe a live stream from NASA.
Yeah.
And they're just like, that's false. It's incorrect. And then you ask them why they think that the Earth is flat, and then they just don't tell you. Like just believing in shit without evidence is not okay.
Printing money causes inflation.
Rejecting shit without evidence is also not okay, and that's kind of what you're doing right now. If printing money causes inflation, Trump caused more inflation than Biden and Harris.
Why was inflation higher under Harris than it was under Trump?
Because of the pandemic.
So it's all the pandemic's fault?
Yes.
There's nothing that they did with their more left-leaning spending. I mean, we've all known since the beginning of time, Democrats spend more money and taxes are a little bit higher. That's what it used to be, at least. But now it has changed to where it's leaning a little more on the socialist side. Not saying
define socialism.
Government influence and spending on and in the market controlling it.
False. Literally completely false. Socialism is not about the redistribution of wealth. Socialism is not about government regulation. Socialism is a mode of production in which the workers own the means of production. Okay? What you just defined was not socialism.
That's what it always turns into.
Okay, so now you're taking like a conventional approach saying that socialism leads to fascism. That's completely separate from
No, it wouldn't lead to fascism, it'd lead to communism.
Okay, define communism.
State ownership of all goods and processes.
Okay, you were already off with your first word. You imply that there's a state given communism. Under communism, there's actually no state. Okay, so you're already wrong.
Okay, well, I guess you're right. Perfect communism has never been established, so.
Yeah. So should I start working for political campaigns? Is this like? I mean, if this is like like Ron DeSantis's and whatever the fuck's best warrior, okay, right? Boot Boy's best warrior.
Oh man.
I mean, I think I should start working. I actually have a question. Did Ted Cruz? Does he wear inserts in his boots to make himself look taller?
No.
Are you sure?
I mean, he could be the Zodiac Killer. We're not sure. Could be Kevin from The Office. So.
Oh, okay. I have a question. Would you ever vote for like a religious persecutor? Like, would you ever vote for someone that wanted to ban all new Muslims? Christians. Don't worry. Like all the white Christians that you love so much. Would you ever vote for someone that wanted to ban all new Christians from entering into our country?
Okay, so before I answer this question, number one, I love everyone. I don't just love white Christians. So that you don't know me, and that's a stereotype, and you're kind of after my character.
What's mean? Would you still vote for Trump if he wanted to ban all new Christians from coming into our country?
Well, I get where you're going with this, and he didn't want to ban all Muslims, so that's false.
You want to bet?
Explain to me how he wanted to ban all Muslims.
Let's bet money. Let's
No, explain to me. I'm not asking you to bet money. I'm asking you to explain to me how he just wanted to ban people coming into this country that were coming from terrorist hotbeds.
Okay, if Trump wanted to ban all new Muslims, would you still vote for him?
If he wanted to ban all Muslims.
Total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering into our country.
Well, I believe that would be against freedom of religion, so I would not vote for anyone who wanted to do that, but I also don't think that he's going to do that because he didn't do that during his first 4 years.
Nathan, let's be explicitly clear. Say, I, Nathan, would not vote for Donald J. Trump if he called for a total and complete shutdown of all Muslims coming into our country.
Did he do it in his first 4 years?
Nathan?
Did he? I've asked you this 3 times and you still haven't answered it.
I'm willing to let you make whatever point you want after you solemnly swear.
Did he do it in his first 4 years? Yes or no?
He did not ban all new Muslims from coming into
thank you. My point exactly.
So
Got
Nathan,
it.
Will you please say that I, Nathan, would not vote for Donald J. Trump if Donald Trump wanted to ban all new Muslims from coming into our country?
I won't vote for anyone that wants to ban people based on religious affiliation.
And including Donald J. Trump?
I will not vote for anyone.
Including Donald J. Trump, yes or no?
Do you understand the word anyone?
Dude, I just know that mental gymnastics from the right are crazy. I'm just asking you to be explicit.
No, it's pretty easy. It's the English language. I know you guys get confused on it, but anyone.
Okay, including Donald J. Trump, right, Nathan? Just say yes.
I don't have to.
Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to see how Nathan fucking contorts his way out of this one.
Donald J. Trump is calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States until our country's representatives can figure out what the hell is going on.
I have no idea where that clip is taken out of, if it's taken out of context or anything like that. It sounds like he could be reading an article. It sounds like he could be saying something. I'm not sure. I need to hear the whole clip.
Well. What do we have here? We have another Trump supporter that explicitly said they would not vote for Trump if he called for a total and complete shutdown of all countries coming into, all Muslims coming into America. And as soon as he says, I, Donald J. Trump, am calling for a total and complete shutdown of all Muslims coming into our country, he says, taken out of context or rooting off a newspaper. So first of all,
didn't say taken out of context. I said I need to hear the whole context.
That is the context.
It was at a rally. It was at a rally in Mount Pleasant, South Carolina, on Monday, December 6, 2015.
So he said it before his first administration and then never did anything?
Yeah. Oh, he only attempted to. So he attempted to ban all new Muslims coming into our country.
No, he attempted to ban people coming from terrorist hotbeds.
Bro. Woof. Listen to the clip again, Nathan.
I've listened to the clip. I just listened to it.
Calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States.
Why, if he's saying he's going to say something, why would he say his name? Like, sounds like he could be reading something. I need to hear the whole context.
of Muslims entering the United States.
Okay, so I need to hear the whole context of the clip, please.
Buddy, okay, we're gonna go ahead and play a fucking game. Okay, so this is gonna be a hypothetical game. We're gonna be in imagination land. We're gonna play a game. I want you to come up with any conceivable possible hypothetical context that could justify him saying, I'm calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims.
I'm not justifying it if it's true.
Okay, Nathan, we're gonna go ahead and repeat. I'm gonna go ahead and say something. You're gonna answer my question. We are going to play what I call imagination land, okay? This is where I want you to just create fake, made-up fairy tale context that would explain how Donald Trump isn't actually calling for a total and complete shutdown of all Muslims entering into our country when he straight up says that Donald Trump is calling for a complete and total shutdown of all Muslims entering into our country. I've already made it clear that there's no additional context to this clip, but you are saying that you would have to be informed on what that context could be. Yeah. I want you to make it up. Nathan, no, make up imaginary context that would justify him not actually meaning exactly what he said.
Well, number one, he did. If that was in 2015, he was president from 2016 to 2020, so he didn't actually do it. So that's number one.
He attempted to, is ruled unconstitutional, so then he just instituted a travel ban on individuals from particular countries.
Right,
but I'd say just the intention of wanting
to caveat to those particular countries.
I'd say that being predominantly Muslim. No, I'd say that the intention. I'd say that the intention.
Real quick, Dean.
Trump. Okay.
This had nothing to do with anything about ISIS or anything. This was one day after the San Bernardino. This is one day after the San Bernardino attack, where a Muslim couple, one of them who was an American citizen and another who was here on a fiancé visa, conducted an attack. This had nothing to do with any T groups or anything like that, or any attacks. This was 100% Islamophobia based off of
$100 to kick. I'll do $100 to kick this guest. I'm just really tired. Like, Law, he doesn't care. I'm going to be quite frank with you, Law. He doesn't give a fuck.
I try too hard sometimes.
I know. I know. Literally Trump supporters. I have never seen such contortion of reality. Nathan, you said that you would not vote for Donald Trump if he called for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering into our country. I literally just played you a clip of him saying and calling for a total and complete shutdown of all Muslims entering into our country.
A clip from 2015?
Yes. So
okay, and then he was president and didn't do it. Got it.
So yeah, wanting to do something.
So he literally proved that he wasn't going to do that, and that our Constitution said and didn't let him. Got it.
Okay, I have a question for you. If Donald Trump tried to grape a little girl but failed, you'd still vote for him because he didn't do it? Got it.
He didn't try to do that. So now you're making up something that didn't happen.
No, he did. He called for a total and complete shutdown of all new Muslims entering into our country, and then specifically was stopped by our Constitution, and then which he had to implement a travel ban from particular states.
Okay, he did. And then what were special about those states that he picked?
That they were predominantly Muslim.
No, that they were predominantly home to terrorist organizations. Sorry,
okay, would you be able to indicate to me a source?
Keyword organizations.
Would you be able to indicate me a source, or is that more like made up gibberish?
No, I can. I mean, I have to look it up. I can't do it right now.
Got it. Trust me, bro. In the comment section, another thing. So, if Donald Trump wanted to grape a little girl but didn't, you'd still vote for him?
No, I'm not falling for this. No, we're talking about T words. And
No. You're saying that you recognize that Donald Trump wanted to religiously persecute, but he didn't, so you don't care. So if Donald Trump wanted to grape a little girl but didn't, or if Donald Trump wanted to bring slavery back but didn't, if Donald Trump wanted to be a dictator but didn't, if Donald Trump wanted to take rights away from women but didn't, you'd still vote for him in all these scenarios?
I would not support him, but he didn't do it.
You wouldn't support him in any single one of those scenarios where I listed off morally atrocious actions, where him just merely wanting to do them in the first place gives you sufficient reason not to vote for him. So my question to you would be, why does Donald Trump wanting to bring slavery back but not bringing slavery back giving you sufficient reason not to vote for him, but Donald Trump wanting to religiously persecute,
he never said anything about
not religiously slavery. Persecuting, not give you sufficient reason to vote for him?
He didn't say anything about slavery. You're just making things up.
So it's a hypothetical scenario to conceptually prove my point that you are special pleading in this.
No, I'm not.
Because your argument, Nathan, allow me to finish. Allow me to finish, right? Because the conceptual point that we're proving right here is that we can say that Donald Trump wanting to ban all Muslims coming into our country, but failing to ban all Muslims coming into our country.
And it was only for countries that have T words. So you can try to spin it that way.
Nathan, Nathan, did Donald Trump want to ban all new Muslims coming into our country?
I mean, if he wanted to, why didn't he do it?
Nathan, I want a yes or a no. I've already told you the Constitution. Did Donald Trump want to ban all new Muslims coming into our country? Yes or no?
No, because he would have done it if he did.
Okay, so yeah. So if Donald Trump didn't want to ban all new Muslims coming into our country, how come Donald Trump said that he did want to ban all new Muslims coming into our country? This is insanity. So, like, dude, you're the type of guy, like, if Donald Trump walked up to you tomorrow and told you that he was a rapist, would you believe that Donald Trump's a rapist? I can't do this mental contortion, chat.
Hold on, can you hear me? My mic turned off for a second.
If Donald Trump walked up to you tomorrow and told you that he is a rapist, would you believe that Donald Trump's a rapist?
Is my mic coming through?
Yeah.
If he walked up to me and told me that he was a rapist,
I believe that he's a rapist.
I wouldn't. I mean, yeah. I mean, why? But that's not the point, though.
Okay, so yeah, so Donald Trump walked up to you and told you that he wanted to ban all new Muslims from entering the country.
Okay, history's proven that he didn't, though.
Okay, yeah, the conversation if he did is completely separate than if he wanted to. Well, you at least first concede that he wanted.
It's not.
Yeah, like I could want to be the president, but I'm not the president. Does that mean that I don't want to be the president? I could want to have 15,000 viewers in here right now, but I don't have 15,000 viewers in here right now. Does that mean that I don't want to have 15,000 viewers in here right now?
Okay, but you're not.
There's a lot of single people in America that want to have a girlfriend, but don't have a girlfriend.
Okay,
does that mean that they don't want to have a girlfriend? No. So you can want to do something, but be limited by doing said thing for any various trivial reason. Okay?
Well, his first 2 years, he had a Republican House and Senate if he really wanted to get passed, because he has all this power that you talk about, just like he has all this power when he's not president to get a bill stopped. Then he would have got it passed, but he didn't because he didn't want to. The only reason there were bans on Islamic countries.
Okay. So you're still instituting the claim that he didn't want to do it. So I just want to clarify. If I want to have 15...
I don't know. I can't tell from a 3-second clip where there's no context except him saying one thing that could be taken out of context.
Okay. Did Donald Trump in that clip say that he wanted to ban all new Muslims from entering into our country?
You've said you want to ban all new Muslims. If someone takes that out of context...
Hey, Nathan, did Donald Trump say in that clip that he wanted to ban all new Muslims from entering into the country?
The clip said that, but I don't know what the context.
Okay, so I want a yes or a no. Did Donald Trump say in this clip that he wanted to ban all new Muslims coming into the country? And I just want to clarify here. I'm going to play the clip, everyone, to see how fucking dense Nathan is.
Donald J. Trump is calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States.
So Nathan, did Donald Trump say in that clip that he wanted to ban all new Muslims from entering into our country? This shit sends me, Jack.
Sorry, I was muted. I couldn't say anything. What did he say before and after that statement? Dude,
Nathan,
you on a 2-second clip.
I'm getting ready to kick you right now. I'm getting ready to
disagree with you.
No, because you are being intellectually dishonest.
You're not giving me
you are not proving any point. I will ask you.
Why can't you play the whole speech then? Play the whole speech.
I will ask you one last time. This is the last time I will ask you. I have ran out of patience. In this clip where Donald J. Trump calls for a total and complete shutdown of all Muslims coming into our country, did Donald J. Trump call for a total and complete shutdown of all new Muslims coming into our country? There's so many things that I want to call you right now, Nathan, that I can't because I'd get banned on TikTok. There's so many mean names that I want to call you. Go ahead and answer my question, or I'm going to go ahead and remove you and move on.
Taking out of context where I don't know what was going on, he said he wants to ban all new Muslims, but I can't make a judgment off of something that I don't have full context to.
So that is the full context of the clip. I'll go ahead and explain this to you one last time. So specifically speaking, Donald Trump called for a total and complete shutdown of all new Muslims coming into our country. And just to let you know that there is no conceivable context that would justify this. I think that there was maybe one scenario of context that could possibly mean that Donald Trump didn't want to ban all new Muslims coming into our country. And that literally would have been if Donald Trump said, the next thing I say is a lie. The next thing I say is a joke. It is opposite day. Or he called for this and then said that I actually don't want to ban all new Muslims and I was just joking, okay? Right, so there's no conceivable justification, right, for any context that would imply that Donald Trump was not calling for a total and complete shutdown of all new Muslims coming into our country, right? And if you disagree with me here, can you please think of any context that we could add on to that clip that I just played that would imply Donald Trump didn't want to ban all new Muslims coming into our country?
Okay. So I can't, so it could be him mentioning someone writing something about him. It could be that he said something after that or before that that contradicts that. Plus he was president, so his actions contradicted his words. And this is what you're doing to me is funny because Kamala, has said that she wants to ban fracking or that she wants a mandatory gun buyback, but now that means nothing.
So we could talk about Kamala Harris next. So you're saying that the conceivable context is that Donald J. Trump was reading something written about him. Okay. Can you please give me a source to indicate that is true?
I said I don't know because I haven't seen the whole clip.
I'd honestly say that is about the only conceivable context that is realistically possible. Okay, so can you give me a source indicating that that's the case? No, you can't because it wasn't the case. Then the second point that you made was that his actions contradicted what he said. Okay, I don't think so. So what his actions were instituting a Muslim ban on particular countries that were predominantly Muslim, right? Because this was the only way to do so constitutionally. Okay, right? Like if Donald Trump wanted to bring slavery back, but then serve 4 years without bringing slavery back, we would say, well, he couldn't bring slavery back because the Constitution limited him from doing so. Does this mean that Donald Trump didn't want to bring slavery back? No. Okay? He just had systemic limiters on his actions that made it so he couldn't achieve his desire. And a good example of this, like right now, I have the desire to have 15,000 viewers. Okay, but I don't. Does that mean that I don't desire 15,000 viewers?
You also don't have the power to have 15,000 viewers.
And does the president have the power to religiously persecute all new Muslims from coming into our country? There's the defeater. You just got cooked. Good day, sir.
No, dude, you won't even play the full clip. But back to that.
You just got ate up. Does the president have the power to religiously persecute and ban all new Muslims coming into our country? Cinna, I really appreciate you so much for the for the meteor shower. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much, Cinna. W's for Cinna in the chat. Answer my question, sir. Does the president have the power to ban all new Muslims coming into our country?
He does not, but he did get
phenomenal.
But yet he has the power.
Phenomenal.
I think he has the power.
Phenomenal. Okay. Fucking phenomenal.
He's gonna keep talking over me, or can I finish my point?
No, I was just celebrating the fact that you just got cooked.
This is your strategy: is you talk over someone when they're trying to say something, and then you think that you won when you've been talking this whole time about the immigration bill that was going through.
What point did I lose on?
Dude, we're just talking. You're never going to change your opinion, and I don't think I'm ever going to change my opinion. So I don't think
because I won on every point.
In your opinion.
Okay, so what point did I lose on?
Well, you still haven't played the full context of that speech. You won't, and you're playing clips. And like I said, Kamala has said things.
Nathan, I've already told you that is the full context of this episode. I've already told you that is the full context from the episode.
Do you think Kamala Harris will have a mandatory gun buyback because she said it before?
Okay, so specifically speaking, Kamala Harris no longer supports mandatory gun. Kamala Harris no longer supports today mandatory gun buyback programs. The same way J.D. Vance said, one moment, in 2019, the same year she advocated for said mandatory gun buyback programs, that Donald Trump was America's Hitler. Okay, people's beliefs can change. This is a pivot away from our conversation, though. I will not allow you to pivot.
It's not the same thing. You're taking a clip that I have no context to, and I could take a clip of Kamala saying that she wants to ban fracking or she wants to have a mandatory gun buyback. And then I could just play that and be like, this is what she said. When now you're giving all these reasons why she doesn't mean what she said.
Yeah, if you played me a clip of Kamala Harris saying that she wanted to ban fracking, I'd believe you that in this year, Kamala Harris wanted to ban fracking. right? The
Oh,
same
but
way
now she
I should
doesn't
be able to
because she's
play
running
you
for
this clip of Donald Trump saying that he wanted to ban all new Muslims, and then you believe that he wanted to ban all new Muslims, right? Like, you could make the argument that he no longer wants to religiously persecute, the same way I could make the argument that she no longer wants to ban fracking, but that's a completely different conversation and separate from what they supported when these clips were recorded.
So, okay, so with that clip and all, has Trump ever taken that back, what he said? Do you know?
No, Trump has never taken back his stance.
You know for a fact. You know 100% for a fact. Or you could do it. Trust me, bro. I've never heard it before.
Yeah, so I don't think that there's any reason to believe that he's gone back on this stance.
Except for that he didn't do it while he's president, but that's fine.
Nathan, that is not him going back on his stance. That's him not having the power to achieve his desire.
If he wanted to do it, he would have tried. But instead, he banned T-words, people from areas that have, I don't know if I can say that word or not, so correct me if I'm wrong. But he's the lawyer said
so
T-word.
Nathan, so he did try, right? He tried through those bans on countries with a predominantly Muslim, that are predominantly Muslim.
They're predominantly Muslim, yes, but what was the factor into where those countries could be on the list?
Just being predominantly Muslim.
No, being hotbeds of T-words.
Okay, name all 6 of the countries that he wanted to ban and what the hotbed of the terrorist group was in those countries.
You name them.
Dude, see, you're making claims without evidence.
I'm not making claims.
You literally just got cooked once again. Nathan, you just made the claim that he particularly banned these specific countries because they're hotbed for terrorists, but you don't know the countries, and you don't know what terrorist groups do or don't exist inside of them. I'm going to go ahead and move on. I appreciate you for coming up, man. I'm here for good intellectual conversation with smart people, right? Not like just yipping back and forth with a literal caveman. You did try. You got cooked. We're going to go ahead and move on. If you want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in my bio. I appreciate y'all for being in here. We're having a good day so far, y'all. For the 7.5 thousand people, make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen. I'm probably going to stop bringing that point up to Trump supporters because the cognitive dissonance is insane. Like chat. Have y'all ever heard more cognitive dissonance coming from Trump supporters than we hear when I bring up that clip? Dim, hi, are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, for the most part.
Okay, it's like a 1 or a 0. It's not for the most part. You either are or you aren't.
Well, if you want my opinion, I would say I like Trump more, but I think both of them are jokes. The way I see it is...
How old are you? I just want to clarify.
I'm just going to say... What did you say?
How old are you? I just want to clarify.
Oh, I'm 19. Sorry, I sound really young. I promise I'm 19, though.
No, you're good, dude. I sound young, too. Go for it. Take it away. Why are you voting for Trump?
Well, in my opinion, I just think that it really, if I'm going to get down to it, it's pretty complex. So do you really want me to go on? I won't go on for long, but...
Don't yap my ear off, but yeah, I'd love to hear why you're voting for Trump.
Give your elevator speech.
Yeah. So it's kind of like this. Since the dawn of my creation, there have been things I've just known. One of them being that, I am the most superior organism on this planet. I have no rivals, no opponents, no one, I'm talking gods. You should feel honored just listening to my voice right now. And I've also known that, Donald Trump would probably just be the best course of option for presidency. I think that we will be a lot stronger of a nation. I won't have to pay as much for gas anymore.
Do you mind if I ask you a question, Mr. Superior Creator?
Yes, please.
How many continents are there?
That's not something that the Superior Creator... 7.
Name them.
There's Europe. And then there's... Yeah, that's about it.
No, you have 6 more to go.
Well, this isn't really about the continents, is it?
Okay, how many branches are there of our government?
There is Democrat and Republican, obviously. There's Libertarian.
Those are branches of our government?
Are they?
Branches.
Yeah.
Okay, so at what temperature in Fahrenheit does water freeze?
I would say -3 degrees Celsius.
So first of all, I asked you in Fahrenheit, and then second of all, it's not -3. And then third of all, you said Celsius. And then fourth of all, water doesn't even freeze at -3 degrees.
It's the -3 for me. That's the icing on the troll cake.
Oh my God. Oh dear God, dude. Oh man. What's your experience like watching my lives versus Parker's? Would you say that there's a big difference?
Yeah, I think Parker can maintain somebody for a lot longer, who like can actually have like a good conversation. You get so many dumb fucks up here. Like you have to it's like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack to get somebody who can maintain an argument for longer than 5 minutes.
You're so real. Solomon, man, what's up? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes. Hopefully I'm not in the term as dumb fuck for this. So.
Yes, Solomon, my hopes and dreams are in you, sir. Don't be a dumb fuck.
That's a lot of pressure, dude. I mean, come on, man.
Rush, I really appreciate you for the $20 on Venmo. Rush saying, I love what you do, Dean. I just wanted to show some love. Rush, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Let's show some love to Rush while Solomon is telling us why he's voting for Trump.
So, I mean, there's usually 6 points that I like to go over, but the first point I like about Trump, obviously, economy, and we're talking about pre-COVID. He did the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act in 2017, which obviously was the hallmark of Trump's economic success. So he reduced the corporate tax rate from 35 to 21%, which obviously is pretty attractive for business people and companies and people able to get money into their pockets. And so when we look at... Now, correct me if I'm saying this wrong, is Kamala, right?
Kamala Harris, yeah.
Kamala Harris, okay, I don't want to disrespect her by saying her name wrong, but she doesn't really necessarily have an outlaid plan to get more money back in the pockets of the American people. I know when we look at the Biden-Harris policies, Harris supported the stimulus payments, so that kind of provided temporary relief, but inflation definitely spurred by excess government spending and definitely erased wage gains, but with Trump's policies, it was able to kind of deliver to definitely more sustained structural growth.
Jennifer, I appreciate you for the $5 on PayPal. So you made 3 claims there. First of all, you made the claim that Trump's tax cuts was the hallmark of his policy. Indy, I appreciate you for the Galaxy. Thank you so much. The second claim that you made there was that Kamala Harris has no real plan for tax cuts for Americans. And then the third claim that you made there was that Trump's tax cuts led to structured growth. So literally all 3 of those claims are either wrong or terrible to make. So your third claim that Trump's tax cuts led to structured growth and some significant attitude is wrong. If you look up the macroeconomic impacts of the 2017 tax reform, this is a research paper written by 2 Harvard economists. It indicates that this $1.9 trillion spending bill only led to an increase in our GDP of $10 billion per year. I guess you could say that is some structured growth, but it is very inconsequential and very bad growth given the $1.9 trillion investment. About your first claim about this being Trump's hallmark policy, this gives us a lot of reason not to vote for Trump because he doesn't even know what the fuck his hallmark policy is. Another 10 years of these tax cuts are estimated to cost $4 to $5 trillion. Solomon, where is that money going to come from? Or is this going to be reckless spending?
So I know that one of the rebuttals when it comes to his tax cuts, you're going to say that kind of we focus on it's benefiting the wealthy because I've heard that a lot mentioned in the live and
that's not the question nor the rebuttal that I'm offering you right now. The question I'm proposing is how the hell is Trump going to raise $4 to $5 trillion to pay for another 10 years of his tax cuts? Where is this money going to come from?
Obviously, he's going to have to structure it with different taxes, but that isn't necessarily raising the taxes to support that.
So he's going to pay for a decrease in government revenue with an increase in government revenue. So his tax cuts are going to cost $2.4 trillion in debt-related spending. And you're going to say that he's going to pay for his tax cuts with tax hikes? What taxes is he going to hike?
Yeah, and I know where you're going with this. I know that you're going to say that he's obviously going to have to hike up the...
Where's his tax going to have... Like, what taxes are he going to increase to raise $4 to $5 trillion over 10 years?
Yeah, I know where you're going with this, but when it comes to...
It's not like a leading question. I'm genuinely curious.
Oh, yeah. I mean, obviously, he's going to have to figure out where the tax are going to come from, whether it's maybe raising the corporate tax again, but to raise it...
He intends to lower it. That's where some of that $4 trillion in debt-related spending is going to come from.
Yeah, I mean, his plan is to lower it, and that'd be fantastic because that's what helped last time. But do you know where the current tax rate is right now for corporate tax?
21.
21?
So, yeah. So I just want to like clarify. Donald Trump, right? You're saying that Donald Trump is going to pay for these tax cuts with tax hikes. Donald Trump has not announced any tax hikes. Donald Trump has said that he's actually not going to raise taxes for anyone. Okay, all right. So your claim there is false. So ultimately, the consequence of what you've told us here is that Donald Trump has no fucking clue.
It's what he did during his 2017 act. So it's not.
Who
a
did
false
he raise
claim.
taxes on in 2017 to pay for the 1.9?
Oh, no, I'm not saying he raised taxes. I'm saying that it's not a false claim that he lowered the taxes from 35 to 21%.
No,
so
the false claim is that he's going to pay for the $4 trillion over the next 10 years by increasing taxes for some.
Okay, I see what you're saying. So he's obviously going to have to raise the corporate tax from 21 to whatever, 21% to whichever to help. But I know he's
give me one announcement from his campaign, or
I'm not saying
literally
he
any
announced
source
it. I'm just saying
online.
like
Miss Pierce,
realistically.
thank you for the Galaxy. I appreciate you for the Galaxy.
But I think the reason why I like Trump's
Delaney, I
approach,
appreciate you so much for the $10 on Venmo. I really appreciate you so much. W's for Delaney in the chat. Thank you for the $10. So and Danny, thank you for the $10 as well. W's for Danny. So I just want to clarify. No, Donald Trump doesn't have a plan to pay for the $4 to $5 trillion in debt-related spending associated with his tax cuts. What you're saying right now is gibberish. He has not announced that he's going to increase like taxes on anyone anywhere. In fact, he's explicitly stated that he's going to do the opposite of that. He's only going to decrease taxes for everybody. Now, this is why I say that Harris's tax policy is much better. Veronica, I appreciate you for the sage, because she is going to decrease taxes for 100 million American workers that need it the most in that low and the middle class. It's going to cost $2.4 trillion, and she knows exactly how she's going to pay for it. 1.3 of that 2.4 is going to come from a 7% increase on the corporate tax rate. The Treasury estimates that it will raise $1.3 trillion over the course of the next 10 years. Then the remainder of that $1.1 trillion is going to come from granting Medicare a greater renegotiating ability with private pharmaceutical companies, saving about $300 to $400 billion in government spending over the course of the next 10 years. And then the remainder of that portion is going to come from increasing the realized capital gains tax and introducing an unrealized capital gains tax on centimillionaires. So Kamala Harris has a comprehensive tax strategy where she's going to decrease taxes for the low and the middle class, putting more money into their pockets, and she knows exactly how she's going to pay for it. Donald Trump is going to disproportionately benefit rich people, throwing $4 trillion onto her debt with no clue how he's going to pay for it. Obviously, Harris's tax policy is better here. Any rational human being would agree with me.
But the tax cuts that you put wasn't just benefiting the wealthy. Because if you look at the policies, it led to actual real wage growth for working class Americans.
So I don't think that we'd have any indication that this led to an increase in the real income for the working class American, because that's not what the macroeconomic tax, the macroeconomic impacts of the 2017 tax reform study.
Because he definitely reinvested.
But my claim wasn't. I just want to say once again, my claim wasn't that it only benefited rich people. It's that it disproportionately benefited rich people.
It was a trickle-down effect because he was able to reinvest in and help create jobs and boosting productivity.
Okay, so name one point in American history where trickle-down economics has worked, because as far as I'm concerned, every single time we've tried trickle-down economics, it's failed. Since the 80s, with the introduction by Reagan, we've seen a stagnation in worker wages with increases in worker productivity. Trickle-down economics is a failed, economic
But it was working while Trump was in office from 2016 to 2019. Was it not? No. Did we not see an economic growth of wages and employment and jobs being boosted?
literally not. Like I already said, it only led to a growth in $10 billion to your GDP.
Where was the unemployment rate before Trump took over to where Trump was in office? Did not the unemployment rate go down?
So that's a correlation causation fallacy. You're going to have to indicate to me how the TCJA caused employment to go up. And I've already indicated to you how it's only caused an additional $10 billion to be added to our country every year. Like in the same way you could say, well, at points under Trump's admin, we had low rates of unemployment. Therefore, the TCJA caused it. Could I just say that under points at Trump's admin, we had very high rates of unemployment, such as April of 2020. Therefore, Trump's tax cuts caused that?
Well, notice how I'm focusing between 2016 to 2019. I'm not focusing on 2020. I know 2020, people like to point to 2020, whether to degrade Trump or help Trump, whichever.
Wait, why can't I? Why can't I point to 2020? Using your correlation causation fallacy.
No, it's not, because we're focusing on what he was actually able to do from 2016 to 2019.
Well, how do you know everything that happened in the country in between 2016 and 19 was caused by him, but everything that happened in the country in 2020 wasn't? Like, your logic is very simple. It's called a correlation causation fallacy. Not everything that happens in the country is caused by the president, and just because two variables are associated doesn't mean that one caused the other, right? If I want to use your logic, I could say that the 15 million jobs added back to the economy under Biden and Harris were caused by Biden and Harris merely because it happened under their term, and I could say that the rate of unemployment in April of 2020 under Trump's term, the highest that we've had since the Great Depression, was caused by him. But we cannot use correlation causation fallacy. I'd like you to indicate to me a source and or a study that would say that the TCJA led to a drastic decrease in our rate of unemployment.
No, I understand what you're trying to say. But so if you're trying to say if it's causation fallacy, then are you trying to say that the previous administration with Obama was the reason for the economical boom?
No, I don't think that we could attribute a reason to Obama.
So then why can't we attribute it to Trump from 2016 to 2019 the same way we can't attribute...
Because you don't have any reason to attribute it to Trump.
But we can't attribute high inflation just to the Biden-Harris
administration. The same way that we want to attribute the unemployment rate at the end of Trump's term to Trump, right? Because you have to indicate what policy and executive order caused these things to be the case, right? But you're not indicating how Trump caused these things. You're just saying they happened under his administration, therefore he caused them.
Correct. So when he did the tax cut from 35% to 21%, that's when we started seeing the economical boom with the trickle-down economics, which I understand why there can be some, obviously...
Really? Would you be able to give me a source?
Yeah, of course I can.
Because if you follow actually the increase in our GDP, if you follow the rate of unemployment, if you follow the year-by-year quarterly increase in our GDP, you'll see that those are actually economic trends that were followed under the Obama's term and went into Trump's term. There was no massive economic boom with the introduction of the TCJA in 2017.
So just to understand what you're saying overall, you're saying that no administration, whether it's negative or good, can be attributed to that success by their policies and the way they approach things. You're saying that...
I'm actually saying literally the exact opposite. You're being intellectually dishonest. I'm saying that in order to attribute things... I'm not being
intellectually dishonest. I'm just going based off of from 2016 to 2019, because dude, I don't even blame Biden and Harris for a lot of the inflation because...
Hey, Solomon, I'm going to repeat this to you one last time.
Okay, you got it.
How did Trump cause the economy to boom under his presidency?
Okay, first one, I already named the tax cut. The second one was the energy independence, securing America's energy future, right?
Tax cuts. Okay, let's talk about the tax cuts, right? Give me a study that indicate that the tax cuts led to a boom in our GDP. Because I've given you a study that indicated it didn't.
So companies could reinvest in their workers, expand their operations, and they return to manufacturing, which was to American soil, right?
But
so unemployment dropped to 3.5%, which is the lowest in 50 years.
I've given you a study. You're not answering my question. This is not an answer to my question. I have given you a study that indicated that the TCJA was not effective for growth for our economy. Give me a study that would indicate otherwise. You are not giving me a study. You are using taglines.
I'm not using taglines. That it went down to 3.5%, which was the lowest in 50 years. That came from the U.S. Department of Treasury.
Solomon,
right, report,
Solomon, this is my last time.
The Bureau of Labor Statistics.
Just saying that something happened in the country does not mean that you could blame it on the president. You have to indicate how the policy caused those things to happen. Can I say that Kamala Harris and Joe Biden's policy caused their record low 3.4% rate of unemployment, Solomon? Can I say that their policies caused 15 million jobs to be added back to the economy? Can I mute your mic now, little bro?
Okay. Why can't we say...
Answer my question. Can I say that Biden and Harris's policies caused 15 million jobs to be added back to the economy? And
of course you could, because if their policies were implemented and then that happened, then yeah, of course you could.
Okay. So yeah, Biden and Harris achieved a lower rate of unemployment than Trump did.
Okay. Yeah, because we're coming out of obviously the pandemic, which I agree with.
Okay, so if Biden and Harris achieved a lower rate of unemployment than Trump, wouldn't this give you more reason to vote for Harris over Trump?
No, because we're just going over we're just going over one point. We're not going over the whole.
Wait. I have a question.
Hold on.
If the rate of unemployment under Harris doesn't give us reason to vote for Harris, how come the rate of unemployment under Trump would give us reason to vote for Trump?
So if we're going off of one point, okay, which, again, I understand you're gonna go down this whole it's lower.
You're not answering my question. I'm going to give you one last chance to answer this question before we move on to a different topic. If the rate of unemployment under Biden and Harris doesn't give us reason to vote for Harris, how come the rate of unemployment under Trump would give us?
Because that's not the only reason I'm going to vote for Trump. Is one thing.
Oh wait, but you're saying the rate of unemployment under Trump is one of your reasons to vote for Trump, right? So why couldn't we say here that because Harris had a lower rate of unemployment, that you have more reason to vote for Harris over Trump, right? In the context of unemployment.
So if we're going over specific points, then why can't I just say, hey, this is one of the points of why I want to vote for Trump? So,
bro, what is lower, 3.5% or 3.4%?
3.4%.
That would give you more reason to vote for Harris over Trump in the context of unemployment rate. When we're trying to draw up who the better candidate is, we're doing a comparative analysis, right? So saying that there was this low rate of unemployment under Trump doesn't give you reason to vote for Trump unless there wasn't a lower rate of unemployment under Harris. Do you understand that? Can you comprehend that point?
Oh, no, I comprehend exactly what you're saying.
Okay, so therefore you have more reason to vote for Harris over Trump in the context of unemployment, right?
Okay, so let's go on to energy independence.
Great. So yeah, energy independence, more oil has been produced domestically under Biden and Harris than ever under Trump. More reason to vote for Harris over Trump again.
So the U.S. became energy independent for the first time in decades, okay? Correct?
What do you classify as energy independence?
So he did deregulation in energy, right? So Trump's policies included rolling back.
Wait, so deregulation in energy means energy independence? So if we're producing no oil, but we have no regulations on the production of
He
oil,
opened
are
up
we energy
federal lands
independent?
for oil and gas exploitation, including the Keystone XL pipeline, correct?
Oh, the Keystone XL pipeline did not lead to domestic energy independence as it was
It
Canadian.
led to lower gas prices.
Wrong.
So okay, why is that wrong?
Because it wasn't currently producing oil, which means it didn't increase the oil supply curve, right? This is the very basic principles of macroeconomics, right? The way in which we would achieve a lower equilibrium price of a good given the consistent demand would be an increase in supply, okay? Right. However, it is the case that it wasn't not producing oil, so it didn't increase the supply of oil, which means it didn't drop prices.
So were gas prices not lower under Trump's administration?
The idea of the gas prices being lower under Trump's admin doesn't mean that Trump caused the gas prices to be lower, especially when we're talking about the Keystone XL pipeline. Okay, I just gave you a very rudimentary argument insofar as how the Keystone pipeline didn't cause lower gas prices because it wasn't producing oil. How can a pipeline that is not producing oil cause lower gas prices?
So when the Harris and Bidens prematurely shifted away from the fossil fuels, that led to an increased gas prices.
Now that's another pivot. You're talking about the Harris-Biden administration, but I'm talking about Trump. I asked you a very specific question. How can an oil pipeline such as the Keystone XL that is not currently producing oil decrease oil prices?
So when that led to that, again, we're looking at the overall economical stance. Did it not create more jobs in the energy sectors and create more national security?
No, it didn't, actually. It didn't create any full-time jobs for Americans. And at the end of the day, Politico Pro would only indicate that it would create 35 full-time jobs. However, Solomon, I'm not asking you about jobs. I'm asking you about the price of oil. How can an oil pipeline that is not producing oil decrease the price of oil?
The price of oil went down when he opened up the Keystone XL pipeline, despite there not being production.
Buddy, how can the price of oil...
energy sectors and the greater national security. That's why it went down.
Okay, so because it created more jobs in oil, so it only created 35 full-time jobs in oil.
Okay.
So if you create 35 jobs, it's going to decrease.
Of that?
No, it didn't.
So you're saying that the actions that he did for that did not lead to lower gas prices?
Yeah, no, creating 35 full-time jobs did not decrease the price of oil. Because what you'd be referencing here is the future market.
So
because
are you not...
Because, dude,
this
is basic fucking macroeconomics. If you don't understand basic macroeconomics, I'm going to move on to my next guess, right? And I'm honestly going to point and laugh at everybody in the chat saying that you're winning right now. Because when we're looking at a good, okay, there is a couple ways to decrease the price of it. But we're just going to go very basic here. We have a supply curve and we have a demand curve.
Correct.
So how do we decrease the price of a good given a consistent demand? We increase the supply, right?
Yes, I know the basics between supply and demand.
Right. So the Keystone XL pipeline being under production, did that increase the supply of global oil or did that decrease the supply of global oil?
Here in America, it decreased based off of the regulation for deregulation in energy.
Solomon,
I know what you're saying by the supply
that
and
is not an
demand.
answer. That is not an answer. The Keystone XL pipeline that was in effect, did that increase the global supply of oil or did that decrease the global supply of oil?
We're not focusing on the global side of oil. We're focusing on here in America with where gas prices went down.
Did that increase the domestic supply of oil or did that decrease the domestic supply of oil?
Was it not decreased under that regulation? Was it not decreased under him? That's what I'm trying to get at.
So actually the domestic oil supply...
better under Trump.
The domestic oil supply was increased under Biden and Harris. Under Biden and Harris, we've been producing 13.4 million barrels of oil per day on average. Meanwhile, under Trump's, the highest that we ever produced was 12.8.
But they paused federal oil and gas leasing, the Biden and Harris administration.
No, they actually leased out more federal lands for drilling than Trump's administration ever did, 50% more.
No, they literally paused the federal and oil gas lease, which restricted supply and driving up costs. That's why a lot of the oil started run up. I know that there's different things going on in world events.
No, you're actually wrong. So what you're referencing is like drilling permits that were approved by Trump on nature reserves in Alaska. Okay. However, they accounted for pausing those drilling permits by approving others. We are producing more oil today here at home in America than we did under Trump. Am I wrong? Am I right?
I can't say yes or no because I didn't study up on that part yet.
You're so fucking incredibly dense. I cannot believe it.
Why? Because
I'll go ahead and tell you exactly.
You don't like the point?
No, the point that I don't like the point that you're making because it's wrong. You're making the argument that the domestic supply of oil.
You haven't said why it's wrong. You just said it's wrong.
I actually did just say that how it's wrong. You're making the argument that the domestic supply of oil is lower under Biden and Harris than Trump.
Are gas prices not higher?
Solomon, the question, are gas prices higher, is different from is our domestic production of oil lower? Our
but
gas
is
prices
that not a relation to oil prices? Maybe oil prices, you could say they're lower, but does that mean gas prices are higher?
Okay,
go ahead.
If you don't let me speak. The reason that we have higher prices of oil, higher prices of gas today here at home in America is because oil is a global supply. We see a decrease in the global oil supply, okay? That's caused by Trump broking a deal with OPEC to reduce their output of oil by 10%, as well as Russia's invasion of Ukraine, meaning that we're no longer getting Russian oil. So the reason that the price of oil today is higher here at home in America is because of a decrease in the global supply. However, right, we've actually seen an increase in our own domestic supply. Let me just ask you a very simple question. If you and your brother are apple farmers, and last year you produced 5 and he produced 5, this year y'all produced 10 total apples, okay? And let's just say because you produced 10 total apples, each apple sold for $1. But now the next year, instead of producing 5 apples, you produce 8 apples. But your brother, on the other hand, instead of producing 5 apples, only produces 1 apple. What is the total supply of apples?
The supply of apples is still 10.
No, it's 9, okay? Because 8 plus 1 is what?
9. Sorry, I didn't have that part.
9. So the overall supply of apples went down. So when we saw a reduction in the supply of apples, what did that do to the price?
It can cause the price to go up.
Okay, so that's what happened with the global oil supply. The U.S. under Joe Biden and Kamala Harris produced more oil than it ever has been before because they have approved more drilling permits on federal land for oil production. However, we still see an increased price of the good for the reason that, globally speaking, we have a decreased supply. Does that make sense, Solomon?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but what can you outline Biden and Harris's gas policy?
Their gas policy is pretty simple. We just want to make the biggest investments that we can into renewable energy resources in the long term. That's what they did with the Inflation Reduction Act. Then specifically for domestic drilling, all that they're about is just approving drilling permits where they can, as long as they don't ingress upon nature reserves or indigenous land, insofar as producing more oil than they ever have been before. However, the specificalities of their gas policy is not related to the idea that they approved more drilling permits, meaning that we're producing more oil now than then.
So would you say, sorry, I didn't know if you're done.
But the overwhelming point here, Solomon, is that the Keystone XL pipeline did not decrease the price of oil in America because it wasn't producing oil.
So would you say that we are more energy independent now under their...
Duh.
Okay. How are we more energy independent now?
Because we're producing more energy.
Correct, but are we not relying on other countries and other sources for energy?
We actually imported more under Trump.
From other countries, correct?
Correct. We're less reliant on other countries for oil today than we were under Trump. We are literally more energy independent because we're producing more oil and we're less reliant on imports.
Okay. So you're trying to say that under the Biden-Harris administration, we are producing more oil.
Solomon, look up EIA. Go on your laptop.
Can I not just get a point out without you getting upset?
Yeah, you're just repeating the same thing as if it's false.
Because you keep cutting me off.
You're making it sound like what I'm saying is wrong. Fact check me. Look up domestic oil production right now.
Can I not reiterate a point to make sure I'm understanding what you're saying before I make a next point?
Reiterate your point.
Thank you. So what you're saying is that under them, we are definitely more energy independent than under Trump, correct?
Okay, do you want me to say it for a 4th, 5th, 6th time? Yes, 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 and yes. Every single time. We're producing more oil and we're importing less. We're just analytically more energy independent.
Okay. And so I'm not repeating the same thing. So you're saying under them that their focus is to continue here and not go on certain lands and all that, correct? When they're drilling.
Comparative to Trump, yeah.
Okay. So you're saying that they're focusing more on clean energy, right?
They're focusing more on clean energy in comparison to Trump. That doesn't relate to our energy independence.
So he wasn't against clean energy. He was pragmatic about it.
That has nothing to do with energy independence. We're talking about who ushered in more energy independence, right? And now you want to talk about being pragmatic about clean energy? Listen, here's the point.
Because we need to maintain strong domestic oil and gas production to protect American workers and keep energy affordable.
And that's what Biden and Harris are doing. I have a question for you. How could you say that Trump ushered in more energy independence than Biden and Harris when we produced less domestic oil and we were more reliant on imports?
He started by doing that by his first policy under the deregulation of energy. That was the whole point that he started that, correct?
Okay, so you're saying that we were more energy independent under Trump, even though we produce less energy and we're more reliant on imports?
Well, aren't you saying that it's a causation under certain things when certain things happen? You keep saying everything that I say that Trump did was good was a cause. We can't say it's a causation because of Trump. And you're saying that a causation under the Biden-Harris administration is because of their policies, but not because of Trump's policies that he started implementing.
Yeah, so the causal factor related to the administration would merely be them approving more drilling permits. But I didn't even ask you. I asked you, specifically speaking, were we more energy independent under Trump? Yes or no?
We were definitely heading that direction, yes.
So your answer is yes, we were more energy independent under Trump than Biden and Harris.
We were heading that way.
No, were we more energy independent under Trump than Harris?
This is what I know what you're going to do. You're going to say, well, under this, therefore you should vote for
Okay, Solomon, Harris, I'm going to give you one last chance to answer my question. What's going on with a dense-ass guest today? Were we more energy independent under Trump?
So is no point good enough for you to say that, hey, Trump was a good president with certain things that he did?
Holy fuck, Solomon.
And then you're just saying, hey, that's just a terrible point.
Am I getting tortured? Where's the camera? Where's the camera? Yo, chat. Where's the camera? Where the fuck is the camera? Am I like on a hidden prank TV show right now? I'm on a hidden prank TV show right now. I am on a hidden prank TV show right now. Okay, bro, this isn't going anywhere. We could continue to beat the dead horse if you'd like. I've definitely destroyed you in this conversation. I have another question I'd like to ask you, though. We could stay on this dead horse. If you want to keep beating it, I'm fine. But there's other questions that I would like to ask you.
Sure,
so are you okay with moving on? Or do you want to beat the dead horse more?
No, go for it.
Perfect. Would you ever vote for someone that's been held civilly liable for violently sexually abusing a woman?
I'm not focusing on the character of a person. I'm focusing on policies.
With all due respect, Solomon,
there's literally no one in this presidential race that's going to be perfect.
It's not being a rapist or being perfect. That's a false dichotomy. Would you ever vote for someone that's been held civilly liable for raping a woman, Solomon? Do you see this shit? Do you see what I go through for you guys? Solomon, unmute your mic, Pookie. Holy shit. Where are the cavemen in the chat? I swear to God. We like rocks go clacking no one's home. Solomon, there you go. Would you ever vote for someone held liable for raping a woman?
Okay, so going back to the point that I was trying to make, I don't like Trump. I don't think he's a good person, but I like how he handles his policies and
Solomon,
how he's going to
would you ever vote for someone that's been held liable for rape?
Did you not hear my response? I don't.
You did
like
not give
Trump.
me a response. It's a yes or no question. Would you ever vote for someone that's been held liable for rape?
I am not going to vote based off of someone.
Would you ever vote for someone that's been held liable for rape?
Someone who's going to have good policies.
Okay, so if Donald Trump raped a little girl in 1992, would you still vote for him?
A little girl, like 13, 12 years old. Is that what you're saying? He groped a little girl at 13, 12 years old.
I'm saying if Donald Trump raped a little girl, would you still vote for him?
Of course not.
Okay, so how come you wouldn't vote for Trump if he raped a little girl, but you would vote for Trump if he raped an adult woman? Because Trump has raped an adult woman. It was proved within a court of law, and that determination was made by a unanimous jury. So what is the relevant distinction between raping an adult woman not being sufficiently bad enough, but raping a little girl being sufficiently bad enough?
So when we go back to, again, policy, I know what you're trying to say. He did these things, whatever.
Solomon, I'm 3 seconds away from putting you on mute and repeating my question. Can we skip that part?
No, we're not going to skip that part. Because
let's skip the part of you pivoting, me muting, and re-asking you the question.
Dude, you pivot all the time, man.
I actually specifically am not pivoting. You have been constantly pivoting since you got up on this
Every
live.
time I ask a
and
question,
in fact, the one conversational shift that we made, I made it explicitly clear that I was willing to continue having that conversation, but asked for your approval to talk about something else. So no, I have not pivoted in this conversation, but I want to ask you the question once again. but not the other. And Monica, thank you for the $10 on Venmo.
I can't consciously vote for Harris because of her stance of abortion.
Okay. So Solomon, you will answer my damn question or you will be removed from my live and the entirety of my chat will laugh at you. I want all my chatters to get ready to laugh at Solomon when he doesn't answer my question. Everybody get ready to laugh. Why would you not vote for Donald Trump if he raped a little girl, but you would vote for Donald Trump if he raped an adult woman?
Okay. Because he wasn't convicted.
Oh my God. Okay. Jesus Christ. So you're saying that, okay, so you'd vote for Trump if he was held liable for raping a little girl because he wasn't convicted?
If he went to jail and he was held liable, absolutely.
So would you vote for Donald Trump if he was held liable for raping a little girl?
Correct.
You would vote for Trump?
No. Sorry, I thought I misunderstood the question. No, I wouldn't. If he was held liable and went to prison for that, no, I wouldn't vote for him.
Okay, well, like civil courts send some people to prison. So he was held liable for raping an adult woman. Does this mean that you will not be voting for Donald J. Trump?
And did he go to prison for it? Was he convicted?
Civil courts determine financial responsibility. So he was ordered to pay her $87 million.
Well, then that just means that there just wasn't enough evidence for him to go to prison.
No, false. So the reason it didn't go to a criminal court where they send people to prison was because the statute of limitations had passed, not because there wasn't an unprecedented amount of evidence.
So then, okay, now we're going to get into technicalities. So if he was held financially responsible for this, but he wasn't actually convicted, and that just means that there just wasn't enough evidence to convict him to go to prison. Because even it doesn't matter the amount of time. If there's enough evidence for someone to go to prison, they're going to go to prison.
No, that's false. There's statute of limitations, sir.
That under certain things, yes, but rape is not one of them.
Yes, there is. There's statute of limitations on rape in the state of New York.
Oh, in New York, sorry, different state.
So you're wrong.
Thank you. I can actually admit when I'm wrong.
What have I been wrong about?
I think the only thing with you is that you refuse to admit that Trump actually did good with certain policies and how he handled, like, let's say, even the border. But since he's Trump, you don't want to admit that.
Okay,
correct?
Well, we'll talk about that next. And I'm fine with admitting when Trump does something good, right? Like such as the Right to Try Act or the Operation Warp Speed. Those were great. But now let's go back to my question. You said that you wouldn't vote for Trump if he was held liable for raping a little girl, but you would vote for Trump if he was held liable for raping an adult woman.
If he was actually held liable in the sense of going to prison, was convicted, substantial evidence, yeah, I wouldn't vote for him. Just, okay, I mean, so, but then again, I can't vote for anybody because
so Trump was held liable. Okay. So you said that you wouldn't vote for Trump if he was held liable for raping a woman. Donald Trump was held liable for raping a woman. Does this mean that you will not be voting for Trump?
Well, I'm still going to vote for him because he wasn't held liable, nor was he gone to prison.
Oh my God, he was held liable. Oh my God, you're okay. Okay, get ready for the dunk, guys. Here's the form that held him liable. Yeah, that's E. Jean Carroll versus Donald J. Trump. Here's the jury verdict form.
Yeah, I remember you showed this yesterday.
Yeah, he was held liable. Here's a court document.
I watch your lives way too much.
So yeah, Donald Trump was held liable for raping a woman. Do you concede now?
No, because
you just said that he wasn't held liable, and that's why you're still voting for him. I just showed you the court document that held him liable. How dense are you? Are you trolling me?
Do you not know how the law works?
I do know how the law works.
You
don't know how the law works.
Because there needs to be substantial evidence for people to actually be held liable in the sense of going to prison, saying, "Hey, you are guilty of sin. You did this. You go to prison."
Okay. We also literally have a lawyer on the live.
There's been plenty of times where people have said, "Hey, you know what? There's some evidence that he did. There's some evidence he's not, but we're going to hold him financially responsible for that." That's why it goes to a jury, because the jury's allowed to actually evaluate this process.
So the reason that Donald Trump, right, was held liable for rape in a civil court in comparison to criminally convicted of rape in a criminal court is specifically because the statute of limitations had passed for E. Jean Carroll to bring forth criminal charges against Trump. Okay?
So and specifically the only reason you're not voting for him is because of that conviction?
There's a multiplicity of reasons why I'm not voting for
so then why do you always come back to this point if that's not the only reason?
We literally talked about other points for 40 minutes. Solomon, dude, holy shit, I'm explaining to you how the court system works. You know what? I want you to repeat to me what I just said. If you cannot repeat to me what I just explained to you, I'm kicking you. You're on the dude, hot mic right now. I have explained this to you 4 times. Repeat to me what I have explained to me, or I am kicking you and I am moving on.
Just kick me.
So you listen, look at that, Solomon. Why the fuck will you sit up here, act like you're engaged in a good faith, productive conversation with me, and then turn around and admit to not even listening to what I'm saying?
Because I have other stuff going on, man. I have kids. I'm paying attention.
Oh my God. So your excuse for not listening to a single damn thing that I've said is
I
because you have
listened to plenty of
kids?
stuff that you said, dude, but I can't like listen to 100% of the stuff going on.
Yeah, he couldn't even explain what the difference was between a civil and a criminal court, even though that's what I've been telling him for the last 20 minutes. That, y'all, is your typical Trump supporter. That right
and everyone
there,
yelling at me for not jumping in. Dean was doing just fine. I'm here for fact checking, and there were no lies detected, so he was cooking just fine.
I know, dude. This is crazy. I'm starting to have a little bit of a headache because these guests here, chat. I'm probably gonna hop off soon. Like, I'm not gonna lie. This is probably the first time in like 6 months where I've legitimately had a headache. I've been in like physical pain from how bad these guests are. What's up, Joshua? Are you voting for Trump?
Can you hear me right now?
Yeah, are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, I'm voting for Trump, and I don't know if you remember me from the last conversation we had not that long ago when we were filming, but I want to pick up on some stuff really quick.
When we're filming?
For Jubilee?
Were you on the you were on the Jubilee episode?
Yeah, the one that's airing tomorrow.
Which one were you?
I'm the black individual, the black guy who came up.
Oh,
I got like a couple. I got like probably like 20 seconds each because you know how people are so eager to talk and automatically vote you out.
Yeah. Were you the guy that recognized me from the Brooks debate, or was that someone else?
That might have been somebody else.
Oh wait, I remember you. Yeah, you did come up a couple times. Yeah, I'm excited for that air tomorrow.
Times.
Well,
yeah,
honestly,
I'm looking forward to it too.
what are your share with the chat here? What were your preliminary thoughts? What did you think about filming the episode? How do you think it went down? I want you to tell the viewers in here a little bit about your experience as a Republican on there.
Yeah, I thought the idea and the premise of it was really, really interesting. I know it's the first time they really did something like that, surrounded. So I had a really, really good time doing it, kind of like test driving a new idea. However, I will say, like I said before, I know you mentioned it. I watched one of your videos on your account and you mentioned it. I feel like it goes, the idea of raising your flag when you feel like somebody's not debating well was kind of missed. So a lot of the people who you were sitting with in the circle, they would raise their flag without even really they would raise their flag because they wanted to talk. Not because you were doing bad, because they wanted to talk. So when you were up there and you were debating, you wanted to quickly say as much as you can, as quick as possible. So it kind of skewed it up a little bit and made it a little bit hard to get arguments out and everything and have a good debate, because you have one side trying to speak as quick as possible before you get voted out because somebody else wants to come up and speak. So I think the idea overall it was a great idea.
Overall, how do you think everyone did? Do you think, from the Republicans' perspective, how did the 20 Republicans hold up against me?
Yeah, I think there were some people that, again, I'll give it to you. You're a really good debater in some of your techniques that you use. I think there's definitely a lot of Republicans that got tripped up pretty quickly and just weren't able to. I don't know. They didn't have enough evidence to back their claims. I agreed with some of the claims, a lot of the claims, but they didn't have enough evidence to back it up. And they couldn't go up there in a public setting or in front of other people and have that kind of conversation because they just get tripped up pretty quickly. So I think there were some very good points made on the Republican side. However, they just did not have enough backing to prove it.
Oh, yeah. All right. Well, yeah, you're honestly going to be my last guest of the night here before I end. Why are you voting for Trump, man?
So what I'm voting for Trump is I want to kind of shy away from the whole economic stuff and all that kind of stuff, but I really want to put it on racial issues.
Let's do it.
So when we take Kamala Harris and we put Donald Trump, I know a lot of people wanted to bag on Donald Trump, like, oh, he said all these racist things, oh, he did all these racist things, blah, 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 blah. Keep on going down and down and down. But at the end of the day, we have to look at a track record. We have to look at a track record of what Kamala Harris has done as DA of California. And I think that's overlooked a lot.
Be sure not to say the names of any drugs.
Oh yeah, I won't say anything. But she locked up a lot of people for minor drug offenses. She withheld evidence that would get 2 people out of jail. There's one individual, Kevin Cooper, who is on death row right now because she refused to let evidence in the courtroom and blocked it. There's another individual, George Gage, who has a life term in prison because she would not have DNA testing to prove that he did not commit the crime. And then on top of that, she, in 2015, when called upon by the Legislative Black Caucus to support bills that would mandate that all police officers wear body-worn cameras and that the Attorney General's office investigate lethal officer-involved shootings, she declined that. So she has a track record in the minority community of just not caring, especially in the criminal justice system. That is, I mean, honestly, in the argument of race politics, we believe that is hurting us a lot. She has that kind of track record. And for me to sit here and be like, no, I'm going to vote for someone that has that kind of track record, I can't do that. I can't bring myself to do that.
Yeah, I got you. First of all,
I go ahead. I'll let you talk. I want to interrupt. I want to actually have a good conversation right now.
Yeah, man, I hear you. So first of all, I mean, like, even if everything you just said was true, I'd still say that's a better track record than Trump, like calling all black people lazy and calling for religious persecution. But there's a lot of things that you said there that I don't think are necessarily true. One of them being Kevin Cooper, the guy in death row. So Kamala Harris prosecuted Kevin Cooper. He was put on death row, proven guilty. Kevin Cooper's lawyer argued that there should be further DNA testing done. Of course, the prosecutor, Kamala Harris, was like, hell no, we don't need that. That's a waste of resources. He's definitely guilty. A judge then ordered DNA testing. It was done, and he was well proven guilty again. He was not exonerated. His life was never on the line because the state of California stopped executions in 2006, and then this was even investigated in 2018, and there's no evidence found of wrongdoing on DA, 45 locked up under a Watch's DA in San Francisco. However, it is specifically the case that there's a prosecutor prosecuting, and we also don't have race or gender statistics from the state of California with their crime rate, so we don't know that they were all young black men. And then additionally, she called for an end on the war on drugs in 2014, and she even co-signed on legislation in the Senate in 2018 to federally legalize the use of the drug. Then about the other person on death row and then the body cam thing, I don't know what you're talking about, but maybe Law down here does. Do you know what he's referencing?
George Gage. He's not on death row, but he will die in prison because he had I'm trying to pull it up right here. He has a pretty long sentence. He's not going to get out anytime soon. That's for sure.
So what did she do to George Gacy that was racist?
George Gacy?
Yeah.
She withheld evidence. It's
withheld evidence again.
Here's the thing that's kind of funny when it comes to Democrats and people vote. It's like she could do these kind of things, but if anyone that's white does the same exact thing, they're automatically called racist. You know,
I call Trump a racist. I call Trump a racist because he said all black people are lazy. Says he doesn't like black men counting as money.
So what has he done in office to help the minority? If we could have this kind of conversation though, what has he done in office while he had power to either harm or help the minority community? I'll list some right now.
He actively harmed the African-American community by significantly decreasing funding to historically black universities, and then attempted to make that decrease in funding permanent. So he decreased it to $250 million per year, and then said this is a legislation.
I want to chime in on the George Gage thing real quick. George Gage was convicted in 1999, and Kamala Harris didn't become AG until 2011. So I'm curious how she withheld evidence in a case that she wasn't prosecuting.
I'm pulling up my stuff I have right now on him.
And the thing about HBCUs is
while I'm pulling this up right now, can we get the exact numbers for the funding between the Trump administration and the Biden administration to HBCUs?
I got him. Yeah. So Trump did $250 million per year. They did $4 billion per year. And then they renewed the funding to HBCUs every 4 or 8 years, historically speaking. But when Donald Trump got in, he decreased funding to $250 million per year, and then made it permanent. Okay. Right. And the reason why that's an issue is because it would have taken 49 years to account for $16 billion given his policy. Biden and Harris step in, send HBCU $16 billion in 4. Okay, right. And then also, we could account for Donald Trump being racist, even though most of the things were done outside of office in his past. I don't really.
I know, but I want to talk about in office though specifically because that's what affects all Americans. Just like I want to talk about Kamala Harris's track record as a DA, that affected all California.
Yeah, but there's also ways that racism in his past affects all Americans though today. Because what it does is it normalizes.
Go ahead.
Also, her name is pronounced Kamala.
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 Kamala. That's what I'm saying.
Perfect.
So I have a little bit of list.
No, dude, you're good. Don't worry about it. And then I just want to point out, like, Trump's like historical like track record of racism does impact everyday people in America now.
So can we list some of the historical track records of racism that affects me as an African American right now? How that affects me?
Sure. Well, I could give you the historical pieces of racism, and I could tell you how it affects the African American community today.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so like denying housing opportunities to black people in the 70s, calling all black people lazy, saying that he doesn't like black people counting his money, saying that Obama shouldn't be able to run for president because he's black, therefore he's been in Kenya, born in Kenya, saying that Kamala Harris isn't black and instantiating that there's a point where turned black and instantiating a point where she wasn't black prior, etc. And like this impacts the African American community today because you're essentially just like adopting, normalizing, and accepting, and even uplifting a vehemently racist man who's been endorsed by the KKK to be a leader of our country. Okay, that is regressive towards social attitudes towards members of the African American community. And then the ways that he's impacted. More examples. Central Park 5, black jobs, calling the African American community black with an S at the end. And the way that like he's also impacted the African American community in office, not only is by like decreasing funding to
Really. You're saying that him calling African Americans black is racist?
Black with an S.
Because honestly, for me, I feel
black with an S at the end.
Oh, blacks. Okay. So because honestly, for me, calling us black or use put whatever you want encompasses that for black individuals, it's not just all from Africa, African Americans. We're also from Haiti. We're from all over the world. That whole encompasses a lot of different
I agree with you.
Cultures within the black community.
I agree.
It's not always black American. So that's not a racist thing to say. Black,
I don't think it's
not racist.
I don't think it's racist to call black people black people.
Saying,
I think it's racist to call black people black with an S at the end.
Okay, so it's racist to call Mexican people Mexicans? Is that racist too?
And the big difference.
Okay, then why is it racist to call black people blacks? And what's racist about that?
Great question.
I really want to know.
I could give you an answer. So let's imagine you are looking to buy. Okay, maybe some people are in the chat are saying that it is. Okay, so maybe Mexicans is a dehumanizing term. Let's think about like a term that isn't dehumanizing, so I could really drive my point home. Christians.
Well, actually, let's use a term that's not dehumanizing.
How about Christians?
Let's keep it on. Let's keep it on race right now. I want to keep it on race. Let's use a racial term that we can use plural.
Whites.
That is,
whites isn't racist or dehumanizing.
Okay,
there we go.
Why is that not racist and dehumanizing? I want to know that.
Great. Yeah. So I could explain to you why saying black with an S at the end is and saying whites isn't. And I could explain it to you through the use of a very useful analogy. So let's imagine you are looking to buy a new gun. You want an AR-15. And you are presented with two options. Okay, you have two AR-15s that you could possibly buy. One AR-15 is just like straight off of the manufacturer's conveyor belt. It's never been used, so it was just made, $1,000. And then the other AR-15 was the same AR-15 that they used to kill kids in the Uvalde school shooting, or Sandy Hook. Okay, you're obviously going to prefer to use the new AR-15 over the AR-15 that's been used to kill kids historically, okay? In fact, I might even say that we should take the AR-15 that was used to kill kids at Sandy Hook and fucking burn it, never use it again. Would you agree with me there?
Yeah, I agree with you on that.
Yeah, so there's like some AR-15s that have been used historically in very poor, derogatory, and honestly violent ways, and we should never use those ARs again. But there's nothing wrong with the ARs that haven't been used historically in those poor negative ways. So the analogy here would be the term whites hasn't been historically used to dehumanize, reduce, belittle, and marginalize white people. However, the term black with an S at the end has. The term black with an S at the end has been used to dehumanize black people, to take away their humanity, to treat them lesser than white people. And then another good comparison, just to drive the point home further, is a comparison between the terms Christians and Jews. Okay, we should not use the term Jews because that is what the Nazis used to refer and to dehumanize all Jewish people. But there's nothing wrong with using the term Christians.
Okay, so actually, I want to bring that up because here's what it seems like you're doing that whole entire rant and argument. Is you're trying to define the term racism, and you're trying to say, and this is the problem that I have when it comes to when it comes to the Democratic Party and liberals in general is that you want to sell this idea that minorities can go out there and redefine racism to whatever the color of skin is. So I can call you. It's fine if I say white, but it's wrong if you say blacks. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter anything. If I cannot call you one term, then you cannot call me one term, and vice versa. So if blacks is offensive, no. If blacks with an S is offensive, then I cannot call you whites.
Well,
with an S. I call you white.
The reason why the term black at the S. So there is good. So the reasons that I have to justify my claim that referring to black people as blacks, right, do not apply in the sense of referring to white people as whites. Okay, right. So we have reasons why we say that term is derogatory, and those reasons don't apply to the term whites. It's like super duper simple. It's like, if we shouldn't use the AR-15 that they used to kill people in the Sandy Hook school shooting, does that mean that we shouldn't use any AR-15s? Purdy, I really appreciate you for the champion. I thank you so much. W's for Purdy in the chat. Like, let me legitimately ask you that. Would you ever use Joshua? Let me ask you a question. Would you ever use the AR-15? Let me get this out. Let me get this out, please, man. Would you ever use the AR-15 that was used to kill kids at Sandy Hook? Would you ever shoot that gun for fun?
No.
Okay, so using your logic, would that imply that we should never shoot any AR-15s for fun?
Okay, no, actually, no, let's use your logic. Let's use your logic. So the AR that was used for the Sandy Hook shooting and any other AR, does that mean that the Sandy Hook shooting AR has a complete different name to it? It's a completely different name. It's not even an AR-15 anymore. It has a complete different name. Are we going to use that logic now? Are we going to use that exact logic? Because that same exact logic...
Sarian, I appreciate you for the $10 on Venmo. For Analogy King Slay, I appreciate you, Sari, for the $10. I don't understand how you're not getting my point, man. You're being really dense.
No, I know. I get your point. I get your point in what you're trying to say right now. But I'm saying it's extremely flawed. It's extremely flawed.
It is not flawed at all. Let's just...
Yeah, it's a flawed argument. It's a flawed argument.
Okay, I'm going to make it once more. You're missing the point. I could explain to you how you are missing the point if you will allow me to explain to you how you're missing the point.
I know how. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
You never use the AR-15 that killed kids at Sandy Hook because historically it's been used to perpetuate bad things. But you use other AR-15s. I never used the term black with an S at the end. So I never use the term black pluralize, because it's been historically used to perpetuate bad things. But I'd use the name of other races pluralized that haven't been used to historically perpetuate bad things, like whites. Would you ever call Jewish people Jews? Or does that sound wrong to
you? No, I don't understand where you're going with this argument. This argument is it's baseless. And what I'm trying to say right now...
Cammy, I appreciate you for the $20 on PayPal. I really appreciate you so much. Let's get some W's in the chat for Cammy right now. Thank you for the $20. Another example. Calling women females and calling men males. Those damn females. Okay, we don't reference women as females specifically because, that's been used to dehumanize women. Okay, it's been used to belittle and reduce them down to what's in between their legs. But the term males hasn't been used to reference men that way.
See, now you're just running on emotion. And what I'm trying to do right now, I'm trying to explain to you.
This isn't an emotional argument.
You're running on emotion right now. You're saying, that's demonizing because I'm using an S at the end.
I've given you my logical qualifiers.
Right now, and what you're really trying to do right now is you're trying to redefine the term of racism, and you're trying to say that racism is a fluid definition.
Do you think it's okay to reference
based on the individual? What?
Do you think it's okay to wait? So do you think that you'd be running off of emotion when you wouldn't use the AR-15 used to shoot up Sandy Hook, but you would use others?
I just right here said that I would not do that. I would not use the same AR-15 that was used to shoot up Sandy Hook.
In the same way, Joshua, just try to understand my fucking logic. In the same way you wouldn't use the AR. One moment, Joshua.
Okay.
In the same way you want to
have a good conversation, we gotta let each other finish our thoughts.
In the same way,
you're not letting me finish my thoughts.
In the same way you want to use the AR that shot up Sandy Hook, but you use others. I wouldn't refer to black people as black with an S at the end, but I'd refer to white people as white with an S at the end.
Like I said before, does the AR-15 at Sandy Hook, same build, same everything, and a different AR-15 that was not used, do they have two separate names? That is what I'm trying to ask you.
No, they'd fall under the same category, as would like the term whites and black with an S at the end. They'd fall under the same category as the title of a race pluralized.
Yeah, this is what you're like. What's the basis of that argument, though? What's the basis of that argument? 'Cause I just gave a rebuttal. You usually now
Travis, I appreciate you for the $20 on Venmo. Travis, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate you so much. And Charles, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo for the Tylenol. These guests are giving me a headache. Yeah, man, I'm getting a really bad headache today. Every single person I've talked to has been doing. I really appreciate you for the $25, Charles.
Let's just end it there. Great conversation. It's great debating a little more.
I'm down to keep going because, like, the point that I'm driving home is so clear. Like, let me just, without interruption, I'm going to make my point, and then without interruption, you can make your response. How about that?
All right, let's go.
Okay. So my point is that we can say it's wrong to use the word black with an S at the end to refer to black people, while also saying it's not wrong to refer to white people as whites, because there's a historical context behind the term black at the S at the end that does not exist behind the term whites. Okay? Black at the S with an S at the end has been historically used in a very negative way. Okay? Whites has not historically been used in a negative way. And an analogy to this scenario was, what AR-15 are you going to use? Would you ever touch an AR-15 used to kill a child? No. The same way I never touch the term black with an S at the end. Would I ever touch an AR-15 not used to kill a child right off the manufacturing belt? Yeah. I love guns. They're fun to shoot. Would I probably reference white people as whites? I don't, but I don't think there's anything wrong with it.
So is that your argument? Are you done?
So tell me where I'm going wrong there.
Where you're going wrong with that, at the essence of what you're trying to say right now, is it's fine. Whether it's through history or whether it's through whatever, you're fine to say, you know what? To define a group of people, it's fine for people to use an S to refer to other people, but it's not fine for it to be the same way.
Yes.
I know to date, people are not running around saying blacks in a negative, derogatory term. They are saying to date to represent the whole entire black community, which is subsections of different regions of Africa, South America, the Caribbean. That's what it's defining. It's not defining it in a derogatory term. And you're going back and referencing history and everything. So then you also have to admit that throughout history, as a country, as a society, we have not changed.
Joshua,
we have changed.
I think I found the issue in your logic. I did. It's the
Go
impact.
ahead, I want to hear it.
It's the impact, not the intent. Maybe I can agree.
Dean, can I hop in just for 2 seconds?
Yeah, go for it, man.
Yeah, Josh. So I think you're recognizing intent, and I think that's a valid way to look at it. That you're looking at, if somebody's not intending it to be derogatory, then that should weigh into the situation. But I think the problem is that when you're using the pluralized form in the two different ways, there's one group of the population that term has been used to denigrate and demean. And there's another population that has no historical basis for that. So in the interest of making sure that we're not perpetuating terms that were specifically designed and used and utilized to denigrate and demean, we don't really care about intent. We care about the impact.
Yeah, I could give you a really good scenario of impact versus intent.
Let's hear it.
Hitler intended to save the valuable lives of other white people that he thought were being intruded upon by the non-valuable lives of Jewish individuals, Romani individuals, gay individuals, and black individuals. His intent there was just to uplift valuable life. What's wrong with uplifting valuable life? There's nothing wrong with uplifting
that is a
valuable life.
very, 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 very.
But now, what the
analogy.
fuck was the impact of his actions?
You are using a very, very extreme analogy that does not even fit in this case that we're talking about.
Oh yeah, that's a very extreme. That's a very extreme scenario that demonstrates its impact over intent.
Let's use your argument, for example. Let's use your argument that you're using, and you're going to do a whole nother analogy on this. Let's use your analogy that you're using, that saying the term blacks is racist because off of historically it was used as an offensive term. You're going to then use a whole entire genocide to analogize that? That's insane.
you understand that
insane.
You understand that
those are honestly insane.
Hey, Joshua, you understand that the term blacks aided and abetted to the dehumanization that necessarily enabled white people to genocide and enslave black people for 250 years here at home in America?
Yeah, I'm very well aware of that. And I also know there's also a lot of other terms that were used that are not used to this day. But what my argument is that what you're trying to do, I have the same feeling with the N-word. I have the same feeling with all that kind of stuff. You guys, what you're trying to say is that it's okay for other people to use that term. You're trying to change the definition of racism based on who is the one actually doing it. And that's exactly what you're doing right now. That's exactly what you're doing right now.
So what is racism to you?
Racism is unfairly treating one race because you think you're superior than the other. That is racism.
Okay, so
that is racism as a whole. That is the essence of racism. But what your definition is of racism in this discussion so far.
Okay, so it's not. Wait, 1 second. So you don't think it's? I just want to clarify. So if there's a white person that doesn't think he's superior to black people, and he calls his other white friends the N-word, that's not racist because that's
that is racist. That is racist. Just like I think if a black person called me the N-word,
why is that racist?
No.
Why is that racist? Because it perpetuates harm against black people?
Just like I think if black people also call black people the N-word, that's racist. At the end of the day, it's a universal term. It doesn't change based on who's saying it.
Okay, so
just because you're a minority doesn't mean that you can do certain things. We'll start
off here. Wait, why is saying the N-word racist to you?
Because it was from a time, it derived from a time where black people were oppressed. They were going through slavery. That's where it came from.
Joshua, where did it? Joshua,
it was a derogatory term. You don't. Okay, you tell me where it's from then.
Joshua,
from now?
Joshua, where did the term "black" with an S at the end come from?
You answer that question for me.
Yeah, it came with similar motivations to the N-word.
You can actually find old slave auction advertisements with that. 20 strong, pluralized black.
Jess, I appreciate you for the $2 on Venmo. Julia with the $8. Micah with a $1. And Yvette, thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo. I really appreciate that for you. I'm dying. Eric, thank you for the $6 and the 66 cents. And Danny with the $5. Y'all are awesome.
What I'm trying to say right now is I think that you to say that blacks is a negative derogatory term is a very, 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 very big stretch. It's a big stretch. With the liberal and also minorities, because the liberal party has convinced minorities apparently that they can just say whatever they want.
Holy shit. I'm so sorry, man. John with a $78 on Venmo. Holy shit, John. Oh my God. I want to get some massive W's for John. That is JON in the chat right now. I really appreciate you for the love, John, with this $78 on Venmo. John says, from a black man, thanks for cooking this black conservative while I listen at work. You're fucking welcome, John. I really appreciate you for the $78. That's insane. Thank you for the love, man. Massive W's for John in the chat. Incredibly kind. Thank you, John. Dude, I think, I'm pretty sure, logically speaking, if you're saying it's not racist for white people to reference black people as black with an S at the end, you'd also have to say it's, not racist for, an ignorant white boy to say the N-word. The reason being,
that is racist.
It is possible,
that is racist.
But just listen, hear me out. Because an ignorant white boy can say the N-word Because that's just like what he's heard on songs, and he thinks he's cool for calling his other white friends that, okay? But we're inclined to say that that's racist because of how that term has been used historically. But as soon as we allow for that logical train of thought, justifying the use of terms as being racist because of their historical usage, as soon as you validify that argument, you're also validifying the argument that it's racist to use the term black with an S at the end because of its historical usage. So what is it going to be? Are you going to say that it's valid for us to say using certain terms are racist because of their historical connotation? Or are you going to say that it's invalid for us to say that using certain terms is racist because of their historical connotation? Because right now you're kind of picking and choosing.
No, I don't think I'm picking and choosing.
You are. Explain to me where I'm wrong.
What I'm trying to say right now, just for example, let's say this. Let's say that throughout history, because African Americans were enslaved, black people were enslaved and everything, if as a derogatory term that we went around and started saying, during that time, we started referring as white people as whites. And then throughout history, it kind of changed from like, you know what? It's not. We're saying whites because it embraces the whole European, European culture. Like, there's a lot of different countries, a lot of different cultures within whites. So I want to ask you that. Do you think? So now you think a definition? No, actually, no. I want you to answer that question. Would that be racist? If to date we're like, no, what? Actually, that encompasses, as a community, we'll agree that actually encompasses everyone within that community from all different walks of life that identify as white. Because I will tell you right now,
is anyone following his question?
Kind of. So, but I guess my response to that.
But I want to add on that because I've been in the black community. I've known this. I do know that the term black or blacks is better because it encompasses and doesn't say, oh, just because you have black skin. No, just because you have black
Joshua,
skin. No.
I have an insane idea.
No, let me finish this. Let me finish my point. Because saying black does not mean you're just from Africa. It means you're from all over.
How about
using that full term? Actually, let's go.
How about this?
Let's do it.
Instead of saying black with an S at the end, can't we just say black people?
We could say that too. I'm saying there's so many different ways to say it.
So instead of saying black with an S at the end,
you know what?
Because that has a negative historical context behind it, just like the N-word.
We'll say black.
How about we say black people?
Fine term. Yeah, black people are a perfectly fine term to use. Perfectly fine term.
But would you say that we should use the term black people over black with an S at the end for the reason that there's a negative historical connotation behind black with an S at the end that isn't behind black people?
Fine, let's use black people. If that's going to make everyone happy today, let's use black people. If that's going to make everyone happy today,
this isn't like an isolated incident. For instance, during Jim Crow law segregation, what did white people call black people? They called black people colored, okay? And that is why it is absolutely unacceptable to call black people colored today. What about during the times of racism? What did white people call black people? They called them the N-word. And that's exactly why it's unacceptable to call black people the N-word today. Now, throughout slavery, Jim Crow law segregation, and even modern day racists, what have all of them called black people? Black with an S at the end. The same fucking logic. It is so simple. If you think it's racist to call black people colored, if you think it's racist to call black people the N-word, you have no reason to say that it's not racist to call black people black with an S at the end.
You know what? I'm going to put my hands up to this one specific topic on this. Get back on the race. What other topic on race you want to hit on? So I really would like to have a conversation. Unless you're too tired right now.
I'm hopping off. Right now. I'm most definitely hopping off. I'm cooked, man.
All right.
I appreciate you for coming up, Joshua.
Yeah, you're welcome. Look forward to the video posting tomorrow.
yeah, have a good one,
all
man.
Right.
Law, appreciate you for coming up, man. It's been a pleasure.
No problem, buddy. It's always fun. Everybody, thank you so much for getting Dean up to almost 3 million. I'm a little sad that we didn't hit it, but you guys did your work. I appreciate you guys.
Damn. And what? Whoa, we have 2.8 million likes. I didn't even realize.
And thank you, everybody, for your gifts and donations. I will put them to good use. I appreciate you all.
You're awesome. Well, have a good rest of your day, man.
You as well, sir.
And Chad, I'm not hopping off quite yet. First of all, I wanted to thank Tony. Tony, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. Tony, you're awesome. W's for Tony in that chat. As well as Jerica, thank you for the $10 on PayPal. W's for Tony and W's for Jerica. I really appreciate everyone for your support today. Now I'm actually going to be back on live later. I just need to like fucking. I wish I could just have a nice glass of whiskey right now after that shit. I feel like I just went through war, man. I feel like I just went through war. Purdy, I appreciate you for the whale diving. You're awesome. Before I hop off here for the day, maybe when you guys leave the live, you could go like my recent repost. If you just click on my profile, you'll actually see it pop up. I posted it not even a handful of hours ago. The title is Trump versus 20 Trump, Dean versus 20 Trump supporters. It's already at 500,000 likes. That's going to be going live on Jubilee's YouTube account tomorrow at 9 a.m. And I'm going to be honest with you guys. Joshua, that last guest who was up here from that Jubilee episode, that's how a lot of the guests were. Did I have that much film in it? I didn't. So I guess we're gonna see how it goes. So the first one of the first conversations I had was about Trump being racist, and I was giving this guy that I was talking to examples of Trump's racism. I brought up the Obama birther movement, and then he said that he also believed that Obama wasn't born in Kenya, and because he thought Trump was correct, therefore it wasn't racist. 3 million likes, let's go! W's in the chat for the 3 million likes. Y'all are phenomenal. You guys are awesome. I love you all. Go shoot Parker a raid. Head over to @Parker, get a job on TikTok. If you spam it in chat, I'm sure that that'll direct other people as well. I will probably be watching over there with y'all. I do not feel like a co-host today. I feel like dying, actually. So head over to Parker's stream, show him some love. I'll be on later tonight once he gets off, though. So head over to @Parker, get a job. I will see you all later tonight. Peace out, guys.